You can't hear me today.
You change the microphone?
Can you hear me now? All that talking, all that guitar playing, you missed it. That's all right.
Yeah, we got plenty. We're good.
We're good, Mike. So back to this. So for the garage sale, as you might know, 2 or 3 times a year, Naoto and I go to Japan. We buy a bunch of stuff. We meet new blacksmiths. We buy stuff that are like overstock or new products or blacksmith experiments, things like that. And we bring them back to Calgary, and we have the big garage sale. We've got stuff like this Tojiro knife here. That's, look at that. That is a little Santoku there. Well, stand-size Santoku. For $52, it's AUS 8 or molybdenum vanadium steel. Molybdenum vanadium steel. There you go. So we've got some overstock stuff like that for a smoking price, $52. We've got handmade knives like this Mizu with a custom handle. So it's a Masakagi Mizu knife with a custom handle, $205. Things like this here. This is a 210 millimeter Gyuto. It is, what is it? It's $214. It's AUS 10. And now, to what name are we going to hide this one under? This is Tsunehisa. So we're going to, if you look at it, Tsunehisa at the website, you'll find this. Things like the Tojiro Oboro. So this is the new line they've made to replace the Tojiro home line. So it's got an oval handle. It's micarta, and it's a VG10 blade. So that's a great little thing. That is $142. Another Tojiro knife here is VG10 steel. But look at this finish, right? So they've got these great dimples in there, and they've lacquered it so the black, that Kurochi finish will stay just a little bit longer. And we're looking at $180. So now, today, it's a great time to ask questions, right? If you want to know more about a knife before buying it, ask us. Nathan is here. He's going to shout out questions for me. He's going to pass me things. I'm going to hold them up, and we're going to talk about them. He's just put this in my hand, so I'm guessing somebody's asking about this. One of the things we sell at the garage sale is some of the sample knives. So if you ever go to our shops, you'll see that each line of our shops has a sample knife, so you can cut something. You've got tomatoes and potatoes with it at the shop. So this one here is one of our sample knives that's been retired. It's a Fujiwara Maburoshi Nakiri, and it's usually $417, and it's $271, so it's 35% off. That's a smoking little deal. Naoto's refinished any of these. So all these sample knives that have been retired, Naoto's sharpened them, finished them. They're all looking beautiful again, which is great. Here is something. Oh, I'm super excited by this. This is a highly polished, almost a mirror polish. Well, I guess we probably could say it is. From Masashi-san, one of our favorite blacksmiths. But this is a Honyaki heat-treated Kirtsuke. The big deal about this is that when they make this knife, when they heat treat it, it's one piece of steel, the blade, but the edge of the blade gets really hard and the spine of the blade gets softer, which acts like a shock absorber for it. So anyway, in about 4 minutes, the sale starts. Nathan, is there any more questions you want me to get to here? So Johannes wants to see this Masakagi Koishi. It's retired, but look at it, man. It's perfect. And it's 35% off. It's in rad shape. There we go. 125. So we're not using headphones, eh? No. Yep.
Can you talk to those, please? Start talking.
Okay, I'm turning these on again. So Nathan, can you hear me now? Oh, this is such a disaster starting. It's so typical of us. Okay. Oh, the sales life. That means we need to play some guitar poorly. And if it's coming through my headphones, that's great. How about this one? I need some clapping at the right time, Mike. Thank you. All right, sales live, guys. We're a band. We can clap and play one bar of music badly.
Okay. You want that there? Joy Kangata.
So here, ooh, this is the white carbon steel.
Oh, that's blue number
This
two?
is blue number 2. Mike's lying to me. It's from Itsuo Doi. In fact, we should get the other Doi knife out here. So this is from the son of the famous Kijiro Doi. We've got a couple of these. This is the 195 millimeter Kangata. And here we managed to get two Usuba from his father, who's since passed and retired years ago now. But he was that blacksmith in Japan that when people said, "Oh, you know Doi-san, that's amazing." So he was revered by all of the blacksmiths around. It was amazing. So we've got 2 of these Usuba Fizz. It's $829. And if you're so inspired, you can take the handle off this, because on the tang in here, he's signed his name himself years ago. So we've got those. We've got this guy here for $275. It's SG2 powder steel. Zuin. This is do we call this a Kobunka on the website? We call it a petty, but we could easily call that a Kobunka. Look at that pattern, eh? And look at this shape of handle. Isn't that wild? I'm keeping talking. I'm keeping talking. So this is a, what is this? Is this one of the, is this a? Korewan desu ka? Or is it Kotetsu 3, is it? So it's Kotetsu type 3. Just, it's the finish is wacky, and I can't see a signature on here. Did you polish the signature out now too? Almost.
Yeah, almost.
There we go. So Naoto did some repair on this. This was a regular $315. It's $204 today. There you go. Back to this one. Here's the Musashi Honyaki. Man, I gotta tell you, on these days, the staff and I, we're not allowed to buy any knives until Tuesday morning, right? Till after the first day is over. And if this is here, I'm taking this home. This is the Musashi Honyaki Kiritsuke. It's 2,132 small dollars. There's one of these in the world, but I'm sure gonna bug him to make more. Here is a Kato SG2 powder steel Damascus with that new Damascus pattern that Kato's been making. I just think it's really rad. And it's got this ironwood handle. Look at the shape of that. Shape of that handle. Obviously, he's been working, I think, with Hirosaki or Saji to get this shape down. Big fan of those handles. Gate crasher, door crasher event, 117 bucks. It's a Tosa, what are we calling this shape today? Bunka. And $117, it's white carbon steel and a hand hammered knife for $117. That's crazy. That's crazy price. So those will be gone immediately. Naoto, you've given me something here. Let me talk about natural stones real quick. So these are the things we use to sharpen the knives. I mostly use synthetic stones. I understand them. Natural stones are a bit like, if you're into wine, they're a bit like Burgundy. Sometimes you got to drink a lot of Burgundy that doesn't taste good before you get a good one. And it can be shockingly expensive. Now, so here, I'm going to pass my headphones over to you.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sure they can hear. Alrighty, so we have the some natural stones just came in, right? Right time for the garage sale. Today we have this morning. Someone's asking for this particular stone, Akamon, a very rare stone. Actually, it's a medium grit natural stone, equivalent for about like 1,500 to 2,000 grit. It's fantastic to leave build the base for the nice kasumi finish. Akamon stone for $135. We have various different types of so-called auto stones, so-called blue stones. They are all mined in the Tamba area of Hyogo, very famous area for these auto blue stones. Tamba auto. 3 different sizes. We have anywhere from $55 to the little bit large ones for 100, the 150, 145. These just came in this morning. I managed to scramble those, be available for the garage sale. So now they're available online. We only have very limited numbers, so just stay. If you like it, go for it and buy it. We have one Haka razor type stone as well. Haka is the really good mount to finish your knife for kasumi finish. Soft. This is one of the favorite stone for the Takeda-san as well. So if you want to actually get the very similar finish to Takeda, use that. Okay, we have some retired demo. Someone asking for the Mugen. Believe this is the super blue carbon steel one. I finished it. It's very similar to the original edge here. Half price from $480 to $290. So if you want to grab this, those the refurbished knives, they are all one of a kind. So if you want it, I urge you to grab it right away.
Those are less than 300,
210. So 210 good price. These we've got the few 210 good price ones here. One is the Tsunehisa AUS10, beautiful acid etched Damascus, super thin blade, pretty durable. $214 for this or something like this. Takamura VG10 Tsuchime. This particular one is $231. Fantastic thin edge. When you cut into something like a potatoes, yams, they glide through so well. Huh? Oh, wrong box. Okay.
Kevin,
All right.
apparently the Joy sold out right away. So
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
but Don Penny said he got both knives he wanted.
Oh.
Don Penny got both knives, and who said he missed the doy?
That was, yeah.
I missed the
You
doy.
missed the door, yeah.
Oh, I missed the doy. Oh, sorry about that.
We got a great question that's worth explaining right now. Wolfgang's wondering, about the discount, how that works.
Okay, well here, this is how the garage sale works. 2 or 3 times a year, Naoto and I, or just I, go to Japan. We buy things like experiments from blacksmiths. We buy one-of-a-kind things. We buy stuff from new blacksmiths. We buy some overstock items. We buy knives from retired blacksmiths. We do lots of things like that. So it's not normal products. Think of it like record store day. So we have oh, look at that. Mike's giving me notes. He's a good man. So we have all these weird and interesting things, not normal products for us to carry, and then we just price them to go. So if you go to the garage sale section of the website right now, you'll see all the knives there, and the price is the price because we're already a great price. Look, so I've got someone asking about this knife here. This is a Bunka from Kato-san, SG2 Damascus. It's got an ironwood handle, and look at the shape of that handle. Man, that is cool. I love how it tapers here. It feels so good in your hand, and I love the feel how it just curls around. Fits my hand great, and I've got a very large hand, so there you go. This is one of these knives that not a lot of people know about, but I've got, so this is the Santoku, but I've got the 210 millimeter at home with a custom handle, because I get to do that sometimes. But this is the Santoku. It's SG2 powder steel. Look at, can I get a really good view of the Damascus pattern? Look at that. It's just so cool. That. Anyway, super thin, super light, and $462.
We can talk about that monster.
All right.
You know, it's Dave Inspector or Demon, I'm not sure which, is asking if everything good is gone yet. So,
Oh,
this is a good thing that's not gone yet.
I don't think everything good is gone yet so much, Dave Inspector. Here, I love how tall this is. This is rad. So this is a 210. So it looks a bit like a Santoku. It's a 210 Yuto from the Sakai Kikumori. And look at this, hand hammered beauty. It's I believe it's blue carbon steel. Naoto, is it clad with stainless, these guys? Naoto, clad with stainless? All right. So it's a blue carbon steel clad with stainless. I don't know much about this knife because Naoto got this one. I didn't get a trip to Japan this year. There's a whole thing going on this year, and I didn't get a trip because there's this COVID stuff. That's why I've got this mask here. But Naoto did get a trip in February. So he met a couple of new guys, and this is one of them. So we've got that. So if people are saying, oh, all the good stuff's gone, look at that. That's rad, and that's still here in front of me. It always sounds so dirty when someone says, you want to see a choil shot. But there you go. This part of the knife is choil, and that is how the shot that Min wants to see. There you go. That is, again, the SG2 Damascus steel Bunka from Kato. Here we go. Here's an excellent knife. This is a retired sample knife we have. This is a 210 millimeter Masakagi Koishi Yuto. And this is how much of a good selling knife it is. We put it on the cover of the book. So I wrote this book a couple of years ago called The Japanese, what is it called? What is it called? The Knife Nerd Guide to Japanese Knives.
Yeah, Manny wants to
Oh, Manny just bought this here. The Koishi?
Way to go, Manny. That's a
score. There you go, Manny. Buddy. Total score, bud.
And you know what?
We have matching knives now, Manny.
I believe it was Yeah, Robin Sharkey just grabbed the pink tin.
Oh, you know what? There was a lot. Becca, there was a girl named Becca. She just sent me a message, said she was right on at 8 o'clock and missed it. So there is your knife that you just got. This handle's wild. This knife is wild. I really was excited by that. I like pink handled knives, you'll know. And much like this Takeda folder, look at these. So each of the Takeda folding knives have a unique blade and a unique handle. And this pink one, I just think is so cool. Look at that. I will have, if there's any left after today, I will have some of these Takeda folders. They come in that little leather pouch. I like how he matches the pink ones to the pink pouches. Well, this is still here. All right, man, here you go. The old choil shot. Little bit more rugged there on the blade. This one's a little bit fatter, which means you can do a little bit more rough work, which is great. Perfect. Here, this is something exciting. So if you're reading the book here about Damascus steel, there's a whole chapter in there about real Damascus steel, and we follow Kagura-san before he retired for this chapter. Kagura-san's retired. He's been retired for a couple of years now, but it seems he makes a few knives still, maybe 2, 3 a month. And I tend to just buy them all. So every time he sends me an email, hey, Kevin, I've got some knives. The price keeps going up, but he apparently has my number. He knows what's going on, that I'll buy anything he makes because he makes extraordinary knives. So I don't know if you can see the Damascus pattern on there because his knives look like old swords. His Damascus techniques, his Damascus techniques are so old school. And the more you use this knife, the more the pattern will appear. So what he does, and it comes with the little sheath. It locks in really well too. And this is Japanese deer antler for the handle, but a great little caping knife. Kagura-san, when he does Damascus steel, he uses old carbon steel for the layers. So what he does is when I was there last time, he had a whole bunch of little wafers of steel that he had turned from shovels that he bought from the forestry department in his area. So little pieces of shovel, and then he had little pieces of ship's hull. So there's a shipwrecking yard near him. And the hull is about that fat, the steel. So we cut pieces, hammer them down thin, and cut them to the same size as the shovel. So he stacks up 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of alternating ship, shovel, ship, shovel, ship, shovel. Forge welds those together, stretches it out, gives it a Z fold. So now his 7 layers have turned into 21 and pounds that out. He does the same with 3 things. So then he's got 3 packages of 21 layers steel. Then he puts those together, which is 63 layers. And then he triple folds that for 189 layers of steel, and then hammers that out, splits that, puts the hard steel in, holds that together. Really old technique, really cool style. And this is a technique that's just going to die with him really in his area because he never really took apprentices or employees. He didn't really like it, he said. And now he spends most of his time fishing. So fishing and hiking around Shikoku Island, because where he lives is beautiful, beautiful. The Takeda knives are made with Algami Super carbon steel with stainless steel wrapped around the outside. And here's one here. Boom. I have this theory about Takeda knives. These folding knives are super fun and awesome, and everybody should have one. And anybody who loves knives should have one of his Gyutos. This is a 210 Gyuto. He does, mine's a 240. I think the 240 Gyuto is his signature knife in my mind. But if you look how thin that blade is, look at that. It's super thin. It's totally weird shape and tall because he was told years ago by a chef friend that the thinner you make the knife, the better the knife cuts. So he said, got it. I will make thin. He's making almost pieces of paper now. So if you look, I wish I'd brought it, but if I had my old Takeda that's about 13 years old now, If you, yeah, if you looked at my old Takeda, it's about 13 years old, you'll see that it looks really fat compared to this one. So there, that's a Takeda knife. I said everybody that's a fan of knives needs one Gyuto from Takeda-san in my books.
So Kevin McConnell wants to see a comparison between those two. Wondering which one you got.
Kevin McConnell from Vancouver. Coffee, Kevin? Here is the comparison. This is the Santoku. This is the Gyuto. Were they both 165, 180? Were they both 180? 170. Okay, so the Santoku is 170. Usually 165 is Santoku length. And the Gyuto is 180. So it's a little bit taller. Both very similar in weight. And this is the VG10 Tojiro Tsuchime line. This line's discontinued. This is an excellent example of what we did at the garage sale. This line was really great. They started it last year. We bought a ton. We sold out because they told us they were discontinuing it. And then they called us up a couple months back and said, we have some more. Do you want them? I said, well, how many do you have? And she goes, we got about 400, maybe 5. And I was like, send them all. Send them all. Let's have them. Because I think they're a cool knife at a great price. Looks like somebody's asking me about some Kurosaki Senko knives. These ones are SG2 or R2. So these are 2 different sizes. So we've got.
So they already bought the big guy.
Oh, they already bought the. Oh.
Yeah.
Someone just wants to see the 300.
Got the 270 Senko.
Oh, the 270.
He wanted to pick one up, but I think it'd be a little.
Well, I'll let you guys sort that out. Here's your 270 Senko, man. And they're going to pick one out for you. But I don't know if we've only got one. So Mike and Nelson will get on top of that. And they'll start putting some of these knives away because I'm getting piled up here. Again, we have the Tsunehisa AUS 10 Damascus.
A sub 300-inch Gyuto.
Oh, dude, there we go. Listen, it's really thin, which means it's going to cut like crazy. Beautiful. Look at that pattern, right? And got a round handle, or an oval handle, I guess. And I love this, I call this, ooh, Naoto, don't drop the natural stones. Oh, look, you turned it into 2. Naoto just turned one of our natural stones into 2 natural stones. So that's pretty good. So now we have the opportunity to sell 2 at half price. They're also half the size. But almost exactly, can I see that? Look at that. So call in now. If you want the one on the left or the one on the right. We got 2 now, half price only. You're gonna make the product now, good thinking. So anyway, there you go, Giannis. I love this handle. It's the dark wood handle with the light wood collar. Usually in Japan, like the most traditional handle is white or magnolia, which is white wood here, and a black water buffalo collar. So I think that one's interesting because it's the opposite, white and dark. Same with this dark ebony and white water buffalo horn. So this is from Itsuo Doi. So the Doi, the son of Kejiro Doi, which we had 2 Asubas. I can't imagine we have those Doi Asubas anymore. They probably ran out the door immediately. So this is Aogami 1. Comes with a really cool saya. We should actually open the saya and have a look at it because it's fascinating. Because it's not your typical black wood. It's got some texture on here too, and I like it. I'm told they're quite indestructible because some of the wooden sayas can be a little bit flimsy, but this one, there, that's what the knife looks like when it's in the saya. There you go. It's got a little pin to hold it in place. Big fan of these. Big fan of these. Just gonna put this away. All right. Somebody's looking. Oh. It's Tsunehisa, Tsunehisa. But if you just go to the garage sales section and just press Gyuto and even put 210 on as a filter, you should be able to see all of them, and that one should pop right up. That's the Tsunehisa. Here is for 169 the Tojiro Omuro. It's got an oval Packwood handle and a BG10 blade. And this one here from Takamura-san for $230. This is my favorite of the bunch, right? This is the VG10 Tsuchimi. So it's got that hammered look. Takamura and his father really, really worked hard. His father just won an award last year, 3 years ago now, from the government for changing Japanese knives. Basically, a traditional Japanese knife is always made out of carbon steel, but Takamura-san and his father said, let's try really making high-end kitchen knives with stainless steel. So they were really on the forefront of that, and they kind of changed Japanese knives in a huge way. So that's my favorite of that lot. I have got two SG2 Kato Yutos in front of me. Looks like a 210 and a 240. I actually have this one here, the 240. I've got that one myself. I'm a huge fan of these. If you look, they're super thin. They're super sexy.
So Jason's actually wondering, or sorry, not Jason. We've got somebody wondering, John Luke Martin's wondering, between the 210 and 240, can you elaborate why you recommend one or the other, or why 240 might be too large for home cooks or not?
Okay, well, here we go. Somebody's asking, what size for home cooks? 210, 240, both are great home cook size. I would say if you're a chef, you want a 240 at least, or a 270 millimeter Gyuto. The difference is, if you have got a watermelon, or those huge onions from the farmer's market you get in the autumn, or a cabbage, or a big turnip, 210 is nice, but a 240 is always better. The great thing about these two knives is they're so light that the extra length doesn't make them any more cumbersome or difficult to work with. So I always tell people, go for the bigger one, because you can always, here, if you've got a big knife, you can hold it like this, you can hold it like this, you can hold it like this even, which shortens the length of the blade, right? So the blade can be that long, or the blade can essentially be that long, or even that long. So you can with a 240 mil knife, you can do thin slices of garlic for a pasta. You can carve your roast beef. You can do anything you want with it. And you just choke up on it and make the blade feel a little bit smaller. With that, it's like salt in a soup. You can always add more salt, but you can't take it away. So with a knife, you can always choke up on it, make it feel smaller, but you can't make it feel bigger. You can't make it bigger. So I think you get a lot more utility out of larger knives. If you're comfortable with the 240, which is 10 inch, almost 10 inches, go for that. If you think the 240 is a bit cumbersome and scary, maybe you want the 210, but I always say go for the 240. Just gonna grab some water here. Can you get some water?
Yep.
Thanks. Oh, Mike has made some coffee and he's getting me some water. He's a good man. If you've never had Mike Rinch, that's Mike Rinch back there. If you've never had Mike Rinch coffee, you're missing out. You're missing out. It's delicious and it makes your heart pound. Something we always talk about the shops is taking your knives home and keeping them sharp. So you see the chefs on TV go, they make lots of sparks and stuff to keep their knife sharp. That's what they're using as one of these honing rods. The big thing though is you don't want, especially for Japanese blades, you don't want that rough metal honing rod. It can put microchips in the blade, which can make the blade feel sharper, but it's actually damaging it. What you want is a smooth ceramic. So we've got the white and the black rods. They're $59, but if you buy a knife, they're $29. They're half price. So they're under $30 if you buy a knife, because we always want you to have the right tool to keep your knife sharp. So think about the honing rod like a comb, right? So when your hair gets out of, you can comb your hair and it looks better again. This will keep your knife sharp longer, but eventually you need to get a haircut. The comb's not going to cut it, or eventually you need to go and bring the knife to us. The first sharpening is free. So bring it to us and we'll sharpen it on water stones, or do it yourself. If you have that skill, or learn the skill. We do lots of live videos on our YouTube and our Facebook channels. Every Thursday evening, we do a beginner sharpening class with Francis and Owen in Vancouver store. And every Friday afternoon, we do a live advanced sharpening class with Naoto myself. Naoto mostly. 9 years ago, I taught Naoto how to sharpen knives, and now he teaches me. So there you go. He really has taken it to the ultra nerd level of sharpening, and that's great. I love it. So I get to learn something new every Saturday or every Friday.
Bob Sumner says, are those new glasses?
Bob, you would like these glasses. They are new, I think, well, newish, but they're made out of, this is how hipster they are. You see up close? They're made out of a record. They're made out of an LP. In fact, these are made out of AC/DC Back in Black. So there you go. If you are storing a knife, you need some way to store it. If you're buying a knife, you need some way to store it so it doesn't get damaged. We love these little blade guards. They're like 10, 12 bucks, something like that. And they got fuzzy on the inside, so they don't scratch your knife. And all you do is you put your knife there, and then, oops, put your knife there, and then just slide it in. Now that knife can stay in your drawer. You can take it, wrap it in a towel or put it in a knife carrying bag. Take it with you when you go traveling. Take it with you when you go to your friends for dinner and you're going to cook together. Just slide it in there. And that's the sort of thing you want to have to protect your knives. So every time you buy your knife, you have to think, how am I going to store them? And that's a great way. Mike, let's get the guitar and play something fun. Tiffany, who's in charge of our warehouse, said since I brought my guitar, she was going to play Angels by Robbie Williams today. Well, I said she was going to, because she said she learned how to play it as a joke because she hates the song. So I think she should come and play it for us later today. So what do you think? I got a lot of stuff to talk about, so I got to get moving. Here is the whale knife. They're $69. It's a thing. It's a whale. It's a thing that happens in Tosa. It's like a traditional thing that they make whale-shaped knives. So there you go. It's just a utility knife. Super fun. All right. Somebody wants me to compare these two Masashi Kiritsuges. So they're both single bevel knives. They're both, oops, here, let's look at it this way. They both have similar shapes. You can see they've got both a concave back. The big difference is one's a bit longer. So what are the two lengths we're looking at here? So we're looking at a 240 and a 270. I always say with a slicing knife, go with a longer one. So when you're slicing, you can do it in one stroke rather than so one stroke back and one forward if you have to. Longer ones do a better job of that, but if you don't have a big enough cutting board, you might want to get the smaller one. So the difference is length. You see that there? Let me know if you have any other questions about this.
Someone wants to know the difference between a Kiritsuke and a bunka.
Oh, here we go. Someone wants to know the difference between a Kiritsuke and a bunka. Kiritsuke generally is a single bevel knife. So you see the back is concave, the front has got that bevel there. So it's only sharpened on one side. Whereas a bunka, so this is basically, the Kiritsuke is basically a slicing knife, but often used by chefs in busy restaurants where they need to slice, and then maybe, because it's taller, it's a little bit taller, so they can still use it a bit like a chef's knife if needed, right? Whereas a bunka is standard knife, sharpened on both sides, and this is a multi-purpose knife. So think of a bunka like a santoku. There's also a different kind of Kiritsuke, which is double beveled. So this is the Masashi Honyaki, and it's double beveled, so it's sharpened on both sides. So that's kind of a more modern version of Kiritsuke. Again, slicer, but also can be a multi-purpose knife. So we often carry knives from, we always carry knives from a guy named Yu Kurosaki. Well, these are from his brother, Makoto. He's a knife sharpener, he's a blacksmith as well. He sharpens knives, sharpens sickles, he does lots of things. But these are his K style or style K knives. They are SG2 powder steel. We've got two lengths, a 210 millimeter, a 240 millimeter. Both very thin knives, both very light knives. Obviously, the 240 millimeters a little bit heavier. I love this white or this light handle. Like such a modern look about these. So clean. If you are looking at these two knives, if you generally use an 8-inch knife, which is kind of a 210, but you're thinking you might want to up your game to a 10-inch, but I'll bet this is, well, I was going to say, if this is your first Japanese knife and you're looking to compare it to your Western knives, this 240 millimeter or 9.5-inch, I think it is going to be even lighter than your German or European knives. So even though it's a little bit longer, it's lighter, so it doesn't feel as cumbersome. Moving on, we've got a question about the Shiso. So this is a Haruyuki Shiso, which is Aogami Super, with stainless on the outside. And look at this custom handle. So this one's $437, and that is the custom handle on this blade.
Can you do a quick answer for me? This is an easy one. A lot of folks are wondering about the knife length. Does that cover the total knife?
Oh, when people are asking, when we talk about the length of the knife, it's just from here to the tip. It's the length of the blade. It's not the length of the knife in total. It's just the length of the blade from here to the tip. What do you want that one for? Oh, okay. So, except sometimes knives from Sakai, they actually measure from this little notch to the tip. I don't know why, but that's what happens sometimes. So there you go. Mostly it's the length of the blade total. Sometimes if they're from Sakai and they've got a little matchy here, they get a little distance between that and the blade, so that little notch there, they'll measure from that notch to the tip. Okay, we have got some slicers here for turkey. All right, so we've got 3 slicers here for turkey. So we've got the super blue carbon steel knife from Morita-Kazan, $330. This one is 240 millimeters long. That's the blade length. $375. This is an R2 powder steel knife from Kurosaki. This knife will stay sharp longer than that other one that we just looked at. And this one here, also similar. I always think with a carving knife. So this is the Zuin. It's, what is it, $398. And this Zuin here, look at the shape of this handle. It's not a wild handle shape. Look at the way it cuts back here. It's such a designer shape, but it feels good in the hand too. I was not convinced when I first saw them, but the more I hold them, the more I like them. I always think with a slicer, you want to get a really beautiful one, right? You want something that's got some character. Because when you're slicing, it's often you're slicing a turkey in front of people. So you want people to stop and go, ooh, cool knife. So we've got the carbon steel, which could rust, from Morita Aogami Super, $330. We've got the Kurosaki, what's this one called again? The Senko, that's right. Kurosaki Senko for $376. So both of these are R2 powder steel. So these should stay sharp a little bit longer than that Morita. And the Damascus steel certainly makes them look cool. So hope that's helpful for you looking for a turkey knife. So I need to compare these two, it looks like. So we've got the SG2 Kobayashi and the R2 or SG2. Basically, SG2 and R2 are the same steel with slightly different names. So that's the pattern on the Kobayashi. Look at that pattern. There we go. That's the Kobayashi. It's $478. This is $395, and this is the Kato R2. So those are the two patterns. There we go. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Yoshida. So this is ZDP steel. The greatest and exciting thing about ZDP is that this is probably the hardest, well, this is the hardest steel we carry, which means it's going to stay sharp longer than anything else we carry. Look at that cool pattern on there. I'm such a fan. I love this. It's a really unique look to this knife. And you want to look at the, what they call the choil here, which is this part of the knife. You can see how thin the blade is. Look at that. And these ones are, which are they? 612. So it's the Yoshida ZDP 210 millimeter Uto. 210, I think. Yeah, 210. Here we go. This is from Tosa. This is a white carbon steel Blanca. It's $117. Hand hammered knife. Super inexpensive for hand hammered knife. So you can still see all the hammer marks in the steel. How they make it like that. There you go. So you can see that it was made by hand. Oval handle with a magnolia and paca wood color. We got the Kurosaki Shizuku. So Kurosaki-san is famous for making his hammers, got all this texture, so he can hammer these strange chichime or ishime textures into the blade, which gives them such a cool look, and he likes to polish them up, and I just think that he's got a really cool style about him. He's a younger blacksmith, he's in his mid-40s, but he is making knives like a much older man. Like he is, you know, he just thinks about blacksmithing differently, and he's really one of these very talented, very naturally talented blacksmiths. But he's been doing it for about 30 years now, because I know he started in high school when he was about 16. There you go, Shizuku Nakiri. We had to compare these white and black honing rods. So like I said, these honing rods are what keep your knife sharp between sharpenings, right? Here, this is my level of nerdness. The white one is a bit harder, so it's great with harder steels, and it seems a little bit coarser. So I like to use the white one to make my knife sharp quickly again. I use the black one to make the edge more smooth. Think about it like sandpaper. Well, it's not really taking off a ton of steel. It's more straightening it out. But think about sharpening and honing like sandpaper. You start with a coarse one and move to a finer one. Then even after that, but I don't have one in my hand, but I would even use a leather strop just to keep the edge even smoother. So I generally use a white one, then a black one, leather strop. If you want just one, and you have, let's say, powder steel knives, get the white one. I find the white one does a really good job with European knives as well. But the black one, for most of our knives, especially carbon steel, I think does a better job. We are splitting hairs here a bit, but offering two. But like I said, powder steel and European knives, and well, pretty much anything else. The black one. Somebody's asking about sub $300 not sold out knives. Sorry, Johannes, is this your third? Oh my God, this is a white carbon steel. Who makes this? This is Munetoshi. Oh, okay. I have to be honest. I haven't been to Japan this year, but Naoto did. He got there in January, February, and he met some new people that I haven't met yet. And Munetoshi is one of them. Naoto, give me the Cole's notes about Munetoshi. No, just tell me something quickly.
He's the sickle.
Oh, and where is he from? Okay, so he's from Sanjo. So same as Mizaki, same as Masashi, same as Hinura. But he's a sickle maker as well. So he makes rice sickles for harvesting rice. But these blades, like he must have been making kitchen knives for years. Like they felt fantastic. This, to be honest, this in my mind feels like a Fujiwara Nishiji. And this is the 240 millimeter and 210, not sold out yet. And man, this is a great one and a really unknown one. But I think we're going to know more about Munetoshi as the time goes on. So this is the Munetoshi. So to find it on the website, it's Munetoshi Blast Finish. So this texture on here, they blast it with sandblasting to get that texture. It kind of, I said it before, it feels like my Apple laptop. It's got that Apple laptop feel about it. Here's some more 210s. I guess we're looking for sub 300 210s. Perfect. And here is 3 more knives. We have got the Takamura. I believe this one's called Takamura Tsuchimi. VG10 Tsuchimi Takamura. 231. VG10. What's great about Takamura knives? They're beautiful. They cut like crazy because the Takamura's younger brother does the sharpening. Man, he's remarkable. And they've got a great machine that makes beautiful handles, which is always nice. We got the Aogami, so blue steel with stainless clad Tsuchimi from Tsunehisa. And this one's 186. And then we've got the VG10 Tojiro Tsuchimi. I love these knives. They've discontinued them, which is a bummer, total bummer. I love the look of the Tsuchimi. I think it just looks like craters on the moon. I love that they've lacquered this. So this black is a food grade finish, but what it does is it protects the Kurochi, because if you've ever had an old Kurochi knife, that black finish wears off a little bit, right? So that just adds an extra layer of protection, so it's going to last longer.
Keith Carlson says he's got everything already, so what do you have? I figured one of those.
Keith Carlson has everything, and this is a true fact. Keith, if you don't know Keith, he's got a restaurant in Claresholm, just south of Calgary, called Roy's Place. And if you want to have dill pickle soup, which is wild and crazy, and I love it, go there. If you want to have, fish and chips on Friday, he's got them. And he also makes cinnamon buns as big as my head. And we took Fujiwara-san there and his wife, and Mrs. Fujiwara, she still laughs about it every time she sees me. She's like, cinnamon bun! She's never seen a cinnamon bun that large in her life. I think she was so pleased. She's like, it's all mine. Anyways, Keith, this is what Mike reckons you should have. An eel knife, because you get a lot of eel in the river down there. I know that, because I go fishing down by Keith a lot, and we catch a lot of eel. There's no eel there. So there you go. You need an eel knife.
It comes with an eel spike.
And it comes with the eel spike. So when you do want to fillet your eel, you bash the spike through its head, then nail it to the board, and then you fillet it while it's alive.
Like
PETA will not be happy. Interesting things. We managed to get 4 of these. So let me see if I can get you to see. This is the dragon's head right here. So Michiko in Sakai, she hand carves these. So these, we got 4 of these. These are 240 millimeter debas. There's the koi fish. Look at that. So she hand carves these. She's such a pro. Here. And these are just wild. So we've got 4 of these. Mike's got the, that one there's the geisha or the Maiko. And that black, see if you can get that in there, Mike. That black finish knife has also got a dragon carved on it. Michiko does such amazing work. These now these knives aren't for using so much. You're going to get food and fish bits and stuff in there. And the 240 Deba, man, you got to be confident to use that. They are for collecting, for having, for displaying.
Keep that on your desk,
Yeah, that's a desk knife. That's a
good letter opener.
A great letter opener. I'm a fan of those carved knives a ton. I was so excited we were able to get them. I thought we'd only got 3, but then Naoto managed to sneak a 4th one out of them, which is great because those rarely leave Japan.
That's what I think. I really think Keith should probably get that. It's like just monster tall,
Keith,
super hammered sin.
Keith, Mike said super hammered, but I think what he meant was the knife, not you. But he thinks you should get this one. I'm a fan. Tall. It's not as tall as a Takeda, but it's quite tall, Keith. And it's $419. It's Aogami Super. I believe it's clad with stainless steel. Naoto, is this clad with stainless steel? It is, from Sakai Kikomori.
You know what? It's beat up and it's kind of ugly.
So it's kind of like this guy.
But it's super sharp, and it's a real sleeper how good it is. So I think it's a lot like you, Keith.
Keith,
Someone wants to know about some carving knives less than 300 bucks.
Keith has the sweetest buns in all of Alberta.
Oh, jeez.
So we're looking for carving knives under 300. So it's Chris with a K, which probably means it's Chris from Edmonton. Maybe you should be working, Chris, instead of shopping online. All right. We got a 210 millimeter Tsujihiki from Moritaka-san. Now, the Moritaka family's been making knives and swords since 1293. So if you do the math, that's over 720 years they've been making knives. Almost like they probably know something by now. So that's their Aogami Super line. And then here, very similar knife. Again, I think it's Aogami 2. So blue number 2 steel. Won't stay sharp quite as long as that Moritaka. And the name on these is Zakuri. And the price, there's a price in here somewhere. So it's $127 for the Zakuri. Young guys in Tosa making these. And $295 for the Moritaka from the family that's been making knives and swords for 720. That's the knife. That's the knife.
So let's see some Hanasukis. That's what we've got for you.
Well, we got 2 Hanasukis here. Is this it for the Hanasukis now on parade? Moritaka is long gone. How about that special handle one? All right, so we've got three Hanasukis to look at. We've got the very entry level Pro M. It's $109. Is a single bevel Hanasuki, so it's sharp and flat on this side, and the angles on the front. Very traditional. It's stainless steel. It's molybdenum vanadium, and this is, I think, a really great knife if you want to get into Hanasukis. This knife here, this big one, is actually a Garasuki because it's larger. It's the same knife, but it's larger, right? So they call it a Garasuki. This one is from Sakai Takayuki, and I believe it is white carbon steel, Naoto. Again, single bevel. This is a handmade knife. This is a serious knife, $404. I am really, really tempted by this because I've always wanted a proper single bevel Hanasuki. Interesting. This one may or may not be available still for $425. It's a Masakagi Kumo, so it's made by Anrisan, hand hammered Damascus steel with this crazy custom handle. Now, I suspect most of these custom handle jobs were sold almost immediately at the beginning of the sale. But if not, this is the number 1. There's a number 2 as well, I believe. This is number 1 on the website. It's $425. Are you on Instagram here? Yeah. Cool. Hey, Instagram. Sorry, I'm not showing you anything. Because I got the better camera here. If you want the best sound and the best footage, go to Knifewear's YouTube page and follow the live show there, or go to Knifewear's Facebook page and see the live show there. So we're going to be doing this. We started an hour ago, and we're going to go for another 5 hours on YouTube here, maybe longer. We'll see. I don't feel tired yet. Mike keeps feeding me coffee, which is great. And oh, I do. I need a warm-up coffee because when you have 2 of Mike's coffee, your heart starts pounding faster, and it's a little bit scary, and I like that.
Because you're a dainty lady. You're so dainty.
I am a dainty. I'm a dainty lady. I drink tea in the mornings generally and coffee in the afternoon. So having a coffee in the morning is a bit like rocket fuel for me. All right. Someone, I don't know who, is asking about the Makoto Petty 135 millimeter. What I love about this line, I love the light handle. I love the clean look of the blade. It is, in my mind, a very modern looking knife. I'm a fan. It's, what is the wood on this handle? Does anyone know? What's this light wood?
Cherry.
Is that? That's cherry. Oh my God. So we're used to getting this cherry wood handle with a black or a red Paco wood collar. But as soon as you put it with a white packerwood collar, it just changes the look. It changes it so much I didn't know it was cherry. That's cool. It's an octagon handle, and again, like super modern look. $202. And Makoto Kurosaki is the brother, the older brother of Yu Kurosaki. And Makoto's the one that takes me out squid fishing. So I love squid fishing. One day I'll catch one. I'm very excited. Are we looking for inexpensive knives? This is Door Crasher Christmas. There we go. You want to get someone into some Japanese knives, and you know you don't have a huge budget to spend. We have got these two knives from Tojiro, and I love pink handles, as you know. The pink handle one here is $75. That is actually is this a BG10? No, okay. They're both molybdenum vanadium. So we got the cool pink handle for 75, and we've got this other handle for 52. Now that Naoto, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the one that has the texture only on one side of the blade, isn't it? So this is kind of a cool thing. I've never seen this before. I'm going to open this package and show you. So here, so you got the texture there, but it's only on one side. I think that's really cool. $52. I think I might get my mom one of these for.
Dude, that's a great mock-up. That's a great cabin knife.
Well, because my mom uses a Kato, or she uses the Masakage Kumo 150, I think.
Oh, nice.
So I just kind of want to get her a little tiny bigger knife. She's afraid of knives, or at least, well, she was. She likes that one. So I think I'm going to get her one of these too. And it's not too dear, so she won't be afraid of using it. That's always her thing. She's like, hey, I don't want to use it. It's too beautiful, she says.
Or like if you're just moving out. Great knife,
Oh,
that kind of thing.
perfect. Perfect stocking stuff. Perfect first knife for someone, yeah, moving out, that sort of thing.
This might be what I get my mom. Look at, it's like a paring knife on steroids. So you know your mom only ever uses a paring knife?
I think if I was a pastry chef too, I'd have this knife.
Oh,
It's a 160, I believe it's 160 millimeter petty. I've actually got a 160 millimeter petty like this at my house from, the kiwi killer. Not the people, the fruit, and not the bird. So Mike says this is the kiwi killer. So it's an oval micarta handle with the VG10 blade. If I was a pastry chef, I'd have this for doing all my fruit prep. If I was a bartender, that'd be great too. Or just at home for just smaller jobs.
Let's talk about the Sakai Wool. And feel how thin the grind is. They're insanely thin.
Here, Mike, I'm going to pass the headphones over to Mike.
Hello. Sakai Wool is this new company we're dealing with. They're using a steel called Ginsan. Ginsan's like VG10 steel. It's just made from a different factory. I quite like it, but beautiful Sanmai blade you can see there. But what you can't really tell is the amazing grind on these. You can see from the choil shot how thin the blade is. It just comes down to such a fine, fine edge. I think this knife would be a frickin' laser beam. I don't know. I like the tip. I like the Megaki finish. I just like a simple looking knife myself. It's got a one-piece handle. And we've got petties, we've got gyutos, bunkas. I think this 240 would be a lovely carving knife, especially if you're slicing raw fish. This would be awesome. But even just carving a turkey or anything like that, it would be awesome. What else we got, Nathan?
The white carbon.
Oh, we also have from Sakai Wool not just the Ginsan, but we have white carbon clad in stainless steel. Same kind of amazing grind, a little bit more traditional shape, but look at that shit. It's even hard to see. It's so thin that you can't even see it. It's invisibly thin. What else do we got? What else do we got? Pink handle, $75. It's, you know what? It would be okay for a kid. It's not actually a kid's knife.
He just wondered about giving it as a gift. This is Don Penny, who actually built everything he wanted.
Okay, great. Don, this is an awesome knife. The rubberized handle makes it a little bit better to grip, especially if your hands are wet. You can see there's a couple little bumps there. That's actually a little texture you can grab onto. Of course, that's the proper spot that you'd want to hold a knife. Typically, they're balanced there. It's a full-size Santoku. It's not tiny. But, yeah, I mean, as far as a hand goes, I mean, I have a sort of a normal-shaped hand. This would be a really durable knife though. This would be great for a kid. This one that Kevin was showing earlier does have a little bit of a smaller handle, probably about the same weight though. Great for a small human. Oh, hey, wait, now so this just in. We've got this little Kosan Toku. It's 115 bucks, VG1. So a decent steel, pretty hard, but not super super delicate. It's a full-on handmade little Japanese knife. Got some hammer texture on the side, half tang, 2 rivets, just a little guy. It's kind of like a Kobunka. This would be, I use a Kobunka a lot when I don't want to have to get out a big cutting board or do much.
A couple of quick questions.
Get some cutting boards.
What's the secret ingredients in your coffee?
I measure it, and then I taste it. And good coffee. I think in life, there's 2 kinds of coffee. There's good coffee, and then there's cream and sugar coffee. If you don't make it good, add cream and sugar, and then you just have medicine. What else? What else? What else? Oh, someone wanted to see this Tadafu. Oh, we have a couple of Nikiris.
Before we get into that, you know,
Yeah.
Robin wants to know, he told you on cobalt steel. There's nothing you throw stuff. What's the deal with that?
Cobalt is an element that's added to the steel. It helps to make the steel a little bit tougher. It's not as brittle. It seems to have a lower Rockwell hardness as well, which typically means the knife won't be as hard. So technically it won't be as sharp. We kind of follow this rule that harder steel is sharper because you can get a finer edge on it. All that I see though from chefs who've been using this type of cobalt steel and they're bringing it back to get sharpened, they're very happy with its sharpness. They're not finding that it's dulling out very quickly at all. So great steel, more rugged, stainless, and it's called cobalt because they've basically added more cobalt to VG10.
Did you need something to sell?
So, yeah. I want to talk about these cutting boards quick before I get into this person's questions about Nikiris. We've got a couple of these different size. These are super, super light from Tojiro. They're made out of wood called Paolino wood. So it's just a nice solid edge grain wood cutting board. But honestly, this thing is light as a feather. There's a little bit softer kind of wood, so they're friendly on the edge of your knife. Paolino wood cutting boards are super popular in Japan. They're used all the time. Don't put it in your dishwasher. This one is the F345. It's this big by this big. So this is 56 bucks. I think it'd be a nice addition. I like to have the big cutting board that lives on my counter and I chop and it just stays there all the time. If you want to keep your counters clean and put your cutting boards away, this nice light one. I'll just straighten myself out here. Okay, I got some Nikiris here. Someone's asking about looking for a good Nikiri. So I've got a variety. I've got this guy here, which is from a company called Tadafusa out of Sanjo. It's $195. SLD, stainless steel. You know what? This would get the job done. It's a very nice tall grind. One thing I find with knives from that area, from Sanjo or Niigata, is they're often a little bit thicker at the spine, but they also put a nice tall bevel on the knife. So you get that really nice fine cutting feel at the bottom of the knife, but it's a little bit heftier because of the thicker spine. Now this is the Shizuku from our friend Kurosaki, Yu Kurosaki, the famous guy. Just has really cool finishes on his knives. He's one of those guys who's just got it. You know, those people who just they just got it. They know how to do it. Super talented knife maker. And this one I do believe is R2 powder stainless. It's one of his favorites. But I think you'd be in for a treat with that knife. That's 306 bucks. Now his partner, or not his partner, or his neighbor, we've got Yoshimi Kato. This is an SG2, which is another powdered stainless. Beautiful black Damascus steel. Really nice light feeling to it, just like an absolute sexy knife with this, ooh, that's a cherry wood handle. No, cherry?
No, rosewood.
Rosewood and red paca, right? That's 379. And again from Kurosaki, sorry, yeah, Yoshimi Kato. This is VG10 stainless steel, similar look. VG10 is also stainless. SG2 is stainless, but this is powdered stainless. They made powdered stainless to be able to be as sharp and hold its edge as long as carbon steel, but just not rust, right? So something was really made for the I believe the medical industry, so you'd have that super sharpness. But amazing. A little bit harder to work with. So this is VG10, which is more of a regular stainless steel with this cool Paco wood handle. Those are some cool Nakiris. What do we got next here? We've got some, those are just gonna go there for now. Sorry. I've been doing this all day. Something that's kind of new to our collection of stuff is we've been adding some of these chukabocho. So chukabocho is like, this is like the Chinese cleaver. So this one is a stainless steel. You're such a dick. Stainless steel, chukabocho is like a big nakiri, right? A little bit of a curvature to the edge of the blade. Good for all kinds of stuff. This is a great knife to add to your collection if you've kind of got everything. These are, you know, you can use them for cutting all kinds of stuff, but things that are big like cabbages and big onions and stuff, they work really well for. Yeah, nice and thin and made in Japan. Short little handle, so you want to hold up right on the edge of the knife. We've got that guy for $367. This is stainless steel from Sugimoto. This is also from Sugimoto and is the carbon steel version. So it's going to tarnish and rust, but it's going to hold its edge really nicely. And then we got this fun guy, just really simple and quick and easy. $73 if you just wanted to try it out and dip your toe in the water and see what this is like. These are not cleavers for chopping through bones. These are for cutting meat and fish, just like all the other Japanese knives we have. You can do everything with them. You do want to stay away from bones or hard things, frozen things. Don't chip or scrape. Go to our YouTube channel if you want to watch some videos about what to do and what not to do. I made a video a little while ago where I actually sacrificed a knife and I took it and I demonstrated what you have to do to chip a knife. And it's not something you want to do to your knife. That's why I did it on video, so you could learn from it. We've been making tons of videos. As soon as the pandemic started, we started filming stuff. They keep getting better. I hope you like them. You can go to knifewear.com/YouTube and see them all there. What else we got there, Nathan, man? Oh, there's another Hanasuki here. This is a Moritaka Hanasuki. This is by far the favorite Hanasuki of everybody.
So somebody actually wants to see more Hanasuki.
Okay, sure. Not a lot of Hanasukis on the sale, but we do have some great ones in stock on our regular inventory. So Moritaka, such a kick-ass Hanasuki. It's got a bit of a thicker spine and a short bevel, so it's a tough blade, but it does give you that ability to go around and debone a bird. So the thing with the Hanasuki, the design is that it's thinner at the tip, taller at the heel. Usually the spine is thicker at the back as well over the heel. So when you're deboning the bird, you use the first 3/4 or 2/3 of the blade, slicing through the skin and the meat. So you keep that nice and sharp. And then you have this bottom end that you use to go through the bones. Well, not through the bones, through the joints of the bones more correctly. That gives you a great way to take apart a chicken. If you ever use one of this on a chicken, you'll get it immediately. It's amazing. So we've got, this is the, we call this guy the shiso, right?
No, it's hammertone.
Well, thanks. Hammer tone. So this is blue number 2, clad with stainless steel. Got this cool texture, a little cross hatching. And this is the Fujimoto blue steel, clad with carbon steel again. And this is the Moritaka, which is just straight up blue carbon steel. I love Moritaka's knives. I have a number of them. And I just, you know, there's arguably factors that make other things better, but I mean, I just love cutting food with them. But this Shiso SLD, this SLD is a type of steel that would just be amazing at holding its edge. Might be a little bit easier to ding up if you're not careful, but yeah, what do we got? Handles, I got an octagonal handle on the Shiso, and we've got the burnt chestnut oval handle here, and the Moritaka is a cherry oval handle. Those are Hanasukis. Now, I got someone here asking about an Aogami Super Gyuto. I got 4 of them here for you. So I've got, hey, is this clad in stainless, this Anru? Yeah. So I've got 3 here that are carbon steel clad with stainless. And if you don't know what that means, a lot of the times, practically all of the time, Japanese knives are made by laminating 3 pieces of steel together. Soft metal is on the outside. You have a thin piece of hard steel down the middle, which is what you're cutting with. That's the edge material once they grind the sides away. And that's the one we're usually referring to. Carbon steel, as you may know, is amazing at being sharp, but it can rust. Now, stainless steel doesn't rust. Well, you can. It's stain less, not stain never. But it's nice to have this outer layer with the stainless steel, because when you're dealing with the knife, you have to continually wipe it off or else it tarnishes. If you let the tarnish sit too long, it can rust. So these have stainless cladding on the outside, keeping it from being as high maintenance. So we got this guy here, black finish or Kurochi finish. Nice tall bevel, pretty thin, give you a little choil shot there. So that one, and that's got a nice durable packerwood handle. Now these two are both Origami Super clad with stainless, with the Japanese handle, both rosewood. This one's got a hammered finish. That texturing will help to break surface tension as you're cutting. This is a Migaki finish, just like, it's kind of like just sandblasted sort of a texture to it, a little bit smoother. And finally, I've got a great one. This is the Moritaka Origami Super. You can tell if it's got a gold sticker, it's going to be Origami Super from Moritaka. This is their traditional Kurochi finish. A little like a fine texture to it. Nice. It's almost like as I pull my fingers back along the blade here, I can feel it. And there's actually a shallowness to the middle point of the blade where this bevel here is a high point. That's like the ridge on the knife. So as you cut with it, food's going to ride off the side of it. Whoop, that's the edge. And it's not going to have anywhere to contact on the face of the blade as your knife's moving through your food. It's going to be super fast, super smooth as you cut with. It is not stainless steel. So you just need to wipe it dry, and it's going to change its appearance over time. It's going to look different as you use it. I love carbon steel. If you don't want your knife to look dirty because it's got water spots on it, get stainless. What else do we got, guys?
We should probably talk about the sale real quick, though, for how the pricing works.
Right. So this is our garage sale. I don't know how many of these we've done at this point, but we do them every year. We do them twice. We do them in the spring. We do them in the fall. Now, they always coincide with our trips to Japan, where we go and meet our suppliers, eat sushi, enjoy Japan. It's a beautiful and amazing country. But while we're there, we do some shopping, and we're, of course, finding stuff that we get on our regular inventory. But when we're there, we're in blacksmith shops. They also have little stores in front of their workshops, and we go and buy all kinds of fun stuff. Sometimes we dig in the back corners of warehouses and come up with super sweet deals, pass some great stuff on. Sometimes we find rare and unique things or different sort of prototypes. Today, the garage sale starts. It runs all week long. Because of our situation with COVID and not being able to have enough people in our stores, we're focusing the sale primarily online. Although head down to the shop, you'll be able to find some stuff there. Typically, it's evenly spread out between the stores and the website, but this year we've made some adaptations to the sale. Prices are as marked on the website. They're likely in Canadian dollars. You might find if you're in a different country that if you look at the top right corner of your website on a desktop browser, you can adjust the currency to see what it's in. Shipping is free over $200 anywhere in North America. We're going to get those knives to you as soon as we can. They're going to be in their packed up and in their boxes probably by the end of today, if not by the end of tomorrow. We'll see how it goes, maybe 3 days. But as soon as we can, we get it shipped out to you. But we're going to take our time and do it right before we send you the wrong thing. What else can I tell you about this sale? Garage sale is awesome. So there's lots of great, special, unique, kind of fun things, but there is some great deals as well. If you're looking for some good Christmas gifts and you kind of got a budget this year, I really like this guy. This is Matsutani. Comes in a really cool looking box, which, you know, you want a knife that looks cool for Christmas. And if you're giving someone a knife as a gift, you probably also want something that's stainless steel. And this one's made out of VG10. VG10 is a type of stainless steel that's really popular for kitchen knife making, especially out of Japan. It's good at being a hard, sharp knife. It doesn't chip as easily, but again, stay away from bones and shells. But this is a Damascus steel blade. You can see the patterning there. Super sexy, nice and light, $138. you can start out with this as a kitchen knife, and you'll be so surprised if this is your first kitchen knife from Japan, how sharp a knife can be. I honestly think that a Japanese steel blade redefines what you thought sharp would be. If you've been using German knives your whole life and you think they're sharp, just wait until you get a Japanese knife. It will change everything. Great.
Some questions, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, close up on a handle here. Close up on the handle. So this is a Kobayashi SG2 Damascus steel. Beautiful handle here, right? Nice and close up. So this is custom handle from our buddy Dustin. Beautiful, beautiful woodwork, fantastic, really nicely made. And we put this Kobayashi SG2 blade on it. SG2 is like R2, but the powder stainless, super good at edge retention, and beautiful. And I've cut with a couple of these, and they are just amazingly sharp. Nice balance, nice feel to this one. But that's a gorgeous, nice wood handle. A little bit more detail. Typically, a Japanese blacksmith is not a handle maker. They buy handles from someone, and they're into just making a really good object. They're not always dressing up the handle to make it super cool looking and super fancy. So it works though. This is a tool to be used, but it is nice sometimes to have a little bit of extra flash on your $400 knife. So something like that. Okay, someone wants to talk about the bevel on a knife here. Where's that hand sanitizer? Touch my piece. Thanks. So this is a Garasuki, sort of like a Hanasuki, but a big one. And this is something we call single bevel. Can you see that there where it's kind of flat on one side, angle on the other? Now, this is a right-handed knife. When you cut with it, sort of like a wing on an airplane, it's going to curl as you cut. So you adjust how you're cutting with it. But what it does is it allows you to cut very, very finely. And once you get used to it, these are fantastic. It's also quite a thick spine, right? So we'll just compare that to this Gyuto that's sitting right here. So much, much thicker spine. So a tougher, stronger knife, more rigid, more robust. Again, with a knife like this, you can use the heel to chop through the joints of bones. This would be amazing for taking apart chickens or turkeys. I like to use a Hanasuki as well for even carving it. It works really well. Yeah. What else? Do we have any other questions about this guy, the bevel?
No, they just want to know what the bevel.
Sure. So single bevels are usually, you hear people talk about bevels of like 50-50, 70-30. That's more in the double bevel category where your knife is ground equally on either side, and then you sharpen it differently to give you a little left or right hand dominance on the sharpening job. But a single bevel, that bevel is actually hammered into the blade. It's part of the main structure of the knife. And make sure if you're right-handed, you get a right-handed one, a left-handed one. Okay, we got a couple of everyday Algami Super Chef knives here. I've got one from Anru-sen, and I've got another one from Yoshimi Kato. Both of these are beautiful. This one's got a tsuchime, or hammered, black finish on the outside. And they both have rosewood octagonal handles. Oh, Makoto VG10, that's right. Is that an ebony handle? Wow, beautiful. So this is Yoshimi Kato, famed for making knives like Yuki and Koishi. Anru is a maker of the Kumo. These guys are pretty fantastic blacksmiths, all being made by hand. Frankly, to get an 8-inch or a 210 chef's knife made by hand for $300 is crazy cheap. I've made a couple of knives in the past, and
How long does it take you to make a knife?
oh my
Start to finish.
God, it's shocking. Days. It's so difficult to do this, and you think that they're expensive. Wait till you use it. You're going to love it. And once you get into ever trying to learn how to do it, I wouldn't make a living selling it for $300. It's crazy. These guys are just so efficient. In Japan, they've been making swords for decades, centuries, millennia even, that they're so good at it that they're able to turn it out in such high quality and such good at what they're doing. Okay, this is from our friend Makoto Kurosaki, kind of a newer guy on the scene, one of the new generation. This is a VG10 Damascus steel blade, but this is an ebony handle. Don't often see an ebony handle, so beautiful. This is $367. The first two I showed you, Anu is $331, and the Yoshimi Kato is $310. So these things are going to last you for your life. And I think this size and shape, this 210 millimeter Gyuto, you could do everything you need to do with this knife. Start here. If you're just thinking about what size to get and start out, start with a 210 Gyuto. Go from there. Use it for a while. Decide if you do want something bigger as you're cutting with it. Think about, well, this knife is okay, except for I'm starting to wrestle with it as I'm cutting this big cabbage. Maybe that's when you start looking at a bigger knife. Maybe you're using it and you're thinking like, oh man, this is kind of like, I don't want to take it out right now because I just want to cut something quickly. I just want to cut a cucumber and eat some hummus, and it's too big for my cutting board. I don't want to get all this stuff out. Then maybe look at something a little smaller. Again, if you're looking for more help today, hit us up on these chat lines here. Also, we have our website, knifewear.com, as you're probably aware of. You can also contact us through our little speech bubble at the bottom right corner. That'll go to, or you can just email directly to hello@knifewear.com. We've got an online help desk, and we can answer all kinds of questions. And if you have any more questions today about weight, sizes, length, feels, looks, whatever, we're happy to ask.
Instagram. Someone's asked me to sign this.
Oh, good. Someone would like Kevin to sign his book. That's cool. It's cool when you can like watch the guy sign your book. He's right there. Look, he'll sign it. And then he'll play you a tune on his guitar. It'll be okay. He's getting quite okay at playing guitar. No, you're quite okay. So looking for a paring knife here on Instagram. Hi, Instagram. So this one is really great. This is an 80 millimeter Murata Petty, blue carbon steel. He's one of the only guys using blue #1 steel. Is that right now, Toe? Yeah, it's so blue steel #1's just got a higher carbon content, which makes it harder. So it's going to stay sharper for a longer time.
There's a knife on there.
Oh, now this is really nice. Got a little bit of a bigger handle, so you'd be able to kind of choke up on it. Use what you choke up for you're doing finer things. Pull back if you want to do something bigger. This is made by Tanaka, right? Tanaka, and beautiful grind. Really, really nice sort of powdery looking finish to it. Very clean, but super sharp. $334 for that. The Murata is $157. Those are both carbon steel. So is this guy. This is super blue, Aogami Super. This is a little guy. It's like 90 millimeters, maybe 100. Yeah, 90 millimeters from heel to tip on the length there. Really nice, especially if you're going to be cutting stuff in your hand, or if you're really trying to just like finely sliver some garlic. Yeah, super nice little balanced, nicely balanced petty. That is $199. Last one, I have a $290 SG2. This knife's a little bit bigger. I find this a little bit more useful because I can still use it in my hand, but yeah, a little bit better when you're going out a cutting board with it too.
So
Those are done.
Greg Stevenson is a serious question. How much for Kevin to not play his guitar?
Oh God, how much for Kevin to not play his guitar? That's a great question. Hold on, let me look in his book of dad jokes that he assaults us with on a regular basis. What did the dad who was scared of elevators do? I'm not even going to tell you. It's such garbage. Right. Next question. What's that?
We're good.
We're good. I just want to let everyone know then what we're going to be doing this year as we're getting into Christmas. Christmas, we always see more people shopping, and we love that. We love when you all come into our stores. We are going to start doing, I believe on the 16th, we're going to start doing extended hours. Our store is going to be open for 10 hours. What's that? I'll take my mask off. Oh, I can take my mask off? Oh, but it's hooked up on this thing. Whew. All right. Christmas. I'm telling you about Christmas. Oh, God. Hi. So Christmas time, we always see lots more traffic, foot traffic, and if you've been in our stores, you know that they're not very large. So to deal with that, we're going to have someone standing outside, or someone at the front door is going to ask you what it is you're there for. And it's kind of like if you're there to just drop knives off or pick up a curbside order, we're going to kind of funnel you into one section where you can just wait and we can help you quickly and send you on your way. Or if you do want to come into the store and look and browse and stuff, do that. You can come in and we can help you out. But we're going to try and set up some.
So we're on the computer now. The audio on here sucks. Great. So come into our stores. We're going to do our best to help you out. Please we ask for your patience, of course. We're going to do our best. Something that you can do to make the whole process go a little bit smoother is to go to our website, look online, browse around. We've got a Christmas buyer's guide. Like I mentioned, we've got hello@knifewear.com. You can really start to narrow down the selections online with us from the comfort of your home while you're maintaining your social distance and shortening the amount of time you're going to spend in the shop. So then you can come in and say, hey, I want to see these 3 knives. We'll bring them out, bada bing, bada boom. We'll let you hold them and feel them because that's such an important part of the process. And then you can be on your way. Another thing that's always a possibility, we do have gift cards. If you're worried about shipping times, you're far away, gift cards get there instantaneously. They come through an email. And so that might be a way of doing your Christmas shopping as well. We also do have a very understanding return policy. Can you provide the name of the paring knife? What was that blue carbon paring knife you were looking at earlier?
The Algami Super. Oh, sorry. This is the Murata.
It's for
Sorry, Instagram. Murata. MURATA.
Just collected a whole bunch of new things that the first time.
Yeah, you jump in and talk about these for a bit,
Sure.
okay? Yeah.
Awesome.
I have to get some water.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. I just jump on here to kind of show you what we have, some new stuff or some of the blacksmith that we've never had before. Start off, we have this knife made by the blacksmith called Miyazaki. Haruki Miyazaki-san from the islands of Goto in Nagasaki area. He's a relatively young blacksmith. He has been making knives about since he graduated from high school, and he's 34 right now. So he's been doing it for a little while. But he was trained in the Fukuoka area, which this shape called Hakata knives are very, very famous for. He apprenticed under the guy called Oba-san, and he decided to start his own workshop. This particular knife, though, it has the blue carbon steel with the wrought iron on the outside. So he's decided
like what do we need?
all the knives that he hand forged wells, he puts a little handwritten paper on them too. So it's kind of pretty cool. We have another one, Sakai Kikumori, blue carbon with the stainless clad. This particular one is made by a blacksmith in the island of Kyushu. It's really island of Kyushu is very rich in the blacksmithing culture, such as the one that I just mentioned, Miyazaki-san, Oba-san, his sensei or the master. We have Moritaka-san, and so as long other blacksmiths, more blacksmiths per capita than the any other areas of Japan. And we have blue carbon steel, super nice full blade. So you have lots of the enough play around space here. We have Munetoshi. He is a blacksmith in the Sanjo, Niigata. He's really great for especially making a kitchen knife because he is originally a sickle blacksmith who is really good at making the edge really, really thin. We're not on the mic, so if you can actually.
I think it's good. Sorry?
We're not on the mic, so.
You're not on the mic.
Yeah, so it gets all the sounds.
Good. Good, everybody wants to hear
So
some
here is really nice and thin, really nice taper. It's got the, usually his knives has the kuroichi, but we decided to actually have them as a migaki.
Do we have the huge white bucket? Just curious.
Oh, so.
Okay.
The we have this really rare piece of the Yanagiba from the Akira Sasaoka-san. He is the blacksmith and sharpener behind the Masakagi single bevels that we used to carry, but he is awesome sharpener as well. So he makes the single bevel with lots of Damascus layers and stuff like that, with a little bit of etching to make it super cool. This one here is the 981. Comes with the Beresaya as well. We have new knife maker, All Sakai. One of the newest knife making company in Sakai area. But the blacksmith, of particular this one here, is very well known, Yoshikazu Tanaka-san. This particular knife though, it has the white carbon #1 steel and stainless clad on the outside. For those of you who knows a little bit about the Japanese knives, or the knives in Sakai, stainless clad knives in Sakai were non-existent. This company convinced Tanaka-san, because he doesn't forge any stainless or anything like that. He hates stainless steel, but he was like, hey, can you make this stainless clad knives because it's going to be so cool? He was actually convinced and started forging a white carbon #1 with the stainless clad. This company, Sakai, has his own. It's a resident sharpener, Maruyama-san. He is fantastic. This grind is probably one of the best grinds I've ever seen in from Sakai. It's fantastic. We have the Michiko Kubota-san, who is the engraver of the Sakai Takayuki. She takes on the engraving project to the next level. So as you can see, it doesn't really focus as good. But as you can see, it's got the engraved dragon on them. We've got the four of the Har creations. 2 dragons with black and the shiny. We have the Michael or the Geisha. Also, we have the carp, rising carp as well. So these ones are great. One last thing I mentioned is this particular Kodeba. It's a rare piece. A lot of blacksmiths and sharpeners, when they get older, they retire or this particular deba is sharpened by Oda, the Yukinori-san. He is he's best buddies to the Keijiro Doi. So most of the Keijiro Doi knives are sharpened by him. This particular one was the one of the vintage knife that was sharpened by Oda-san and was sitting in the warehouse of one of the companies in the Sakai. So we decided it's super cool to introduce some knives that sharpened by someone who's already retired. So we snatched this one from Oda-san. So it's pretty small Kodeba, 105 millimeters, 558, but it's pretty actually cool. So kind of just wanted to show you those things there. Do you have any questions there?
Any Yo-Devas? But I don't remember. Yes, Simon Hong's wondering about that.
We have one, I know. We have one.
In the meantime, I got another question.
Yeah.
Daniel Akrusco, I'm not sure about this question because I don't know the answer, but are all the Curies rolled ends? And what is the reason for that? I don't know what rolled ends means.
I have no idea what the rolled end means.
Like when you're speaking, like a narakiri, rolled ends? I don't understand. Please elaborate on your question. We're not smart enough to know what you mean.
Alrighty. So we have one. I'll come back. The Mike, you take over. Okay, sure. We have this cool knife, Homura, made by the Itsuo Doi, blue #2 carbon steel. Itsuo Doi is the son of the legend, the Keijiro Doi. The Keijiro Doi passed all the knowledge and skills down to Itsuo-san, his son, and started making the double bevel. Sakai Takayuki convinced the Doi-san to make double bevel knife like these ones. It's got really nice thin taper right here, and we've managed to put. Oh, it's good. It's good. All right, it's good. So managed to have the really nice handle on this here. 452 on this guy here. We're doing this garage sale. We have some of the knives that's a little bit more discounted. Some overstock items like this Masashi beautiful Kiritsuke Shiroshu 240 Kiritsuke. It's like mirror. You can see the screen like there. But beautiful Kiritsuke is 15%.
Such a gorgeous knife.
Super nice taper. It's like,
well, and you have one of these, don't you? You
I
have
have
the
the
210, the Kuroshu.
Kuroshu. I have the.
Well, tell us about what it's like when you cut with it. What does it feel like?
We have actually.
Strong?
It's very thin. His knives are really thin. Taper is fantastic. So when you actually cut the carrots, potatoes, yams, it's like no resistance.
They don't crack.
Yeah, it doesn't. Because if you cut the things with the heavy, thick knives, what happens is that that's like in the axe, right? It tried to wedge you through. Where having the very thin knives, this, Hikomori, no, this old, crazy thin. Like these guys, it's just
yeah, that's insane. Now to this Spanish Iwa is wondering how long does the Kurochi finish last on a knife?
If you take care of them, it's gonna last you very, very long time. What you don't want to do is to scrub it every time, right? Take care of your knife. It's really a key. If you don't let the rust grow onto the blade, right? If you see that little bit of rust on the Kurochi is to prevent the rusting, but it can still happen. But if you see that little bit of rust, you can if you scrub it off, you can wear like that. So just keep it dry, wipe it off. I have a few Kurochi knives, like Masashi Kuroshu is actually Kurochi, so it can actually wear. But my Kurochi is still really nice and pretty. So it's
how do they put the Kuroshu on the knife, or how do they put the Kurochi finish on it?
It just really burns steel, right?
So it's just like out of the fire, right? They just don't polish it off.
Yeah, when it's come out from the heat treating, usually after the last heat treating is probably the quenching. So when it quenches them, they heat up steel all the way to 800. Some of them 1,000 degrees, and when they put in the water, whatever, it just leaves the black finish on it, right?
Can we see the Munetoshi Shirogane Santoku?
Yeah, I want you to tell me
what's
the
name
difference.
of that Damascus Yanagiri you're showing off?
The Akira Sasaoka.
This is Sasaoka.
Yeah. Munetoshi. It's got a really beautiful grind. It's very nice paper. Very Sanjo style tang, which means it's very nice thick right here and gradually tapers down here. His knives are very popular online these days.
I find that thickness at the tang makes it very comfortable when you're holding it. Okay, no, honestly, Naoto, I want to buy a knife later, but I'm looking at these two. I really like both of those Santoku.
All right.
Can you tell me why I'd want that one over this one? Don't worry, the price is very different. But I mean, they're both very different knives, but I really like the look of both of them.
So we have one Munetoshi Santoku, white carbon steel. Manaka ATS-34, stainless steel. So it's pretty two different type of steels, two different blacksmith. I am sucker for the this ATS-34 steel. It's the hardness. He forged the skills and techniques and forge wheels and stuff. He is the one of the very rare blacksmiths to forge weld stainless steel in house. Many people buy the already pre-laminated flat steel. Also, the ATS-34, he heat treats them to actually a little bit more hard than the lots of other hunting knife makers.
Well, it performs better than because of the way he treats it, it performs better than a standard ATS
Yeah,
34 steel knife,
absolutely.
right?
So, and it keeps the edge. And another great thing about ATS 34 steel is that its durability. Despite of the hardness, it won't chip as easy.
See, that's what I'm looking for.
So that's
Now you've made it my decision. The more I always like you as a person to buy a knife from, because I find that the more you lean into talking about one thing over the other, that becomes clear to me that this is the one I'm getting. ATS 34. Okay, I have a Makoto Sakura Kyoto here. Nathan, is this for somebody in particular?
Yeah, they just want to see it.
Nice, smooth, polished blade. You can see our little line down here, which shows we've got the core steel sticking out. Let's see if I can get the light there. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Nice and light, really thin blade. I'll try and get you a shot here of the spine. And then give you the classic choil shot. It's really hard to see the actual fine edge because of the way the camera is. Beautiful. Set in perfectly. And this is the cherry wood handle with the blonde paca wood handle. We said the word paca. I don't know if we've ever explained it. Paca wood's it's kind of like saying Kleenex, but there's a bunch of different names for that type of wood where they take a type of wood that they treat it, and then they press like a phenolic resin into the wood. So it's like it's kind of like half wood, half plastic. It allows for the wood to be very durable, very strong, but still look and feel like wood. A little smoother than wood. It doesn't dry out. Something you might find if you're using a Japanese wood handle when you first use it, as you wash it with just general soap and water. Never put it in a dishwasher. That wood finish that came smooth was very smoothly sanded. Once it gets wet, sometimes the grain of the wood will pull out and it will feel a little bit rough. You can take something like a 400 grit piece of sandpaper and sand it down and make it smooth again. Or you can leave it, and at first it feels kind of rough and gross, but that roughness will break down from using your hand, and it ends up actually feeling like nice and soft. So,
someone is a charm between these two knives.
Okay.
Difference.
Knife versus knife time. We have a Moritaka 130 millimeter Aogami Super Petty, and then this is Kato? Anru, sorry. Anru Aogami Super core, clad in stainless. Now this shape is called a Kobunka, and this is a Petty. So, let's see here. Match the spines up. The Kobunka on the back here is taller. They have the Kobunka's got a bit more of a curvature to the blade. Whereas the Petty is a little straighter, but has a more functional tip. Now, this is what I think about tips, is there's the tip where you're kind of just dragging across something, and every knife has a tip. Even a Nakiri has that kind of a tip where you can pull across. Now, this has a bit more function if you're doing the kind of get in and underneath something. So, say you're trying to clean the sinew off of something, and you want to poke your knife in underneath it and clean it off. This tip has a bit of an advantage to that. I have a Kobunka that's always in use, a Yuki Kobunka. I've had it for years and years, and I really like it. And why I like it is because it's just so easy. It's small. You don't have to get out the big cutting board. You just grab it and chop stuff. Now, you get into a big onion or you're trying to do a lot of cutting for a long time, your hand's going to get tired. It's going to be too small. But if you just want to like get home and you're going to make a quick stir fry or something, this knife's great for a lot of stuff. Okay.
A few questions to bang up. So Greg, I was wondering about the rounded tip on most Nakiris. Like
Yeah.
A lot of the Nakiris have a rounded tip. Why? Which do you prefer?
Okay. Rounded tip, right? A little bit of curve there. Right angle, corner tip. If you use a Nakiri all of the time by just sort of chopping like this, picking it up and pulling it back and dropping it, right? No worries. If you ever are chopping with the normal sort of rolling forward chop, this square tip will stump into your cutting board and you'll knock it off. You can actually see that they've started doing that in advance. Because that tiny little corner piece of steel is going to be very, very thin and very, very weak. so you can break that corner off quite easily. But if you do like that, Mortaka is the way to go if you want that pure rectangle. I don't know. There's something cool about it. This, though, if your cutting technique is more rolling and you're going to chop forwards, rounded better. If you're going to do straight, kind of back and drop, you're fine with a straight. Same thing applies to Kiritsukis. They have a really fine tip on them as well. Go ahead.
Can you please expand on how to take proper care of carbon steel?
Okay, carbon steel.
Origami Super.
Okay. Carbon steel is not stainless. Stainless steel, they add some elements to it that keep the steel from oxidizing as quickly. But stainless can still rust. So good knife technique is you use your knife, you wipe it dry. You don't let water sit on it. When you wash it, rinse it, dry it right away. When it comes to carbon steel, as you're cutting with it, foods and water, and especially acid, will start oxidizing the steel. So you want to use it and wipe that off. You don't want to let it sit there or else it's going to rust. And orange rust can actually break the steel down, especially if you leave the rust to sit along the edge, it'll create little chips. So, but what happens and what you want to have happen is you actually want that knife to tarnish as you use it. You want it to develop sort of what we call a patina or an iron oxide layer. That's going to help slow down the speed of that typical reaction. And then it's going to become a little bit easier. It's not going to happen as fast. You're not going to be chasing your knife around. It's not going to rust like on the spot. Now, what I like to say to people, because you're going to wipe your knife dry anyway, that's just good habits. Two things. If you're the kind of person that makes food, eats dinner, and then comes back and cleans up, you probably want more of a stainless steel knife versus the kind of person who likes to clean as they go and then doesn't have a ton of work to do at the end of dinner.
Do you know what Chris Lord
Get carbon steel. What does Chris Lord always say?
He says if you're the kind of person that takes care of LPs,
sure,
you can take care of a carbon knife.
LPs are made out of plastic. I think they're vinyl.
Vinyl.
They're for music, right?
They're like bigger CDs.
LPs. If you like vinyl.
And a CD is like a bigger MP3.
You know what? So yeah, if you're into the analog kind of stuff, then you're definitely going to like the carbon steel. If you look at a knife that's got water spots on it and you think it's dirty and gross and unclean and you don't find like you want to use it, don't get it. Because your carbon steel knife will not be shiny and bright and clean and will not look the same forever. It will change over time. But more like that analog kind of style of things. Like if you like your jeans and your leather jacket and you like how they break in, then go carbon steel. If you want easy maintenance, get stainless. And when we're talking about the difference between edge retention between the carbon and stainless, it is slight. There is a difference, but it is slight. So it's not the thing to really lose sleep over. But you could get a carbon steel frying pan. This is a rectangular frying pan. Why would you want one? This is actually designed for making a Japanese omelet, which is a very fun and cool technique. I've got one of these fun little pans, and you can do all kinds of stuff in it. It's just not round. That's my story.
The lacquer that they use on carbon steel blades, like the Mizu.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that? What's the deal with it?
Yeah, tell us about the lacquer now, Tom.
What kind do they use specifically?
So they use a little bit of coating on the outside.
Like lacquer.
It's just really very food safe.
It's a food grade lacquer that they put on so the knife doesn't tarnish at first, and it will remove as you use it. Or you can take the knife and you can soak a little bit of acetone on a cloth and wipe it off. Yeah. When you first get it, if you don't want it. It is
I like it.
It is a food grade lacquer.
It keeps the black on there longer.
Yep. Some people don't like it.
All right, Mike. Is it time to play guitar? Are you gonna play us a song? Are you gonna play some Pink Floyd?
Nope. I don't know how to. Okay. What's next?
We want a laser thin stylus keyboard.
Oh yeah. Hey.
Hey, yeah.
I hope you had the time of. Is that the song you're playing?
Shut up.
Yeah, Kevin loves Green Day.
No, he's playing the Beatles.
Oh.
That's what your favorite Beatles song is. I guess it was that one.
What's that one that's just like at the end of the song, but before the record ends? That one. You know the one like the fifth song on Revolver, right?
Sakai Ul.
Before the label, but after the last song.
We've just started working with Sakai Ul. and we're all oohing and awing over these, especially because the grind is so thin. Now, on the spine, it's actually not that thin. I'm answering the question for someone who wants a laser thin Buto. Now, when you've got this thick spine, you've got some weight, some mass when you're chopping, it's nice. But that tall bevel, super thin grind, everything behind here is going to be nice and thin, which is the depth of what you're cutting a lot of the times anyway. The thing I find with a knife like this is it sinks the blade in fairly deeply until it hits this ridge, and then it just, I don't know, it's like the ridge pushes the food apart slightly, and then the knife just drops right through it. So super nice cutting feeling. Not physically laser thin, but cuts like laser thin. Now, Kobayashi Damascus. This guy is laser thin. SG2 powdered stainless steel. Very good at holding its edge, but also very good at making a very fine, smooth edge. You can sharpen it to a 10,000 grit stone, and this is a goddamn laser beam. Very light, very lovely, very fine Damascus pattern. Right. Another powder stainless. All these are powder stainless now. This is from Zuyin, which is a super cool looking knife, mirror polished. A little bit of texture to the Damascus, which helps to break up that surface tension so the knife slides through. Look at how mirror polished that is. You can see now behind me. You can use this to make sure no one's sneaking up behind you, like if you're Steven Seagal. This is a really cool handle. It's a 7-sided handle, so that ridge fits right in your knuckles as you're holding it. Cool, very cool, very beautiful knife, incredibly nice, incredibly well made. Again, a little bit thicker, a little bit more robust, but would cut like a laser. And I think this one would also count. Holy Jesus, that's thin.
Holy heck.
Holy
moly.
Right, super thin SG2 black Damascus, nickel Damascus. That's how you get the shiny bit with the cloudy bit. Like, isn't that gorgeous? This is like a piece of artwork that you can make dinner with. They put layers of nickel in with other layers of stainless steel to get this kind of look on the steel. And what happens is when you etch it, the nickel comes out really shiny, and the other steel becomes cloudy. Super cool, super thin. I hope I'm answering your questions here for laser thin, but this is the Yoshimi Kato SG2 nickel Damascus.
Oh, somebody looking for something laser thin?
These are laser thin
too.
Yeah,
For sure.
yeah. So there we go.
Real quick, somebody was asking about
There you go.
the lacquer on the knives. Will it affect how the patina forms, and will it?
Yeah, the
will it wear
lacquer.
off?
So we've got questions about the lacquer on the knives. Not all Kurochi knives have lacquer on them, but let's find one that's got a good example. Where's that Tojiro?
Yeah, it's right here. It's right to your left. Right where you're saying.
Right to my left.
It's in there.
Somewhere in here is the knife I'm looking for.
Hey,
Here we go. So there's a lot of questions about the lacquer on here. So I don't think lacquer is even the right word, but it's some kind of gloss finish, right? It's food grade. It's food grade gloss, and that helps the black stay on there longer. It also makes it look shiny and cool. If you want, you can remove it with some acetone, but I've never done that because it just stops. Oh, and if it's a carbon steel knife, it stops the knife from oxidizing. So yeah, you won't form a patina until the lacquer is worn off. And as you use the knife, as you cut stuff, it'll eventually get worn off. All right, I got someone looking for a good nikiri.
Yeah, specifically for vegetables, which, you know.
Okay, so we're looking for a good nikiri for vegetables. If you don't know what a nikiri is, this is it. It's a vegetable knife. So it's like it's this shape here. Here's the most flat example of a nikiri. So if you see here, there's no light between there. That is a flat edge. You know, sometimes when you're cutting with your knife, and you get to the end, and you've cut with your chef's knife, you've got to the end, but all the food is still all connected with a filament. Like it's like 99% cut. That's because part of the blade, like on a chef's knife, has a curve, right? Part of the blade has a curve, and maybe that part didn't touch the board. So the Japanese make this knife called a nikiri, which is flat. So you don't roll chop like this or rock chop. You boom, boom, boom. So you start here, you drive the knife forward or pull it back. And that's how you use the knife. And this is a vegetable knife. You cut potatoes, you cut carrots and onions with this, and you'll get it, right? So somebody's looking for a good nikiri. Here's some nikiri examples. Here's a SLD version from Tojiro. So it is a very simple, classy looking knife. This one's free apparently. There's no price on it. So that's the Tojiro SLD. Oh, sorry, Tadafusa. It's the Tadafusa SLD. I know that. It says Tadafusa on the box. I just read it wrong. Sorry about that. It's also free, guys. Anybody know the price on that?
On which knife?
This guy here. Tadafusa SLD Nikiri. So then this one here, we've got the Shizuku Nikiri from Kurosaki, Yu Kurosaki. What steel is this now, Tess? This.
Not that one. That was R2.
Okay, so the Shizuku's R2. This is a new line for me, from Kurosaki, but it's R2 Damascus steel. That'll stay sharp longer than that SLD, which is $195. So that Tadafusa Nikiri, $195 SLD. This is the Shizuku from Yu Kurosaki, $306. Fantastic Nikiri. If you're looking for a really pure expression of Nikiri, this one's super flat. A little bit austere for some people to use because they want a little bit of rocker. And this is the only one we sell that's like flat. $275 is made with Algami carbon steel from the Moritakas who have been using, or who've been making swords and knives since 1293. So they've been out for a while. We've got a VG10 knife from Camo-san. What I love about this, can you see the Damascus finish right along the edge there? Let's see if I can, there we go. You can see a little bit of it there. And it's a pack of wood handle. So this is a very indestructible knife. Stainless steel and a pack of wood handle. You could, don't put knives in the dishwasher, okay? Don't do it. Probably could do this a couple times with this one. It wouldn't be a big deal. And here is a fun Nikiri, also called the, what do they call this? The Almighty Knife?
Yeah. They changed the name to multi-purpose. But yes.
They used to call this the Almighty Knife.
Yeah.
And now they call it a multi-purpose knife. Because you could do a lot of things with this knife. Oh my God, that's long. So there you go. Watermelons, man. Watermelons. And this one is $89. So for that guy who's got everything, this is the knife. Like, man. Honestly, you're thinking like, what am I gonna get? I've got a lot of knives. I got too many. You don't have one of these. It's $89, and you'll be the king of the pizza night. You'll be the king of the barbecue when they have the big watermelon out.
Or Fruit Ninja.
Or Fruit Ninja. Fruit Ninja Live. Mike, you and I need to make a video of Fruit Ninja Knife.
Yep.
Where I throw vegetables and you chop them with that knife.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll start with things like bananas. Easy to hit and soft.
Yeah.
But then we'll move on to pineapples and then kiwis.
And then grenades.
And then grenades. The odd, like one in every 20 will be a grenade. And that'll be fun. And then I'll just get a bunch of crab apples and whip them at you.
No, not fun.
Fun for me.
Oh.
Fun for me. Okay, so someone wants to see this Auto Type 15, which is a medium grit, about 2000-ish.
John Buckle, who has 3 orders in and might have a 4th.
This is great for Kasumi finishes. Ooh, and it's a big boy too. Look how big that is. So that surface is
3x3.
Where's the inchimeter? Here it is. So this one is 65 millimeters by 65 tall by 230 long. So 65 by 230. Oops, that's the bottom. This top, nice and flat, smooth. And that one's 145. 145 now, too?
Yeah.
145. That's a good price for an Auto Stones.
Autos.
Autos are less expensive, I know.
There isn't a specific question, but we haven't been talking about these at all.
I don't know why. How many of these Sajis do we get now, Auto? How many finally came in? I know what we ordered, but what finally came in?
6 or 8 each.
So we got about 6 of each size of this. This is R2 hand hammered, sashimi finish. And look at this handle. This, if you ever look at those Miyabi birchwood handles and think, well, that's a cool knife. This is approximately the same price, actually handmade. Very similar handle. It's ironwood. He's got the steel on the end. He's got the brass and black spacers in there. This is a brilliant knife. Comes in a box like this. And this is the kind of knife I've been trying to get from Saji. That's from Saji-san. It's the kind of knife I've been trying to get from Saji for years. And I think we finally found like a serious knife that I want from him. Because he's been, Saji made his name with hunting knives. But he started about 10 years ago making more and more kitchen knives. And we always have some for the garage sale. We've always get them when we can. But I think this line here really excites me. That ironwood, it's a round handle. It feels right. Especially if you're used to Western knives, this is the sort of knife that is going to feel great to you. It's going to feel familiar. Big fan of those.
There's a question on Instagram.
Moving along. Someone wants a brisket knife on Instagram?
No, someone on Instagram wants to know about left-handed single bevel knives.
Someone wants a brisket knife. And Naoto, can you go grab me a Mortaka 330, 360? Like something big, like the biggest Mortaka we have. So this is from Camo-san. This is a 270 millimeter Tsujihiki, and it's tall here. And I'll tell you what, if you're smoking brisket, if you're barbecuing brisket, and you want a knife to cut it, this.
No, we have 270, the longest.
This is the kind of guy you want. I also asked Naoto if we had a, because Mortaka will make 330 millimeter and 360 millimeter Tsujihikis for us as well. And I'll tell you what, this is 270, a 330 is about that long. And if you've got a slicer that long for brisket, it's the best. Which longer the better for brisket. Also deeper, because it kind of gives you more power when you're pushing through. So you want to make those really great cuts when you're doing barbecue. I think that is a smart choice. That guy there. That's the Camo VG10 Tsujihiki.
The question is, can left-handed users use single bevel knives on
Yeah,
Instagram?
of course they can. So Instagram's asking about left-handed users using single bevel knives. I don't know what Instagram can see this.
Yep.
This is a single beveled knife for a right-handed person. You see that side's flat and that side has the bevel. This is a single bevel knife for a left-handed person. That side has the bevel, and this side has the flat side. So lefties can use single bevels like this. And these are from Sakai Takayuki. These are some left-handed single bevel knives. This is a 240 millimeter Yanagiba. And this is a 165 millimeter Usuba from Sakai Takayuki, left-handed. So yes, left-handed people can use single bevel knives. Just buy a left-handed one.
Oh, just moving through.
Let me grab a little water here. You know what we haven't mentioned for a while is that, welcome. Thanks for watching us. We are, Kevin, this is Mike here. We got Nathan and Naoto running around as well. We are in the back of the Knifewear warehouse. So we, Knifewear, you can find us at knifewear.com, or you can find us in Canada at, we have a store in Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, and Ottawa. Toronto's coming soon. We were supposed to do it in the spring coming up here, but this COVID thing kind of messed everybody's plans up this year. 2-3 times a year I go to Japan. Sometimes Naoto comes with me and we go and buy stuff that is unusual. We buy stuff from new blacksmiths or small makers that can't supply enough knives for us for a whole year. We buy experiments. We buy some overstock. We buy stuff from retired blacksmiths sometimes if we can. I mentioned that because I've got 2 retired knives here, or 2 knives from a retired blacksmith coming up here. That I'm surprised we still have them in stock right now at the garage. So usually stuff like that goes the first minute we're open. So starting today and going for another week, we're selling all this crazy stuff that we bought. It's not normal. It's not normal inventory for us. So it's unique stuff, and it's all priced to go. So that's what the garage sale is. It goes on all week. We've got a little bit in each stores, but we usually have a crush of people in the shops. Like we'll have 40 people pretty much all day on the Monday when we have the garage sale. But we can't do that anymore with the COVID. We got to reduce the number of people in the shops to keep everyone safe. So we're doing a lot of it online. So right now is your time to ask questions. So we're here to show you knives, ask questions. I can weigh them for you. I can measure them. I've got a ruler. I've got a scale. I can show you if you want us to choose one out of many we have, like the one that's best for you. You can give us the parameters of what you're looking for, and we'll choose the one for you. So now's the time to ask questions. We'll be doing this for another few hours. I think soon we're going to come up. We're going to go talk to Ottawa, I think, and then we're going to talk to Calgary and Vancouver. We're going to see what the other stores are doing in the city. Talk to some of the people out there. And there's a guitar back there. So every now and again we'll get up and play guitar. Mike will probably play Pink Floyd. Everything Mike plays sounds like Pink Floyd. Tiffany, who's our warehouse manager over there, she said she's going to play some Robbie Williams for us, Angels, because she hates the song, but she learned how to play it. So she's going to come up here in about an hour and play Angels for us, and singing too, which is great. And I'll just play stupid things.
Someone was asking about hunting knives.
Yeah, we'll get there in a second.
Someone wants petty knives. We haven't talked
Was
about
somebody
those.
asking about hunting knives in particular, these ones, or hunting knives in general?
You should tell people about that place too.
All right, well, here is 3 hunting knives that we have. So we've got a hunting knife from Takeda-san. This is interesting, actually. I don't know how much this one cost. Oh, here it is. It's $1,055. But this is mammoth tusk. The whole handle is a mammoth tusk handle. So this knife took 40,000 years to make. That's how old mammoths are, right?
The iron's probably older.
Oh, and the iron, yes, the iron in the knife that they made the steel with is much older than that. You can see I got a Band-Aid here because I cut myself earlier today. So there we go, a Takeda hunting knife. What I love about hunting or camping knives from Japan is the steel's harder, which means they're going to stay sharp longer. But that's a real big deal when you're camping or when you're hunting, because you don't want to bring 3 knives with you to do the job if you just can bring one, right? So Japanese knives, I have that ability. Like, you know, my buddy Visti and I were going out next week to go, hopefully, go harvest a deer. That'd be really nice because I like to eat wild meat, but unfortunately it doesn't walk into my fridge by itself, so I have to go and retrieve it. So we'll both have a couple of Japanese hunting knives with us, and we shouldn't have to, we should be able to do all the work we need with that. These 2 knives are really interesting because in this book, if you ever read this book, it's called The Knife Nerd Guide to Japanese Kitchen Knife. I'm the knife nerd, and I wrote this one a couple years ago. There's a section in here about Damascus steel. And it talks about the real Damascus steel, the hand-folded Damascus steel, how it's made, that sort of thing. And there's a series of photos of this blacksmith in it. You can see how he layers the steel up here, hammers it flat, gives it a Z fold, hammers it flat again. So you can see the whole technique he uses. Well, it's Kagura-san that we took the photos of, because his techniques for Damascus is really interesting. So he is retired now. He makes a couple of knives now and again. It's a little bit of a hobby for him now. He doesn't churn out knives, and he only makes what he wants. So he doesn't take any orders. He's just like, oh, I made these. Do you want to buy them? And I generally buy all of them because I think he's a phenomenal blacksmith. And his techniques are done when he's done. He never had an apprentice or employees that he passed the knowledge on to. So he just those techniques are gone, which is a bummer because he's such a great blacksmith. So let me just sit down here and tell you about this a little bit. He, let's see if we can get a good view of this. By the way, if you're watching on Instagram, just go to Knifewear YouTube channel. The picture's better, the sound's better, and you'll be able to see the knives. It's really hard to see the Damascus finish on his blade because it's so subtle at first. But he makes his Damascus steel with, You see it a little bit there. He makes his Damascus steel with alternating kinds of steel. So he will get one kind of steel and then and layer it up with different kinds of steel. So as you use these knives and as the carbon steel tarnishes a bit and oxidizes, what you'll see is you'll see the pattern. It looks like it's rising out of the knife. And that pattern starts getting stronger and stronger the more you use the knife. The last time I was with him, how he was making these knives, Damascus steel. So he, for the outside of the knives, and it's a really old, cool style technique, is he takes, he was using a layer of ship and a layer of shovel. So there's a shipwrecking yard near him, and he buys chunks of steel that are a piece of the hull of the ship, and he buys a bunch of shovels and other products from the forestry department in the area, and he cuts them all down to the same size and just layers up, ship, shovel, ship, shovel, ship. So he makes a bar of 7 tall, forge welds those together and stretches it out, and then gives it a Z fold like that. So he's taken his 7 layers, and by tripling it up, he's turned it into 21 layers. So he makes 3 of those units, forge welds those 3 together. So 21 layers plus 21 layers plus 21 layers is 63 layers of Damascus steel. And he stretches that out and gives it another Z fold. And that ends up being, what is that, 190, 189, something like that. And that's what he starts with to make the knives. So he takes that piece of steel that's got a ton of layers of steel, splits it open, puts the hard steel down the center, closes it up, and forge welds that together and makes these knives. These are 2 examples of hunting knives from him. Like I said, he is retired, so he's not making knives anymore. And I love his knives. I love his hunting knives, his axes, his kitchen knives, the whole bit. Each sheath is made individually for each knife. And you see how they fit in here. It's really quite clever. So they've got a button here, and then this part here goes in, and then it hooks behind that button, and no, he's ordered it. And then the button goes, and that knife, you can't get that knife out. So you wear this on your belt, and you have no issues with the knife falling out, actually stabbing you, or losing it. It's always there. And something that his wife showed me last time. In the back, he's put a naked lady on there. So there you go. And these handles, this is persimmon or khaki wood, and this is Japanese deer in it. These are works of art. This man's retired. Generally, when we get knives from him, they fly out the door. They'll be gone in less than a week, even at $1,700 and $1,500. So there you go. There's 2 left. We had 4 at the beginning. I think there's only 2 knives from Kegger left. With that, those might already be sold. We can't keep up the orders right now. Sorry about that. And then we've got that hunting knife from Takeda with the mammoth handle. Amazing. Look at this. Sean wants a petty for trimming meat. Oh. I often use a petty knife for butchery, so I understand this. So here are 3 cool options. For $179, we've got a white carbon steel knife here from Munetoshi. And Munetoshi-san works in Sanjo. Did he train in Sanjo, Naoto? I have to come clean here. I don't know this guy. Naoto met him in February when we went on his trip. I was supposed to go in April and meet Munetoshi then, and I didn't because this whole COVID thing happened. So I've been stuck home. This is the first year I haven't flown. I haven't flown for the entire year. And it's the first time in 20 years probably that I've had a no flight year. So I don't know a ton about Munetoshi except his knives feel great. They look great. And Naoto loves them, which is always a good sign. And this finish, he uses a sandblaster to finish these, and they feel like my Apple laptop. So that's the kind of finish they have. I think that's a beauty. We've got the Moritaka. Oh, here. I think this shape is better too, because it's more pointy. If you're looking to trim meat, I think the pointier ones are when you're after. But here's a Moritaka made with Algami Super, so super blue carbon steel. This one is $215. Everything Multacker makes are good. They've been making knives and swords since 1293. And here is the new knife that I have, my newest knife. I've got the 210 Uto. Actually, he makes two knives. So here. So here we go. This is, what is it called? Kisuke. So Kisuke. But that's his blacksmith name. Because his name is Manaka.
Manaka is his last name.
So Manaka's his last name. Kisuke is his blacksmithing stage name. So we have got his knife here, and this one is it's a croce finish, petty, and it's number 2 white carbon steel. And this one, same size, same shape, but it's made with ATS 30, which is a stainless steel that's often made for hunting knives, so really rugged stuff. So the carbon steel is $243, the stainless steel is $393. I've actually got the stainless steel Uto. I think it's brilliant. And it's interesting. It's hard to see on the petties, but the way he forges it at this angle, it's a diamond. So the edge that comes out wide and then it goes down to the spine. So he makes them a diamond because he thinks they're much more rugged, stronger that way. The one thing I can say is it doesn't sit on my knife magnet cup. It always twitches because the blade has got that diamond shape on the side, and it doesn't sit flat enough on my on the magnet. So that's a bit of a bummer. So I keep it in the drawer with a blade guard. So I keep my Kisuke or Manaka knife in a blade guard like this. This is the knife with blade guards. You just put the blade in and slide it in. Keep it like that in your drawer. So that's how I keep mine. The rest of my knives are on magnets on the wall. But for those, that's what I do. So there's some petty knife suggestions for you for trimming meat.
Brian Crook has a great question. Are any of the knives that you wanted still around?
Listen, those Manakas I just held up are not. Oh, people are asking, is there any knives I really wanted? They're still around. Most of them went. I haven't seen anyone pick this up. I don't know if this is available still. This
With that,
this is the Honyaki mustache.
yeah,
So when it's garage sale time, it's such neat, cool stuff that the staff and myself, we get excited. We just want to fill our pockets with this stuff. But we have made a rule years ago. We made a rule years ago that we don't get to buy anything for ourselves until after at least the first day. So by Tuesday morning, tomorrow morning, we can choose what's left over and pick out our favorite knives. So I did. I had a number of favorites planned. I am going to be for sure, if there's any of these left, we've got a number of Takeda-san folding knives. I love his folding knives, and each one's a unique work of art. The blade is different on each and the handle's different. And this is one of his pink ones, and I'll be getting a pink one for sure. It comes a little pink leather sheath. I think these are rad. So if that is still available tomorrow, I'm gonna grab one of those. Nathan,
Yep.
do you know if this still is available?
No,
This
it
isn't?
went in minute 1.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, it went quick.
This one in the first minute. It's Masashi's Honyaki knife. It was $2,132. It's a Kisuke, and I'm not going to talk about it anymore. It's not available. But that was number 1 on my list. There was also a unique pink handled knife from Kurosaki that went immediately. Knives that I really like that might still be around. This guy here from Sakai Kikomori. I like how tall this is. This is a 210 Uto that looks at it like just a big fat Santoku, and it's tall. I really think this is a cool knife. That's $419. Blue carbon steel. Big fan of that. Okay. This Kagura-san. If this is available tomorrow, I'm going to get it. I have one that's very similar. So I have one for my bike and one for my hunting gear and my fishing gear. And I know it's stupid to have 2 knives that are similar from the same guy, especially shockingly expensive ones, but he's retired now. And I never know when the knives are done. When he makes his last knife, I don't know when that's going to be, but he's been basically retired for a couple of years. He sneaks a few knives out. We buy all of them. So I always buy one when they come across my desk. There's this knife here, which is from Itsuo Doi, so Kejudoi's son. We managed to get some Keijiro Doi knives this year. We got 2. He's passed years ago. He retired before that. He hadn't made knives for when was the last time he made knives? Probably close to 10 years ago. Keijiro Doi. We managed to get 2. We managed to get 2 Usuba from him that would have been 10 or 15 years old. I'm sure they're both gone. I'm sure they were the first seconds, which is a bummer, because I really want one of those. But this is from his son. And what is this one called? Is it Kengata? Is it called? Is it under Doi? Like, how do you find it on the website?
They can type Doi.
So just type Doi. D-O-I. And this is the one. So that's on my list that I still want, for sure. What else? What else do I have on my list that I want?
Quick shout out from Matthew Potts. He just says, "Hey Kevin, thanks for being able to do the garage sale every year. He's loving it, and he got his Mercury last year."
Oh, perfect. Well, Matthew, I'm glad you were able to get the knife you wanted. That's great.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're still doing the garage sale. Usually it's all in store. It's a bit online, but now with COVID, we thought we would just have an online show for the first day of the sale. We're also going to have a bit of a online tomorrow afternoon. So we do Chris Lord from Ottawa and I do a show called Japanese Knives 101, but it's going to be mostly garage sale stuff tomorrow, and that's 4 o'clock Mountain Time it starts, and then Thursday at 6 p.m. Mountain, so that's 8 p.m. Eastern. Mike and I are going to do another show from here, similar to this. Ask questions, right? By Thursday, we're going to have more stuff in too, because we always have late arrivals for the garage. So we've always got knives that just didn't arrive on time. Like I know we've already got a box today. Naoto brought 3 boxes of natural stones that landed today. He went and picked them up in the office. So there's always new things coming in for the garage. So check in on Thursday, see what's new, and then again, you can ask whatever questions you want, whatever. This is one I want. In fact, I really hope that this is not gone yet. This is a Homura Doi again. And I think they might call it a petty or a steak knife on the website. I don't know what the exact name on the website is, but this is, it's a petty. Okay, so it's a Homura petty with a custom handle. And this handle is wild. I'm really loving these weird psychedelic handles. Oh, look, it's made of rubber. So this one is one that I really want. I hope it's not gone by tomorrow, because I would love that for my collection. And I've lost the box it goes in. Naoto, I'm going to put it right there because I have lost the box right in the case.
Good questions.
Well, why don't you tell us about these? So these, well, here, I'll let you talk. These are wasabi graters, usually made of shark skin, which you shouldn't be doing. So now I'm going to talk about these few items here. And why don't you mention Kent of Inglewood, too?
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to go get a drink of water.
Sure. Here, you send Mike over here because I need it first still.
Yeah.
So garage sale is not only just the kitchen knives. We try to get some items like some fun stuff. Mike has mentioned some super cool items like a cutting board that's made out of the Paulina wood, which is really nice and soft. It dries really fast as well. Also, we have those graters. Karen said it's for wasabi. It's not really just for wasabi. You can actually grate the garlic, ginger. I do have this medium size Shiboi. This particular maker who made these graters, fantastic, great. They put the grates by the machine, but as you can see, those lines are not aligned evenly. So having those random patterns, it makes the grading so much easier. This is great. The nice size. I grate all my gingers. it really cuts. So what happens is that when you're actually doing the ginger grading, you still see a little bit of fiber, but it still cuts a whole bunch of fibers as well. So it grades them so much better. It comes in 3 different sizes. If you want these, the type Tsuboe TSU-BOE is the grade. The line. So someone is looking for a Yoshini Kato with the cedar ST2 Damascus Bunka with the cedar handle. It's really nice. Nice soft edge, a thin edge, very nice steel R2 or ST2. This cedar handle even actually smells really good. I don't know if it's the design factor.
These compared to the photo Sakura.
Someone's looking for nakiri, durable enough nakiri to smash the garlic with, which we don't usually recommend them, especially one of those knives that's super thin. But these guys here, relatively inexpensive, little thicker nakiris. For example, Masutani, BG10 Damascus. This one is pretty good. It's got a really nice rigid feel to it. You may be able to do a little bit of 102 garlics with. Also the Tsunehisa BG10.
Yeah.
Stainless steel one.
Camel Damascus.
So yeah, these 2 Mashitani nakiris, you should be able to do that. As well, the Nathan brought this.
Camo with the. We don't have zero.
No, we don't. Nathan just brought the this food scoop. You may actually be able to do that. Garlic smashing.
Probably another store. Yeah, they just want to see it. Do we have more sticky notes? Sticky notes. Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right.
This one is for Danielle, and I want to see a comparison of those, but we don't have the camo, unfortunately.
Okay, so I'm just gonna show you the really big difference. So, Kurosaki Makoto Kurosaki Sakura ST2 stainless steel, the Kobayashi ST2. Really, the big difference between these two to the one, the camo that you may be looking at, is camo one is a little bit thicker and also much heavier, especially on the handle. The camo, we do have the we don't have the Gyuto right here, but we do have the Tsujuhiki. Camo knives are made this way with the thick middle piece right here and a thicker piece right here. So, and also the spine is a lot thicker. So what happens is that it makes the whole knife a little bit heavier than the either of the Kobayashi, which is very thin and light. Also the Makoto Kurosaki ST2. These two are very similar. Behind the edge though, the Kobayashi one is slightly thinner. So what happens is that this glides through a little bit nicer than the Makoto Kurosaki. Hopefully it makes sense to you.
What's the name of the custom camo guy, Dustin?
Justin. That's all we do.
Yeah, that's. Alrighty, someone wants to see this close up on this super fine engraving knife. Oh, look, I think its focus is good. So it's a dragon on this 210 millimeter Deba. This is the hand engraved by the, it's like small chisel. Each engraving is done by a Kubota, Michiko Kubota-san. She is the official engraver of the Sakai Takayuki. But she just took the job into more art. It was just, she was working for the Sakai Takayuki and just engraving knives with the names and Sakai Takayuki. But she just took it from there and put in those, making it more of the art form. So we do have black dragon like these, and we do have the another one, the dragon with the Deva 240 Migaki with the Polish finish. We also have the Michael the Geisha and the Koi the carp fish on hands.
Finger stones.
Finger stones. All right. Talk about a little bit of natural stones we got for this garage sale. We got this one here. This called Uchigumori finger stones from the mountain called what did I hear from the Uchigumori? Can you type the Uchigumori and find out the mountain? I forgot. And this finger stones, Uchigumori stones, are one of the finest and the softest stone to polish up your edge. Yeah, Ohira. Yeah, the mountain, the Ohira Uchigumori is very, very well known for the sword polishing as well. But it's great. You just take one of those, and it's a finishing stone. After you make whole base really nice and clean, use one of those on the blade. Take a piece of each, or break it even from here, and rub it. You get very nice, mild kasumi finish on these guys. The Ohira Uchigumori, they come in 100 grams each. They're already been prepackaged, and they are only limited quantities available. We have something like this, Hakayama, the Haka razor type stone, like these guys. This is also one of the favorite stone for the Takeda-san. Nice and soft, gives you very nice so-called kasumi finish. It's really mild. What the kasumi finish basically means is that you see some of the knives have very nice the contrast between the core steel and the soft steel, out steel. So in order to get that, either this is Uchigumori stones or the Haka. Those stones are fantastic. We have limited quantity of those. We only have one of the Haka.
How are we selling those finger stones now? Pull it out. Show us what you get for your. Was it $15?
$25 for 100 grams.
So how much is that? For 100 grams.
Yeah.
Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Yeah. So show us what 100 grams looks like that.
Yeah.
Oh, the whole bag.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
This whole bag. Yeah.
I thought we were selling little chips. He's portioning them.
Yeah, I've already portioned them out, and yeah.
Dude,
They come in.
that's a smoking deal.
We got somebody that wants to get the weight on a Masatani Kosantoku.
Oh, there's. All right.
And that someone is Jeevan, but there's someone asking for it.
Oh, someone
Jeevan from Vancouver?
is asking for the Masatani Kosantoku VG1. It's really
David
nice.
from Vancouver gets some
Handle.
really bad guitar playing.
Oh,
That's exactly 100 grams.
this is also 100 grams.
So you can do the Indiana Jones thing where you swipe the stones for the knife.
Right? That's great VG1. It's really nice. It's not only I grab it for garlic chopping and ginger if I don't feel like grabbing the big knife, like even cheese. Yes,
Naoto, what are your favorite knives in the garage set?
I've been just like, looking at this one. I'm sucker for.
Oh.
I am sucker for this old white carbon stainless clad 240. Blacksmith is the Yoshikazu Tanaka-san. We carry the different line from different black knife maker. Really nice even taper. That what the Tanaka-san is known for. Also, the Maruyama-san, the sharpener, makes the edge super thin. This and also feature is that the stainless clad carbon steel knives were non-existent. Before this, the company all convinced Tanaka-san to forge these knives. And now it's white #1 carbon steel, keeps it really, really long time, but also because of the stainless clad on the outside, it's very easy to take care of. This is probably, I may grab one or two if it's still here at the end of the day. Okay, next. Oh, I have some super interesting thing that's in here. The box with. Oh, this one here, it's so for katsuobushi slicer, katsuobushi kezuri. Oh, box thing. So what it is that it has the blade like this. It's basically a plain blade. This, and then if it's plain, it goes like this way. But the it's because of the katsuobushi. Katsuobushi is like dried bonito tuna, not a flakes, but it's the whole thing. When the bonito flakes, then bonito's been dried. The big fish like this will actually get dried all the way to something like this, and it looks almost like a wood piece. What you use is this to grate them and get the nice shape out of that. Use it for dashi, for miso soup, or any like body for the Japanese cuisine, right? So we have these, and it's nice drawer like this. We collect the bonito flakes for 135 on this particular one. Okay. What's next? What's next?
We got to talk about guitar next. Oh, we got. Is it guitar playing next? What's the thickness of the spine on the Musashi Nishiki 210 Gyuto? Musashi Nishiki, my hands. 210 Gyuto. Also,
Yeah.
these are
There's
things
also a
you must talk
caliper
about.
over there. Because
I
know
just did.
We just did.
I just did.
You gotta pay attention. I was talking to Mike.
So the thickness of this Musashi Gyuto here, right at the heel, it is little over 3 millimeters. But his knives are great. It actually tapers very nicely, and at the tip, it goes as thin as a millimeter. So it tapers from 3 millimeters at the heel and gradually tapers to millimeter, and the tip is definitely thinner. So that's how how thin or the thickness of his knife is. All right. Next. Yeah. Next.
Tell me about this stone. Actually, I want to know more about this one. It says Haka.
Hakayama is the mountain in Kyoto. Favorite stone of Takeda. It gives you really nice finish.
I like Takeda. I like how sharp Takedas are.
Yeah, it's different stuff.
Absolutely.
I love
It's got more bite to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Once you get into sharpening with natural stones, I really suggest it as a finishing stone. A lot of people just use it for carbon steel. I like it on stainless steel too. Gives a very different feeling edge. Hard to describe, but try it. It's amazing.
Mike, what are your favorite knives in the garage sale? Which one should we really talk about?
Do you know what? I think these Tojiro knives that they've just come out with are super cool, really durable, great gift sort of. This is about 130 mil petty. It's got this really cool striped black and white, black and gray, I should say. Micarta handle, so it's made with some fabric and some resin. Super cool. 126 bucks. So value. Tojiro is one of our favorite factories out of Sanjo, Tsubame in the Niigata area. They produce phenomenal stuff. We also have this. This is one of those great garage sale deals. This is a VG10 Sanmai hammered Santoku. It's 180 bucks or 179. Awesome. This is punching well over its weight for that price. And we've got a ton of them, so it's one of those great deals. Wow, that's super sharp. That we've got at the garage sale. What else? What else is great? I mean, I'm really jazzed about this guy from the Unknown Blacksmith. It's a super tall, I don't know, it's like a Santoku kind of, but it's more like I don't know, it's like if you squished a Santoku into a 210 Gyuto, you would get this thing. And it's, you know what?
You and I love that knife, Mike.
It's taller than a Nakiri. Like this thing is I'm sure it's gone already, but it's amazing. Yeah, there we go. Other things that we've got that are really cool to talk about. Naoto's knocking over our guitar shop.
Wanted to show some of the cool finds.
I've got some cool frying pans coming up. I know that. I'm gonna let you open them up out of the box. Now this is something I don't really know too much about. Miyazaki. This is a super cool bunka. It feels very rustic. Like it's got a weight to it that's more like I feel like I'm picking up steel, if that makes any sense. $670. That makes me want to ask Naoto more about this. I haven't found too much about it yet, but it's a very slender handle. I really like this aesthetic. This looks to me like someone picked up a rock off the ground and put a handle on it. I love the look of this.
That is old wrought iron.
This is old wrought iron?
Yeah. So what they'll do is they'll like use old chains or old ship anchors.
Whoa.
That's the cool part. So,
That's very cool.
So if you actually look closely,
if you look closely,
you
you'll be able to
see that
them.
little layers.
Yeah.
Oh my
Like,
goodness,
it's
that's
almost
amazing.
like natural Damascus kind of look to it, and that's what really makes that.
No, we didn't.
It's very cool. It feels great, but it's very like weighty.
What was the name of the $126 Tojiro Mikado that you just showed?
It's called
Oboro. Oboro. O-B-O-R-O. We, for a bit there, had the Tojiro home knives, but they seem to have upgraded to this more Japanese style of handle, which I really
the
like.
other handle's cracked.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's the two styles of handle. We got the Western style handle and the Japanese style handle. The Western style, you've got a knife that's got the tang that runs through it with the rivets. You might have been told when you were younger that to get a good knife, you need to get a knife with a full tang. Sure, that's one indicator of quality in some regard, but you can have really good knives without full tangs. Like this is a knife where the Japanese style, where the tang just sort of sticks inside of the wood. Now, if you want a really strong, robust knife for outdoor work and you're going to be batoning it through wood, yeah, a full tang's probably a good choice. If you're using a Japanese kitchen knife that's made with incredibly hard steel, you don't really need that strength of the full tang, because the strength that you would need that for, you would be destroying the edge of the knife. These are very fine, very precision tools. They're designed for cutting food. You don't want to cut through. So say you can take a peach, right? You can cut through the skin and the flesh of a peach, but you wouldn't want to cut through the pit. So cut the food that you would chew with your own teeth. That's kind of the rule of thumb there. Kevin just handed me a box of knives. We have a whole bunch. Cool.
We got people asking about those knives. I know they're on the regular stock. We've got some questions about this.
Okay.
Just about why do you like them, or why should somebody like them?
Why would I want this knife? A Kokuto. This is a banging knife. This is Ginsan steel. Kevin gave it to me without a price tag, so I assume that means it's free, because that's his joke. He loves that joke. It's the cliche of the day. Kokuto Nakiri. What is this? 189? 212? It's a great price. Ginsan steel is like VG10 stainless steel. Looks the business, right? Pack of wood and cherry handle. That's great.
Somebody really just wants to see that.
Oh yeah, I really want them to see this knife too, because it's amazing.
That's from Paul Morstad on Facebook.
This is Masashi, and I believe this is white number 2. Yep. And stainless cladding. We're calling this the Masashi Nishiji. Super cool, because usually Nishiji is just the roughness. Well, this is Masashi, so there's got to be something mirror polished. So it's got the Nishiji finish and there's a mirror polish to it. What a beautiful knife. This guy's such a great knife maker. It's super straight, thin, evenly beveled. Super nice balance. Here, let me hold it up and let it sit there for a second so you can see it. D-shaped handle. D-shaped handles have a bit of a right-hand dominance to it. Although, frankly, I know a lot of left-hand people that hold it and they think it's very comfortable as well. I think, like most left-handed people, they just get used to having a right-handed thing. Sorry, right-handed people. Left-handed people. Any other questions right away, or should I keep going through this stack of stuff here? Oh,
No, we're doing good.
this is a beauty. I like a 150 mil petty. I think if you have a 150 mil petty and you have a 210 Gyuto, you can take care of pretty much everything you need to take care of. Now, this 150 petty is called a Zero, Masakagi Zero. It has an absolutely gorgeous handle. This is really classic. Ironwood handle, brass. You got a copper chrysanthemum in the ferrule, in the rivet in the middle there. Just a beautiful knife. The ironwood's quite dense, so it gives it a nice weight. It is also a full tang. which gives more weight into the handle. That's what I think about when I think about a full tang versus a Japanese style knife with like kind of a 3/4 tang, is that you're going to get more weight towards the back of the handle. So think of the handle like a counterweight. On a bigger Japanese knife, I think I prefer the Japanese style handle. But when it gets to a petty knife, I actually quite like having the shorter handle that's got more weight to it. You get a really good feel from it. Now this is super blue carbon steel clad with stainless, and just fantastic. Another knife that we've got from the same blacksmith, from Saji here in the garage sale, is this thing that is just phenomenal. If you like a heftier knife, if you don't like Japanese knives because of their being too light, and you want more of that Western style feel,
Something for you.
this guy. I don't even know what we're calling this. It's all in Japanese. See? I promise you. I don't know how to say that. But it's got this beautiful kind of handle here. Still that Japanese slender style, but it's got more weight here around the ferrule. Really tall. This is a really tall petty knife. This is made out of the R2 powder stainless. R2 powder stainless is one of the best things you can use to make a knife out of. To me, it's R2 powder stainless or Algami Super. Those are my preferred ones. Something else I like looking for in a knife is this bevel like that. That means when I sharpen it, it's going to be really easy. I just have to put it on the stone, rest it on that bevel, work on it until it raises a burr on both sides. And then on a fine finishing stone or something like this, like a natural stone, I can then just finish it just on about a 15-degree angle, refine the edge, bang, beautifully sharp.
Got a couple questions to pop out there. Simon Clipperton on YouTube wants to know, is there anything as sharp as the Fujiwaras, or are they in a class of their own?
Oh, Fujiwara! I have a Fujiwara Nishiji, like the Nissan version to his Infinity, and I think it is one of the sharpest things I own. It's definitely one of the most delicate things I own. They do tend to be a little bit more brittle, but that's because he's just doing everything that he can every step of the way to increase the hardness of the steel. There might be something sharper. I think Takedas are probably just as sharp, but they're different. They're not just sharpness at the edge and how sharp the fine edge of the knife is, but bevel, the way that the knife is ground and the geometry of the blade really also changes the feel of how you're cutting too. By making little pockets of air or driving food off differently, and so that's something that's interesting too. That's something that we really like about these Sakai Uo, is how finely they're ground. It's even almost impossible to see, but yeah. I hope that answered that question. Is there something sharper than a Fujiwara? It's probably one of the sharpest things.
Somebody was wondering, Paul Morstad on Facebook was wondering about an unknown maker knife. He said we were showing it off, and it was a Paul Carbon Steel Gyuto.
Yeah.
Like a bunko.
Yeah, man. If we're gonna search this on our website, what are we gonna type in?
Sakai Kikumori.
Sakai, S-A-K-I, Kikumori, K-I-K-U-M-O-R-I, Kikumori.
And now it narrows down quite a bit.
Yeah, so this is the Nishiji finish. Look at the denting on the surface of this blade. Isn't that cool? Like those little dark spots are all shallow points. Just a beauty. Super tall. Blue carbon steel, which is really great for keeping an edge without being too picky. Wow, super thin. Do we have lots of these? Or just like one?
No, one.
It's just got such a great feel to it. You know, honestly, this is like the size of a Takeda.
We have a few, actually.
Oof.
We have a few.
If you have any other questions, I'm going to keep this one close to me. It might not be here tomorrow morning.
What is someone asking to see that the close shot of Deva's Michael or the geisha?
Michael or the geisha?
Michael and the koi both.
Maiko and koi. Great. Yeah, let's get some close-ups here. We'll start with the Maiko, unless you would like side by side, which I'll do at the end, but I'll try and bring them up here. See if I can get the best light here. You can see how it's been engraved, where hard to get able to see it, to get it to focus right. But they've used something that looks like it's like a chisel, it's not like laser engraved. They use the edge of another piece of steel and kind of carve a groove into it. So when you look really closely at it, you can actually see every single strike mark. I don't know if the camera's getting it there. So that was the Maiko, Maiko being a young geisha. And this is the koi.
Oh. This is the tool that they use.
Oh, thank you. Naoto has one of these. I know he's tried doing it. So you can see, it's just this sort of blunted piece of metal. And they take the edge of that. And then hammer it. And they use this to carve out the pattern. So very low-fi, very low tech. There you go. I don't want to lose that. So
lo-fi hip hop knife.
The lo-fi hip hop knife. You should shut up now. There we go. Side by side.
Well, we got a few questions.
Great. Shoot.
What is the sharpest knife to exist?
A laser.
Like cut through time and space. Maybe that Masashi Hayaki is probably gone. Probably that.
The knife that would cut through time and space right now on this table, I think, is going to be the Sakai wool.
Oh, yeah.
The Sakai wool is so thin. It is so incredibly fine. I think this thing would... It's like the Chuck Norris of a knife. Like, you would get it close to the food, and the food would just split apart before the knife even touched it. Sakai Uo Ginsen. Ginsen is a stainless steel, but man, you can get it super fine. Put it on a 10,000 grit stone. It'd be beautiful. What else would I think is the thing that would slice through space and time? My wit.
Oh, Alex says he thinks the real beauty is the one holding the knife.
Alex, you're a real beauty, buddy.
I'm not gonna try to Manga Ninja 99 asked, I heard the Muskagi knives are sharpened with a different grit on either side. Is that true?
Yeah, so that's what we understand as well is when they finish them. So Muskagi knives are made by a handful of different blacksmiths. A lot of them come out of an area called Takefu. Then they go to a guy named Shibata-san. You might have heard of Shibata-san. He's one of our great friends in Japan. And he actually does some finishing, sharpening on all of the knives that he gets. And actually, he does a lot of times he'll put the handle on, he'll engrave the knife as well. He is a master sharpener. He's not a master blacksmith. He's a master sharpener. And he puts a final edge on it. And he likes to do a thing where he puts 1,000 grit on either side, and then he will finish 8,000 grit on one side. What does it do? It gives the knife a bit of a toothiness on one side and a smoothness on the other. So it does create this knife that's got this incredible bite while being incredibly smooth. And if you've ever been at our stores, you'll see us, we'll take a little bit of newspaper and we check the edge on the piece of newspaper. Now, the fibers, the small fibers of the newspaper will tell you, you feel a little vibration, and you'll be able to feel if you have any burrs left over on the edge of your knife. The thing I've noticed with that, though, with the way he sharpens,
Probably stainless.
if you do 8,000 grit on both sides, the knife will go through a piece of paper. It will be silent. There will be no vibration feeling. If you go through with the 1,000 on one side, the 8,000 on the other side, it feels just as smooth, but it actually is louder, which is a really weird thing.
We got somebody that wants to know the best bang for your buck Utos.
Oh, bang for your buck, Yuto. Yeah, this AOS 10 is a beautiful knife. It's got a sort of thicker tang here. It feels a little different. Beautiful.
Overall.
This is from Sunihisa. Very light, very thin. And it's $214 for a 210 millimeter. So you're in a really great price range there. Takamura is a really great blacksmith. Very, very, like a lot of finesse, really nice fit and finish on Takamura knives. Where some of the blacksmiths we deal with, you know, something like this guy, very rustic feel. Maybe the edges aren't really rounded and smoothed out as much. You know, something that Fujiwara is famous for is focusing only on the pure performance of the edge, not trying to hide any imperfections. Well, Takamura makes knives incredibly, incredibly clean. This is VG10 stainless steel. It's $231, 210 millimeters from heel to tip. hammered on the side, so you get a bit of that friction break. Beautiful. Black micarta handle. That's a great knife. I think the best deals, though, you're going to get is going to be the Oboro from Tojiro with this cool sort of micarta handle and a VG10 stainless blade. Simple, clean. This would do the job all day long. This is a great knife for home, even a kitchen. It might not have the same sort of luster and lore as some of the handmade stuff does, but this knife will. This will got it. Here's another one from Tojiro. If you want more of that weighty feeling, something more like your typical German knife, if you want that style and you like that feel of a knife, the weightier sort of Henkel's knife or Wusthof style, this knife would do that for you. But the blade is made with VG10. Way harder steel, way sharper, way better edge retention, and kind of cool looking. It looks kind of like a rock. So those I think would make for some super good knives that you want performance, but you don't want to split with too much money. You know what? I'm just going to talk about this guy again. This is an unknown blacksmith. This comes to us through a company called Sakai Kikumori. That's right, Kikumori. Look at that. Just like backwards angle on the heel of the knife. Touch your hand right on top of it. Super tall. How tall is this? Get up the old intrometer here. That's about 65 millimeters tall at the heel.
In comparison to?
And that's a 210 millimeter Gyuto. We'll compare it to this guy, which is really a standard dimension. Just less than 40. Yeah, that's 45. So it's a full 2 centimeters taller. What does that do? Gives you more clearance, gives you a bit more mass as you're chopping, so you can just pick the knife up and put it down, not pushing as much. But it's got a really tall bevel on it here. So this area here, so say you're cutting something like a pepper, you don't need that depth. It's going to be super fine right behind the edge. Oh, I'm in love. I'm in love with this knife. Fantastic. All right. This knife is great, though. This is a little bit thinner, nicer for slicing. When you've got a narrow, thin blade, that's why a slicer is narrow and thin. It doesn't drag as much because there's less surface area. Something like that compared to something like this guy. The thing that's a benefit when you've got a taller blade, and one of the reasons why Nakiris are so much taller, is as you're cutting, the blade's going to track straight. It's not as easy to make it turn around as much.
While you got the knife in your right hand, Paul wants to know the height of that knife.
65 millimeters.
65 millimeters. So
I have a measuring device in my eyes.
you're like the Terminator.
But I will hold it up here so you can see it is, 60 at that spot. As it gets up towards the tip, where it starts to curve down is about 40 millimeters. All right, at the spine, at the heel, it's about 3 millimeters thick, 2.7. Going down to about 1.5, 2 at getting towards the tip. So it's got a bit of a distal taper to it as well. Oh, where'd the box go? Where'd the box go? Oh, this is the box. What's next, Nathan?
Eric Panoski, who I think you remember.
Oh, buddy. How you doing, Val?
He is looking at those 180. He wants a stainless 180 Gyuto.
Oh, sure.
I'm guessing a gift because I'm pretty sure he still has a couple knives working with us.
This one? Okay. So 180 millimeter stainless Gyuto. Gyuto is, of course, it's like basically saying Western chef's knife shape. Pointy triangular chef's knife. 180 millimeters. That's about 6 inches. So you've got a really good size for doing pretty much everything without being too unwieldy. Like you have a smaller kitchen, you don't like holding big knives. 180 is great. It's nice to have that knuckle clearance so you can be chopping and not hitting your knuckles on the counter so you can hold properly. Now, Matsutani is the maker of this knife. VG10 is the steel it's made out of. It's a stainless steel. This is $138. It's got a really nice smooth feel to the handle. And it is a Damascus steel blade, so it looks real sweet too. And it, although not I don't believe these are handmade.
Mike, real quick, you're talking about a Tojiro knife that would do a job all day long. Which Tojiro knife is that?
Oh, this guy, the Oboro, all day long. Tojiro Oboro. Oboro, $169 for that one. Okay, now I was also recently, along with the Oboro, I was talking about this guy, this Tojiro DP. How do we find this on our website? What do we type in to find this? Kurochi Tsuchimi. K-R-O-U. Kurochi. C-H-I.
What's that?
So hammered on the outside, black finish. Definitely more of that German style knife weight and feel to it. That's $179, so a little bit more. Great performance though. And then to step up a little bit further into something real beautiful, this is the Takamura. Again, amazing fit and finish on his knives. $210 for this guy, and again, 180 millimeter Gyuto. You know, Eric, I would say any one of those is going to make the person using it very happy. The Matsutani at the lower value or lower cost is a lot lighter weight. Tojiro Kurochi Tsuchime is heavier, but has a more robust feel to it. But you know what? I'd have to go with this guy. He's such a great knife maker. The quality of his blades are always incredible. Right. Now, so would you clear over here for me? Get a little bit back up. Okay. Maker weight and specs. Now, you got to show me the maker here. Sakai Takayuki. This is a Garasuki. So this is like a Hanasuki, but gargantuan. Now, I'm going to give you some weights and measures. Our edge length here is 185 millimeters right on the button. Width at the spine. Hey, we've been signed out of our Zoom account because you've signed in from another device.
I think we're still, as long as we're on live, this should be fine.
Can you hear me?
Because Chris was logging in.
If anyone would like to let us know if you can still hear me, that would be great. I have noticed saying I've been signed out of my Zoom account.
Check the YouTube one. That's what we need. Yeah.
We're still going?
Yeah, we're still going. Don't worry.
Great. So this Garasuki at the spine is 50 millimeters. 5, I should say. Sorry. Nice and thick, getting up towards the tip. Here we're at about 4. Yeah, 4, so a little bit slender there. And I'll weigh it for you here too. 223 grams is your weight on that guy. It's $404. What an ass kicker of a knife this thing would be. I bet you could, you know, the length of that, I suspect you would be able to use that as a deba as well. This tip might be something you'd have to watch for. You'd be able to puncture skin a little bit. But I would take this to a whole fish too. Just, you know, just to see how it goes. Now, it's not what it's designed for, and I think certain purists would probably be scoffing at me for that suggestion, but I am not a purist whatsoever. Okay, Makoto Kurosaki. We got a couple of Makotos coming up here for you on Instagram. Listen, this is one beautiful. It's got the ebony handle, BG10 Damascus. Right, nice feel to it. And Makoto's such a great knife maker. It's not as thin as some of the others, meaning it's going to be a little bit more, has a little bit more weight to it, a little bit less delicate. Now, here's the Migaki finish from Makoto Kurosaki with the cherry handle and the blonde Taka. This one is SG2. Yeah, that's right. SG2 or R2. It's a powdered stainless steel. This one's going to have better edge retention to it. The difference in price, oh, wow. The VG10 is $367. The SG2 is $257. You know what? Damascus. Making Damascus isn't easy, so it's going to be more expensive for sure because of that. Performance, beauty. Those are two Makoto Kurosakis. Now, we want to go back and talk about these engraved knives or tattooed knives, whatever you want to call it. Now, so they're white carbon, aren't they?
White carbon number 3.
We need a comparison of
White carbon number 3. So this is a Deba. Now, this knife is huge, and this is designed for filleting fish. This is a Japanese fish filleting knife. Look how thick the spine is. It's a monster. It's almost a cleaver. Now, this is a big one, and it's for big fish. And you would use this knife in a very different technique than what we're used to using here with our flexible, bendy fillet knives. One of the things that happens with the types of steel they're using in Japan is it's very difficult to produce a knife that's flexible at that hardness. So we've got a totally different style. This is almost more like a piece of art than it is like a functioning knife. It's so beautiful. And the reason is because this has been hand engraved by someone named Michiko, and every little mark there is an individual strike. This is not some computer guided laser machine. This is someone who has literally carved this into the face of this blade. What a beautiful thing. And I don't know, I think there's art in all of these things. We're working with blacksmiths who have learned from generations of experience. They've practiced for years and years and years before they're even allowed to make anything that a customer would ever touch or buy. They really learn how to master the tools and their equipment before they're allowed to start producing something. So while sometimes, you know, the nature of handmade things, sometimes there are errors or imperfections in the knife, but there is a level of mastery that allows for some artisanship here as well, and all of the stuff we carry. So next we got a question here about compare carbon to stainless. So this is a blue carbon steel. This is a VG10 stainless steel. The knife, the shape, the feel, the look, pretty much everything's the same. Carbon steel can rust, and so you need to wipe the water off of the knife or else it can rust or tarnish. In fact, it will tarnish. You want it to tarnish. That layer of tarnish, that gray cloudiness that you'll see, the water spots, that's actually going to protect the knife and reduce the oxidizing. Stainless steel won't do that. Well, it can. If you treat it really poorly, you can make stainless steel rust. Things like if you put it in a dishwasher, if you leave a whole bunch of acidic liquid on it, that kind of stuff will actually force a tarnish on a stainless steel knife. Stainless, not stained never. So what happens to your sharpness is that in the stainless steel, sometimes it's not going to be as sharp. And this is on a real microscopic level because of the bits inside of the steel are a little bit bigger, so you can't refine the edge to be quite as fine. Also, sometimes the stainless steel can be a little bit harder to sharpen than the carbon steel. I find carbon steel an absolute cinch to sharpen, even if it's harder. You can really put on a really wicked sharp edge. In fact, I find if you sharpen a white carbon steel knife, you will pat yourself on the back for having made the sharpest knife in 100 miles from you. It's just so easy to put a beautiful edge on, but it tarnishes. My advice to you, if you're really like down to the nuts and bolts of trying to make a decision, is if you think that you want your knife to look bright and shiny like this forever, and that looks clean to you, and that appeals to you, get a stainless steel knife. If you like how an old silver platter looks after it's tarnished and has the patina in the grooves, and you like the item to show its age and its time, then go with carbon steel. If you don't like that, if you don't want to see water spots on your knife, if you think that's dirty and unsanitary, go with stainless. But otherwise, carbon steel is not that difficult to take care of. You just wipe it dry. If I'm going to put my carbon steel knife away for a while, I'll put a coating of the same stuff we use on our cutting boards, which is just beeswax and mineral oil. That closes it out. No sort of random humidity is going to get to it and make it rust. But otherwise, use it. Use it a lot. The more you use it, the more it's going to patina.
Do you remember when you were comparing there were a couple Tojiro knives, and then you had a third knife with it? You remember what the third knife was?
Is that the 180s that Eric was looking at? That was the Takamura.
Was it?
Actually, I did this. I did that when I was talking about these two together. But when I did the Oboro and the Tojiro, I also had Takamura. The Tsuchime VG10.
Okay.
Which would be...
And that was a 210 or 180?
180. Well, I did 180s for Eric, but before that, shortly before that, I did show 210s.
Okay.
Takamura.
Such a man.
I gotta talk about this guy because I haven't talked about this guy and I really like this guy. His name's Mizaki. He's super cool. He rode his bike around Japan for 3 years. And by bike, I mean motorbike. He rode his motorbike around Japan for 3 years, stopping along the way, all over the place. While he did that, he was trying to figure out what he wanted to do with his life. He settled on blacksmithing. I'm happy about it. He's such a cool guy. He works by himself. And I think one of the reasons he got into working with metal is so that he's more capable to fix his Harley Davidson. And man, his knives are amazing. They're simple looking. He doesn't make a bunch of different styles. He makes this style. It's got a nice sort of flare to it on the spine before it hits into the handle, which I find makes the knife super comfortable to hold. And it gives you a bit more mass at the hand, but it's still nice and thin, like beauty. Really nice sort of convex grind to it as well. So I love cutting with this knife.
You love that knife. I know you do because it seems to be your number one knife at home at your place these days.
Always. Yeah.
I know.
That knife all the time.
Your house. Sorry, was it right there? Yep. I just got run over by Nathan Carroll. Christmas time.
He got run over by Santa.
All right, we're joined by Chris Lord here.
Chris Lord. Chris Lord.
Hi, Chris Lord. What's up, fella?
There we go.
Can we hear you?
Hey, buddy.
Say something.
Hello.
You sing us a Robbie Williams song, please.
I don't know any Robbie Williams songs.
You just passed the test. That was a secret.
Yeah, I know. What are you trying to do? Get me fired?
Sing some Hey Knuckle.
Kevin's gonna play you the Bee Gees.
Oh, does he know some of their... I heard of that band.
This morning, going up Fork Stucky, and Kevin loves Green Day.
I know that that's not true. Hey, look, it's Sean. And there's Mecky. We just kind of got a quiet minute here in the store.
Gallery.
It was
There we
busier
go. There we go, side by side. Hey, it's Megan. Oh, Megan Bain.
So, Chris Lord, why don't you give us a tour of your store and tell us what's going on over there?
Yeah, sure. So we didn't have, it sounds like everyone was listening because we didn't have like a crazy lineup out the door, but we still did have, a dozen or so people in the first few minutes. So here, let's pretend. Most of you guys have probably never been to Ottawa. So here we are. Here's the front door. That's Bank Street. We're in the Glebe. Don't look at our Christmas decorations because it's a secret.
Hey, what's that behind you, Chris?
Oh, this is the, last summer we bought a camera and we take pictures of cooks and chefs who come and get their first knife with us. So we got a fancy single film. I don't know, what do you call it? It's made by Fuji. It's like a Polaroid camera, but it's not Polaroid. So we got all kinds of people. Look, that's when Sarah and Buntola from CTV Morning, they came and hung out. Remember that morning?
Oh, yeah.
We were here that day. Where else have we got over here? Here's Renee Rodriguez from Top Chef Canada.
Good old Renee.
Yeah, I don't know if this guy Kiefer is still at Bar Lupulus, but he was really, really nice. Yeah, there's all kinds of, so we do that. We used to do it with the iPad. That's what all those are. Those are all pictures of people up there, too.
Crazy.
Kiefer's in Toronto now, I'm told. So we got all of our garage sale stuff. I'm going to drop this computer at some point, so be prepared for that.
You're doing this on. Good. Yeah, drop it. Break it.
Yeah. So, we had, like, in the stores, like, most of the really crazy stuff, whoa, look at that. That got, we kept all that in Calgary, but all of the stuff that we did get, we put it out, tried to make it feel as much of a garage sale as we could. With some camo knives. Mike's just like waving things at the camera. He's like my children.
So I'm just showing the knives, and hopefully the person who was asking which knife it was will let us know if it was 1, 2, 3, or 4.
So, yeah, that's just what Ophelia does when I'm on the phone. Mike just waves things at me. So, yeah, we still have a few. We've got a lot of stuff, like especially in that kind of what makes a good Christmas gift zone in store. We've got a lot of the kind of the more common shapes, Santokus, 210s. Nikiris seem to be, I don't know, Nikiris are always, for us in Ottawa, it's like we can never have enough of them.
For the garage sale, you mean, or for always?
Well, garage sales mostly. This year seems to be for always. But you know, we do have a few around still that I'm super stoked on. Like, I don't know how much you guys, I've been running around and we've got the video on, so I'm not too sure how much you've spoken about certain
Well,
things.
how about this, Chris? Why don't you show me your top 6?
Top 6. Okay. Well, definitely the Saji knives.
Yeah. Tell me why. What do you like about those Sajis?
Well, I like how thin they are, for one, which is kind of like, it's not always the first thing that comes to mind when I think about Saji.
No, but he's making different knives now.
Yeah. So, and I find that this kind of style of handle, like it's almost like a hybrid Western meets Japanese. For a lot of people, like they'll pick up, especially if you're kind of new to Japanese knives, you pick up a Japanese handle and you're kind of thrown off by how light it is.
Mm-hmm.
So like, it's the same reason why I really like the camo knives as well, is that they've kind of got that hybrid handle. Mike was waving around a camo knife a minute ago, but they got the Japanese look. Yeah, so Kevin's got one now. They've got the Japanese look, but they've got that weight that we are familiar with because, you know, you probably grew up using like a Henkel or something in the kitchen. So I'm a sucker for all the little details on things. Like this kind of stack of brass and black here, like that shit stands out to me, you know? Like that's what I like. Just like,
well, and I love that ironwood handle too. I love the look and the feel of that iron.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If you're thinking like, if you're like into that Miyabi birchwood handle,
Mm-hmm.
like this is the handmade version of the same thing.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, they're about the same price. Might even
Might even say, yeah, they're about the same. Like I'm looking at the two. Yeah, it's like a $30 difference, maybe.
Crazy.
Not even. No, the Miyabi is $6 more for the Santoku.
Miyabi's $6 more than the Saji Santoku.
Yeah.
And that Saji's handmade, hand hammered by
Yeah.
Nakamura and Nomura-san. That's crazy.
Yes. Yeah, I really like, especially like I've been kind of, I was showing the 210 there, but I don't know, this 150 is,
Oh, guys, all right, hey?
yeah, like it's nice and tall, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm really liking those. Sean's been building a pile here for me of stuff that he knows I like. So I was really happy to see these knives, see more of the knives from Kobayashi.
Oh, you know I like this. I wrote a whole blog post about mine.
Yeah.
Like it's such a my style of knife.
Yeah.
Thin, beautiful R2 powder steel, so stay sharp ever.
But again, like it kind of like it's those like fit and finish details for me. Like this is all nice and rounded. Same thing with the spine. Like it just feels really good.
Yeah.
You know, and what have we got? We got a Santoku here. We got a 150 Gyuto here. Yeah, and for what they are, for powdered steel Damascus like that, like $462 for the Santoku.
I know,
You know,
right?
you can compare that to another, you know, powdered steel Damascus. Like you could pay twice that for something very similar. What else do I have? In kind of like in the gifty zone, it's got a similar look.
Thing coming up, isn't that?
But like these are those Sunahisas, the AUS 10.
And I love that kind of opposite colored handle, right? Because this is a standard handle, black collar and a white handle.
Yeah.
Whereas yours is a dark handle with a light collar. So it's kind of like a negative of a standard handle. I'm into that.
So, but yeah, it's AUS 10, so that tells us that like it's gonna make a good gift, right? It's not gonna rust. It's not gonna be a chippy weirdo.
What's a chippy weirdo?
Chippy weirdo is just a knife that chips too much, and you give it to your 60-year-old mom.
Just
who's from
hammers.
Newfoundland. She just kicks the shit out of it and tells you gave her a shitty knife.
Oh, did that happen, Chris, with your mom from Newfoundland?
No, not yet. I'm really surprised though, because she's got some pretty thin knives.
She's got some kooky stuff. Like she's got that Kumo Kamigata, right?
She's got a Kumo Kamigata, which she never chipped somehow.
I don't
Like
know.
I took a lot of chances buying my mom some of these knives.
She got herself that mirrored Masashi Eddie,
Yep.
which
She's
is
got a one. I think it's a 150. No, it's a petty. Yeah, it's a 150 petty. And she also has a she got a Kotetsu when Ikeda was in Ottawa, but I don't think she's actually used it yet. I think it's still in the box because the Masashi isn't dull.
so she buys a new knife until it goes dull, then uses it, and then brings it to you to sharpen, then she starts her next knife.
And then we swap out. Yeah. So
Hot swap them out.
Yeah.
My mom, I first gave her a Kumo petty and a walnut cutting board, and she didn't use it for 2 years because it was too nice. She would show her, look what I have.
well, you know this.
I
Like
was using it all the time when I was there. So
a few years ago, my daughter and I had to move back home with my parents.
That's right.
And my mom always had a glass cutting board on the counter. And it just so happened that the glass cutting board was dropped the day I bought a larchwood cutting board. I don't know how it happened. There just happened to be a larchwood cutting board in my car. And someone just, maybe
Side
knocked it
to the-
off the
to the
counter.
cement, had
Yeah.
it back and dropped the. That's terrible. It's a terrible story.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. But luckily it all worked out in the end. So
What should you look for in a cutting board?
well, generally speaking, you want a material that's going to be softer than the knife you're cutting on, right? We really like larchwood because it's a softer wood, and the end grain is much more forgiving on the edge of a knife.
Yeah.
We always tell people in the store, like, wood or plastic's your friend. End grain is the best choice, but wood or plastic's not going to do you any harm. You want to avoid bamboo. You want to avoid the Epicurean boards. The ones that are built to be super rigid and never warp and you can throw them in the dishwasher usually are too hard for your knife. So as nice as, like, I have a bamboo board, but I just use it for like a cheese board. Like if I have people over, I don't do much of that these days, but before we would. You know?
When you were allowed to have people. Chris Lord, we need to compare these two knives. So I want your view on them.
Okay.
This is Algami Super and stainless from Kato.
Yep.
It's basically a Yuki, but made with Algami Super. Okay?
Yeah.
Compare, this is a 210, compare to Masashi, white carbon with Nishiji finish. This one's 290 is the Masashi,
Yeah.
white carbon and stainless. And this one, the Kato, is Algami and 310. Algami 310, white carbon 290.
Ooh, that's a really good price for Algami Super.
This Kato is much lighter than this,
Yeah.
but I know
I guess
something. I know something about Masashi's knives. They feel
Yeah.
thicker and they feel like they might get stuck in food because they're a bit thicker.
Yeah.
They don't. He's just
Yeah.
a good guy at knowing how to make a robust knife.
hmm
But anyway, what are your thoughts on these two?
I might say, like, the price for the Kato is really good for Algami Super.
Yeah.
Like the price is really good on both of them, but I would say, like, if you're looking for bang for buck, the Kato is really tempting. If you're gonna use, like, it depends on what you're using it for too. Like, if you want a knife that's gonna be a little bit more of a workhorse, is gonna help you get through like a mountain of prep, I might go for the Masashi just because I personally prefer a heavier knife if I've got a lot of chopping to do.
Yeah. So that Masashi is heavier and I think more robust.
Yeah.
The Kato is lighter because it's a much thinner knife. It should stay sharp longer.
Yeah.
But both are just sound knives from great blacksmiths.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong. Like, maintenance is going to be more or less the same, like you've got the stainless jacket on both. That is one of the clad ones, right? The Masashi, like the stainless clad. Yeah. So, yeah, you should be fine on as far as maintenance goes. So if you want to get something that'll keep its edge for a little bit longer, I guess I'd, sneak you over to the Kato. But if you wanted something that was gonna kind of be a bit more of a prep monster, I'd go for the Masashi.
What can you tell us about these items?
Those are called honing rods. They're made out of ceramic, and that they are Yeah, they're kind of the best idea for day-to-day maintenance of your knife. You want me to like show people how to use one?
Oh, could you?
Yeah, sure. Give me a sec. I'll just here watch. Look, there's people in the store.
Oh, the magic of having a store.
The magic.
I'm
There's
waving
Sean.
at somebody. Somebody's waving. He has a
That's
mask
Sean.
and a beard. I can't tell. Probably Sean.
It is Sean. Yeah. Here, I'll get a honing rod. I'll get a knife. I need to find a honing rod. Apparently, they're disappeared. Here we go. So,
Nothing.
all right. So kind of day to day, a honing rod is going to be your best tool for keeping your knife sharp. If you've got a dull knife in the drawer, this isn't going to get you very far, right? I often describe this as
It'll perk it up, but it won't make it sharp again.
Yeah. We've got a lot of anecdotes around here about what, like a lot of comparative anecdotes. And I've heard this one, like, you know, if your knife is like, well, maybe it's like a COVID haircut, right? Like, you know, this is running a brush through your hair to kind of keep it tidy.
You and I are both rocking COVID hair.
Yeah. But I describe it as like, it's not its job to sharpen a dull knife, but to maintain the sharpness of a sharp knife. So you want to use it from day to day, right? It's important that you use ceramic, especially with Japanese knives, because ceramic is going to be a lot harder than the steel is. Because if you're, you know, this is SRS 15. This is a very hard Japanese steel.
No, I love that knife.
If I were to use a generic steel, like something that came in a knife block, odds are the metal that is made out of is a lot softer than this. And it kind of ends up being a weird clash, and it doesn't work out the way you want it to. It tends to, like, the knife kind of tends to chip up on a very microscopic level, and it's nasty business. It'll feel really sharp the first couple times you use it. It'll feel like it's doing its job, but ultimately it'll wear out the edge.
Yeah, you're just damaging your knife. That's why we sell them for half price all the time.
Yeah, these guys are $29.50 when you're picking up a knife. They're $59 on their own. So even if you've already got one, if you got a white one, you should get a black one. And if you've already got one of each, you should probably get another one and give it as a gift. That's my vote. You're probably
Hey, advice, man. So show them how to do it.
Yeah, so you're probably used to seeing people do it like this. I know Kevin does it like this. I do it like this. This isn't the easiest way to learn, to be honest. If you put it down on the table, and you can use the handle's actually a bit of an oval. You can kind of see there. If you line the spine of your knife up to the shallow side of that oval, that's roughly 15 degrees. You know, easy stuff, just like that. You'll notice I'm not can you hear me okay? There's just a bit of a crowd coming in, so nice and light. You know, people ask how much pressure, so on. You kind of want to, like, depends on how dull it is, really. You might apply a little bit more pressure, but go slowly. Make sure that you're comfortable with what you're doing, because the most important part of the whole process is maintaining that angle, right? So I have a hard time doing it any other way than this. I know when I was in culinary school, you know, a lot of the chefs went, hello.
You ever get on the help desk and ask about Ellie? There's Ellie right there. She's real. I'm a real girl.
So these things, like, there's no forwards and backwards. It's just like, if you go that way, that works. If you go away, that works. If you go like that, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you do it often and you do it the same all the time.
Consistency. Consistency is huge.
Yeah. So you want to see another knife?
Yeah. What else? What else do you like? What else are you excited about?
I am liking, now I got to find somewhere to put this knife. There we go. That's a stupid spot for it. It'll probably fall down.
Put the knife in your pocket, Chris.
Right in my pocket.
Shouldn't be a problem.
We had someone calling this morning asking about, I'm sure they sold like immediately, but these are another knife from Kato. Everyone's going to think I only like nickel Damascus knives today.
It's hard to like nickel Damascus knives.
Yeah, I know. Especially now that we know how to, like, re-etch them, right?
Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
What happens if I get a nickel Damascus knife like that and
Yeah.
scar up the side, and I scratch it, and it looks terrible. I've sharpened it poorly, and it just looks like garbage.
We actually, Alex came in early today and did one for a customer. I'm gonna grab it and just to kind of show someone what it looks like after the fact. But so what Kevin's talking about is if your finish on your knife gets all kind of dinged up because you've been hard on it, you can kind of buff it out again, sand it. It's not about you're not going to use stones to achieve this finish. All right, Naoto might have some kind of magic.
Well, you could if you've got some finger stones, right?
But what we like to do is we use a chemical called ferric chloride. You use it, I don't know, the bottle says it's for cleaning circuit boards. But what it does is it reacts with the nickel and forces it to oxidize quickly, which gives it that kind of foggy look. So I'm going to go up to the sharpening station. I'm going to show you look, it's like train spotting, Kevin. Whoa, almost got taken out by the door. Well, there's Sean. I don't know these people's names.
So now to hold on a second. Each store has these already?
We'll get those.
No, we don't have any.
You don't have any?
Yeah, it's
No,
on.
if we do, no one's told them.
It's coming.
It's coming.
So
This one's coming to you,
It's a
Chris
smaller
Lord.
pieces.
It's smaller pieces, finger stones for you to do
It's not
experimenting with.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
that's over.
Wow.
Yep, excited.
So, but this is a Kumo that Alex hot rodded and then re-etched this morning.
Oh, you're joking. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Brand new, man.
Yeah. So it takes a little bit of extra work just to kind of fiddle with the, you kind of got to sand it just right. But it's something that we can do. So you don't need to worry about your nice nickel Damascus kind of getting scuzzy as the years go by.
Is that a 7 token behind you?
It is, yeah, but I don't want the other stores to see it.
Oh, all right.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't have high hopes about winning this competition for our window displays.
I'll tell you what, Chris, if you just got a bunch of clear bulbs and then hung them like a beaded curtain, so you have the window, Santoku, and then the beaded curtain, it would outline the silhouette of that Santoku better, and you've got colored lights on that. And you just have a beaded curtain of white light behind it. I think that would look great.
I have another.
Be more of that Clark Griswold vibe.
Yeah, I have another 8 cases of lights that can go up. I've a lot of our decorations are either taken out of my, they're taken out of my mother's basement or they're homemade because I bought a lot of lights.
That's exciting. Because I guess I'll tell everybody, I thought this year was a bit of a bummer year. It's this whole COVID thing, and everybody just needs to laugh. I like to be happy with it. So Nathan always adjusts my camera down. He likes me not to
flatter you, man. You never had MySpace. That's why you don't know about your angles.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Nathan, for my angles. What was I saying? Oh, he's got it's a bummer, right? So I challenged all the stores this year to make the most insane Christmas light display in their window in the front of their shops. Because I thought if people could just drive down the street at night or walk down the street and see basically National Lampoon's Christmas, Clark Griswold's insane lights, it would just put a smile on their face, make them happy.
Yeah, we have so I spent all of our money on Christmas lights and a very special Christmas elf.
And a special Christmas elf.
Yeah.
I'm very excited about that. I hope it's John Candy with a giant shovel.
No, I think I might just dress up as that. So here.
Anything else you want to tell us about?
Well, I'm sure that everyone is not surprised and I wish I knew this sooner because I'd be flogging this thing a lot more. These Masashi Shiroshu knives. We don't normally mark things down for garage sale, but we got a bit of a deal on these, eh?
Yeah, so we've kind of got overstock of them.
Yeah.
Because I had the reins on ordering again recently, and I ordered far too many of them.
Yeah.
And you and I love Masashi knives, especially the Shiroshu. But those Shiro shoes, what is it? The 240 Gyuto and the 270 Tsujiki
Suji, yeah,
are both on sale for 15% off
yeah,
just for this week because we just kind of have an oversupply of them.
yeah. So yeah, normally they're $721. I don't know what 15% off of that is, but in Ontario, it's a little bit more than the taxes.
Well, here, let me look at it.
So
So it's, I'm sure I've got a calculator in my pocket. Here we go. 721 times, that's $108 off. So
that's amazing.
721 goes down to just a tad over 6.
Yeah. Yeah,
Amazing.
that's amazing. Hopefully people pick up a bunch of those. We got it while we were talking. I got an email here. A Corinne Langley just left us a 5-star Google review.
Oh yeah.
Wonderful experience, terrific knives, and tremendous service. Well, that's very nice. If she's listening, thank you very much, Corinne. So that's fun. What else have I got to show? Oh, you know what? Here's like, if there's anyone like any culinary students or anyone, we got like these like. Have you guys talked much about these like Tojiro, like the little like the bundle? Have you talked about that much?
No. Talk
There's,
about.
I guess, yeah. There's like the molybdenum, vanadium, and AUS8, like these guys.
Yeah.
It's like the you can get the Santoku and the this is a 150 petty for like $88.
As a pair?
I guess I don't know. That's what this piece of paper says. Maybe Sean screwed up, but I know that there's a bundle going on with these knives.
No.
Megan's like nodding at me. So
Hey, true thing. That the Tojiro AUS80 or AUS8 Santoku and Petty is a bundle for $88 for the two.
Yeah, not insane.
Where are those? I'm gonna get those.
Yeah, let me track them down then. Yeah, I just saw them on the website recently myself, actually.
yeah. No, so they were 109. I guess there was a bundle before. They were 109 and now they're 88.
88 for the bundle. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's Christmas shopping done. Boom.
But yeah, and those are great. Like, you know what? Like,
Five of those bundles.
you
Man.
know, they're maybe not the fanciest knife in the shop, but you know what? Like, if I was a culinary student or if I knew one, I'd be all over that. Or, you know, you got like a real like grumpy dad who doesn't want you to buy nice things for him. You could like trick him. Like, this is a nice thing, but it, you know. I don't have a dad like that either.
You a grump?
A grumpy old man who just doesn't want anything. Makes life very difficult around the holidays. So,
Oh well.
yeah, what do you do, right?
Anything else to add there, buddy?
Hey, Jason wants to know what kind of bike is behind.
Hey, Rowe, which is my buddy from Riding Bikes. He wants to know what kind of bike is behind you there.
Oh, Jesus, I don't know. It's a white one. It's got white. It's got white on it, and it's black.
It's a black bike, hey, Rowe, but it's also got some white forks on it. That's my
Here,
that's my single speed bike for Ottawa. That's my Ottawa bike.
this is how I'm gonna drop the computer for sure.
Why do you have
I
a
don't
bike?
know. Well, that's like our. Well, you want it sent back to you eventually, but that's kind of like our flag at Buckingham. So Kevin will when he comes to town, the bike comes off the wall.
I got a question for Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Yeah.
Jean-Luc Martin, sounds like he might live near you, is asking the large spirit suitcase you're looking for. We're talking about Masashi.
Yeah.
Kato SG2 Yuko.
What did he say, Kevin? I can't really hear. It sounds like he's underwater.
The Shiro shoe
Yeah.
40 just had him. How does that compare to the 240?
Yeah.
It's going to be a fair bit heavier. That's for sure. It's like a very similar discussion to what we had before. Masashi's knives generally have a little more kind of weight behind them. You know, a little bit of a different style. We would expect the Kato knife is going to keep a keener edge for longer because of what it's made out of. But I would say that the Masashi is gonna, like, again, I would stick with that term, prep monster. I really like Masashi's knives for that.
I think
You know.
the Kato is a lot lighter, but it's not nearly.
Yeah.
This is a featherweight knife. Like you got to
Yeah.
be careful.
Yeah. This is pretty beefy.
Thin knives are not robust; they're delicate. But the way he grinds them too, the way he grinds Musashi grinds them is remarkable. They're a more robust knife. They don't feel like them. Which
Yeah, well, I remember Masashi telling us when we
and not I have this knife. I have the same knife, this exact one, and I love it. And I don't Shiroshu of that, but I've got the Kiroshu, so I got the black.
Yeah. Yeah, I find Masashi, well, and excuse me, he put it this way too. He said he makes them with a professional in mind.
Yeah, that's
right.
exactly.
So his knives are meant to be used in a higher volume capacity. Now that doesn't make it invincible.
Oh God, no.
You can still chip it if you're being a bonehead or
cut a
something happens. What?
You cut a cardboard.
A cardboard knife.
A car door.
Oh yeah, it's not. No, it's not like that. No.
Remember when you used to have a vehicle that you said only vehicles that doors come off are good?
I used to say that, yeah. But now my favorite vehicle doesn't even have any doors.
A bicycle.
Yeah.
With a motor.
With a motor on it, yeah.
Right, a motor bicycle.
A motored bicycle. Yeah. So what's Nathan doing coming over looking like?
Nathan is coming over to click buttons on my screen, so maybe he's firing you.
No. Maybe I'm fired.
No, your mic.
He looks like a serial killer, Santa. What are you trying to do there, Nathan?
Sound here, so Nathan's trying to fix my sound.
Oh, okay. Who knows?
Mine are sounding funny.
You know what else is? Well, we still have this guy around. Well, maybe we don't. I don't know. I haven't looked at the web orders in a few minutes, but just because we've been talking about Masashi so much and everyone knows how much I like those things. So we've still got one of those 270 Sakamarus. Yeah, I don't know. I might have sold online. I don't know.
Ours online.
Yeah, so this is a 270. I know the 300 went like ultra fast.
It did. That is
sweet. Yeah, and it's like 825. So that's pretty easy. That's a pretty easy win. What else is around me here? What about, have you seen one of these in a while, Kevin?
No, where did you get that?
I stole this out of Kent of Inglewood.
Oh,
but it's a Saji, it's an R2 folding knife.
Right.
And it's got some fancy, I can never remember what these carbon fiber, forget it. Hey, Sean, what do you call this stuff again? The scales?
On the Saji folder?
Yeah.
That's G10.
Well, no, G10. That's what he called it. It's like a carbon fiber kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
I don't know.
Stuff, man.
Yeah, so these are really cool. If you needed something a little more, and you know what, this kind of feels like before when I was talking about Saji's knives feeling real thin. This is like what I'm used to with a Saji knife. Like this is meant to do some stuff, you know.
Listen, Chris, can you hear me now?
Yep. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Apparently, I was having some sound problems.
Oh, I could hear you the whole time.
I've gone back to the headphones because I heard the headphones were better than the speaker on the
yeah,
computer.
that's probably just because of Nathan. Because Nathan's bad news, right?
It's probably Nathan's fault entirely.
Yeah.
That's probably sound.
It's because he's a time traveler. Technology doesn't work appropriately around him. That's usually the problem.
Well, I think I'm gonna let you go because sounds like you're getting busy.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a crowd here again, so someone might need my help. So
maybe. Hey,
maybe
did you
not.
show us your sharpening set yet? Why don't you show us your sharpening system there?
Oh, sure. I don't even know if we've set it up yet. So here, I'll go back up to the front.
Hey, that's a nice bike. I can't wait to ride that bike again.
I'll make everyone sick here by walking around with this. So we put our sharpening station back up in the window because the basement got overrun with stuff. But so we've got you know, the I don't even know what these things are called. Hoyo. So
Hoyo.
you know, we do a lot. Yeah, we've got the wheels for any of the kind of heavy material removal. But then, you know, it's nothing too fancy, to be honest with you. We set up on this bucket and
You
sharpen
know what?
away.
Because sharpening's not that hard, is it? People sometimes try to
No.
make a mystery out of sharpening, and I don't think it's.
Yeah.
I don't think
You know
it's that
what
hard.
You know what my line is about sharpening, and I'm sure it still holds true with all these people in the room, is that it doesn't take a particularly smart person to be really good at sharpening. It doesn't require any particular skills. It requires a whole lot of patience.
Yeah.
And
Well, you also have to understand what's going on.
yeah, but
Right.
it's like I'm by no means the smartest person in the room right now, but I'm probably the best sharpener. I'm better. Sean's giving me a shitty look right now, but I'm way better at sharpening than he is. If anything, I'm a lot faster.
All right. Well, listen, Chris, look, thanks for coming in.
Oh, no worries.
Thanks
If you
for coming
guys,
into our little thing. Because I've got a whole stack. I got a whole stack of stuff here.
Oh, I'm sure they've asked
that I
lots
have
of
to look
questions,
at.
and I've just ignored them all. Because I didn't even open up the other things to look at the questions. So
That's all right.
I do
You
that
have
on
questions
Tuesdays.
here? We'll figure it out. Oh, Tuesday. Tell us about Tuesday, because I'm going to do it from here.
Yeah. So tomorrow we normally do our Japanese Knife 101. So we'll probably just do more of this. You know, we'll still have some
Japanese Knife
stuff
101?
around. Yeah, we'll have some, you know, it's like Knifewear's weekly Ask Me Anything. So if you're not sick of this today, come back tomorrow and we'll talk about more stuff. You know,
Yeah.
garage sale stuff and whatever's going on. And, you know, it's fun. You guys are pretty much my only friends now. So, you know, if you take that away from me, I won't have anything. So,
Oh, no friend Chris.
no friends for Lordy.
No friend Lordy. All right. How about this? I've got a question here. Maybe you can answer. You chime in and I'll chime in because we were both burnt out chefs, right? How is stainless versus carbon in professional kitchens?
It
'Cause
depends on the type of
you've used both. I've used both.
Depends on the type of place you work. If you, I found like when I worked in restaurants that were more casual fine dining, and I could take my time a little bit more, I could kind of focus on the task. I always preferred using my carbon steel knives because I had the time to dry them off. I had the time to make sure, like, to actually like put that little bit extra in. The places I worked where I was like kind of super like, you know, crazy busy all the time, I preferred to use stainless. So I could just, oh, look at that. I could just, you know, drop the knife on the cutting board, even if it was dirty, and then like get on to the next task, right? So it really depends on where you work and what kind, like, you know, a professional chef is going to prefer the edge that you get from carbon steel. But if you kind of want the best of both, I'd look to powdered steels like the SG2 we've been talking about quite a bit, the R2 we've been talking about quite a bit. Those are going to be your, like this Saji knife that I kind of started my conversation with. That's perfect. That's what a chef's going to, you know, it's going to feel familiar. It's going to keep an awesome edge and not be very difficult to take care of.
You know, I've used carbon and stainless in kitchens for years, right? During service, for a cook during service, I've never used carbon steel because it's just I never had time to take care of it properly. So I always had stainless steel for that, but I've done tons of prep with carbon steel knives.
Yeah.
Just, you know, when you've got time, because it takes 30 seconds more to care for, right?
I used to, whenever I worked, like, so I was a sous chef at the Wellington Gastropub here in Ottawa before I came to work at Knifewear. And that was a really busy, like, grill station. And we would carve everything before it went out, you know, steaks, duck, pork, whatever. We'd always carve it. And I always used I have a Moritaka 240 Kiritsuke that I bought the day Knifewear Ottawa opened. And that's what I always
I was there
use
that day.
on the
I
line.
sold it to you
Yeah,
that day.
That's right. I came back a week later and got a 130 petty to match it. So, but
Here is something that is the best of both worlds. It's Algami Super, so carbon
Yeah.
steel, but then they've gone and wrapped stainless around the blade. So think of it like a bologna sandwich. You got the bologna in the middle, which is carbon steel, and then you got the stainless steel bread on either side of the sandwich. So that's actually a really great example of a knife that makes it a lot easier to deal with in the kitchen in a restaurant, because the stainless steel coating it reduces so much of the risk of rust. You just have to worry about the rusting right on the very edge. You see that gray steel right on the very edge?
Yeah.
That's the only bit you'd have to worry about rusting. So that's another way to take care of that.
Yeah. And you know what? If you get a little spot of rust, it doesn't. To be honest, it doesn't mean much. It just means you got to scrub it away. You just got to scrub it off. It's not the end of the world by any means.
Nope, not end of the world at all. All right. Well, listen. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. You and I will do this again tomorrow at about 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
4
4 o'clock your time.
My time, 6 o'clock Eastern.
Yep. Wicked. Well, have a good one, fellas.
All right. Thanks, man. Cheers. Okay, so I've got this. That was Chris Lord out in Ottawa, by the way. Maybe we should just talk quickly and just say, that I'm Kevin from Knifewear. And we're in the Knifewear warehouse in Calgary, but we're having a big garage sale. And what we call the garage sale is 2 or 3 times a year I go to Japan and I buy strange things. I buy blacksmith, like new projects blacksmiths are trying, one of a kinds, sample knives, some overstocked stuff like that. And then we saw it on the garage sale, what we call the garage sale. And everything's priced to go. So we have a 1-week sale. And since we can't have a ton of people in the shops this year, we're doing a lot of it online. So we're just doing this live broadcast. Ask questions. We'll give you measurements and weights of different knives. And we'll try to get to the questions as best we can. Someone has thrust this in front of me. And I need to show this off for AJ. AJ is looking at this. And it is, this is the Sakai Uhl. And this is Shirogami, so it's white carbon steel. It's $510, hand hammered in Sakai. I love knives like this because that wide bevel there, when you go to resharpen it, just put that bevel flat on the stone, like that. And that's so easy to resharpen that way. AJ, what do you want to see with this knife? Look at this. You can see the spine. You can see the handle and the choil, which is this part here. See how thin that knife is. And there you go.
Mr.
Nathan, was there any specific question?
But Mr. Brohan Sandwich, who was a professional looking for a carbon steel or stainless steel knife.
Sorry, Mr. Broham Sandwich.
That's correct.
That's quite a name.
He got the stainless line one that you recommended. So he says thank you.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
That was the, which one was that? Was the Tato?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, nice. Nice. You're going to love that knife, man.
Okay, I'm going to grab a couple knives for you to show off. And will you tell us a little bit about our holiday shopping?
Is this something I need? Holiday shopping. Oh, actually, we should talk about this, shouldn't we? It's a weird year, right? It's a weird year. We can't have as many people in the shops as we normally have. Usually at Christmas time, we have unlimited people in the stores, but now we're limited by how many people are allowed to come in the store at any given time. And it's harder. It's difficult to get in the store. Sometimes there's lineups on the busiest days, especially in the Calgary store. And we're really trying to help people make purchases either by doing some homework before they go to the shops, so they can make a quicker purchase in the shop, or help you buy them online. So we're doing a lot of events like this where you can come in and ask any questions you want. And it's also really good too, if you're buying online, to think about how long it's going to take to ship something. Because usually within Canada, for example, Canada Post says the cutoff day is December 21st to get to you by December 24th. But this year it's not going to be that. Canada Post is already behind, and it's not getting any better. So if you are doing shopping now, if you want to buy online and have it shipped, order sooner than later. You can also order pick up at the store if it's actually a product that's in stock in the city you're in. We're doing we've got gift guides on our website that you can look at and like educate yourself, you know, to help you make some decisions about that. We have a 1-800-9 to call. We've also got a live chat on the website that's basically somebody's on there while shops are open. So kind of 10 a.m. to about 8 p.m. Eastern time, there should be somebody live 7 days a week answering your questions. If it gets busy, they slow down a bit, but they're there. We try really hard to answer every question as fast as we can. Looks like Marshall just bought this ZDP 189 knife. Marshall, this is the Yoshida ZDP Gyuto that you just bought. Dude, this knife should stay sharp longer than anything else we sell at the shop, essentially. ZDP 189 steel. You bought both of them?
You're a monster.
Oh, dude.
That's amazing.
Marshall, who are you?
Wait, Marshall?
You've got this one here, Marshall, and you've got the Sakaiul Ginsan Kiritsuke. This
That's so nice.
is, that's Mike behind us. This is very his style knife. It's got some heft to it. It's got that cool bunker or Kiritsuke tip to it. I love all the features though. Like the spine is mirror polished. It's so smooth and shiny. And same with the choil area here. So smooth and shiny. I love this single piece maple construction knife. I used to be against single piece construction handles because I didn't think they're very strong, but they're now making them a little bit different. And it seems they've got a lot more robust, which is outstanding. I love how modern it looks, how clean it looks. Marshall, you monster! These are going to be two awesome knives for you. Bit jealous to be honest. Especially the Sakaiul. Man, I love that knife. I love that knife. Cool, man. Nathan Garrow, is there any questions?
Arumi Pantsu says, it's nice listening to us talk while driving, which is good to hear.
I'm not driving.
I hope you're not texting while driving.
I'm not driving. Oh, he's driving.
I assume so. David Alexander says, what's better, a 165 or 195 Nakiri?
Here's the story about Nakiris. Mike, do you want to go get me a 195 Nakiri and a 165? Oh, we don't have the 95 from Fujiwara in stock in Calgary at the warehouse. That's too bad. Okay, here. This is the Nakiri talk. A standard size Nakiri is 165. So if you say Nakiri to a knife maker in Japan, this is what he thinks. 99%, 95% of Nakiris in the world are 165 millimeters in length. That is a Nakiri. Every now and again, you get a strange one. Fujiwara-san makes a 195. Moritaka makes a 180 Nakiri. So every now and again, you get slightly longer Nakiris. And they're great. Like, you know, if you're going to be blasting through cabbages and stuff, that Fujiwara 195 Nakiri is great. But 165, I guess the big difference is 165 is standard. Any other size is unusual. We also sometimes have 150s, which is a smaller Nakiri. And I know Takeda-san sometimes make 130 millimeter Nakiri, so they're really small. Think about slicing a bunch of shallots with that. Makes sense. So I hope that helps your question. If not, ask more questions, man. That's what we're here for. So today we're just going to answer questions, show you knives, talk about knives. You know, eventually we're going to go and see the Calgary store and the Edmonton store. We'll check in with the Vancouver store, see how they're doing. Mike, I heard Mike pick up the guitar and play something, so that maybe he'll come and play a song. He says he can't play. Mike's pretty good. Naoto's actually really good, but he won't play. He gets scared. Stage fright. It's too bad. I'm terrible, but I'll play all the time. I don't care. I'll punish you with my
Our
guitar
tenants
playing.
Still having trouble deciding between a Kato SG2 and a Musashi SLD.
Yeah, that's because that's a hard decision.
That's a hard decision.
Just
So,
if you might prefer the extra weight. You love the SG2, but
you know what?
like love the extra weight.
Well, you know what? If he's a professional chef, or maybe a bit harder on knives, get the Musashi for sure. So he's deciding between the Musashi SLD steel or the Kato SG2. If I think you're asking about the Shiro shoe. Can you pass me that knife now, Joe?
The Shiro shoe? Yeah, this is the.
I think he's asking. Yeah, I know. I think he's asking about the Shiro shoe. So this 240 millimeter Kritsuke. If this is the one you're talking about, I say get this one. It's 15% off today, which is a smoking deal. So instead of what is it, $720? It's like I think $605 now or something. So it's like it's over $100 off. I love the handle he's got. So it's round on this part, but then it's an octagon shape. So it's got the flat sides here. I don't know if you can see that. You can see those flat sides there. And look at that pattern. Wow. We're all big Musashi fans. Kato too, right? Both good guys, both younger blacksmiths, younger than me anyway, and making great stuff. Mike, got anything to say?
Cool.
If
Yeah.
I play a song, will you sing?
Yeah.
You won't sing.
That's not true. I don't know if you can call it singing, what I'll do.
Oh, I don't know if you call it playing. What I'll do.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's very true. You know, I think we should talk about what we're going to be doing at Christmas this year, because Christmas, did you talk about it
I
already?
just did,
Okay, good.
but you can probably mention it again, or maybe.
Hit us up on the help desk. Let us help you narrow it down, and then when you come in, it'll be fast and easy, and you can turn around. Also, we have another great store that's next door, almost in every city. Sometimes it's even inside our store. It's called Kent of Inglewood. It's a different shop. It's similar in a way. It's connected really by blacksmiths, but it sells lots of great stuff for shaving. So straight razors, safety razors, all this really great shaving stuff. Plus it also has great stuff for beard, and it has axes, and it's where actually a lot of our hunting knives live. So I suspect that between our two stores, you'd be able to cross a lot of people off your Christmas list, and only have to pay for parking once. See, that's my shameless plug. There you go. But yeah, let us help you out in advance. You can narrow stuff down. We can do a lot of stuff. We got our website. We can look at it. We've got our chat on our help desk or our website. We've got a whole bunch of videos. We can really help you pick the right gift for someone. And if you feel like you're going to screw it up, we got a great exchanging policy. People can come back in January and swap it out for whatever it is they wanted. And or you just get them a gift card, especially if you're worried about shipping. If you're worried about how long it's going to take to show up, then get a gift card, and you won't make any mistakes there.
Nope. Mike, what's that knife?
Mine.
We're not allowed to buy knives until after the first day is over. So even myself. So Mike and I have been shopping, and all of my favorite knives keep going, but this one's still here, and I'm pretty excited. And all of those Manakas, the Kisuke knives, are still here too. So maybe Mike, you can tell us what you love about that, because I know you've picked that knife up about 15 times today. Oh, people can't hear you.
I don't know if anyone could have heard me, but hopefully you can hear me now. Yeah, this knife I think I really like its rustic look. It's got all these hammering marks, all those sort of dark spots or indentations. I like that because when I cut with it, there's gonna be no suction on the side of the blade, but it's so tall. It's like 6 centimeters tall. Is that what it was? Big and tall. This knife would do everything. It's a 210 millimeter Gyuto, but it's kind of like got a bit of a Santoku-ness to it. Being so tall, it's also got a bit of a Nakiri-ness to it. The tall blade's nice because it tracks straight as you cut with it, and it slides right through. And you're not bashing your knuckles on the counter. You got a bit more weight with your knife while still being nice and thin. So chopping is easy. You just pick the knife up and put it down. This is Aogami. This is blue steel too. Blue carbon steel is going to be crazy sharp, really good at holding an edge. I'll touch it up on my natural stone. Probably, if I had this knife and I used it every day, I'd probably touch it up on a natural stone every couple months just to clean up the edge a bit. You can use a honing rod. We have these kind of things. Instead of the steel rods, we use ceramic rods. White one's nice if you want a bit of a coarser edge. I know a lot of young chefs who stand in the back of a kitchen and hammer away on their knives all day really like the white one. It's a little coarser, pulls your edge up a little bit faster. Mostly at home, I'll just pass my knife on this. I don't do it every time I use it. You certainly can, and the folks who do use this every time they use their knife, I swear they don't bring their knives back for sharpening for years, 2, maybe 3 years. But yeah, I have a little natural stone somewhat like this at home. Just a bag, not really pretty. I mean, it's a rock, but it's a rock that's got a lot of abrasive particles in it. And it's not as aggressive to some means as like a manufactured stone.
What do you want to do with your life? I want to rock.
Oh my God.
You didn't hear that.
But you could just rub this gently on this and it would really tune up the edge of your knife. And you'd actually not even really need to use the steel ever. Why do I like it? Because it's big and it's thin and it feels perfect in my hand. It's $419, but man, I'll have that for the rest of my life.
Mike, someone was asking, what do they need for sharpening stones to get into the game?
Oh, do you know what? This is where I started. I had a 220 and a 220 grit on one side, 1000 on the other side. And this was a great place to start because you could soak it in water. And then I sharpened all my Victorinox and all my Henkel's knives from cooking school until I pretty much destroyed them and the stone. That was before you could have anyone who could show you how to sharpen. I never had any sharpening lessons. You can come and visit us. We don't do classes in store at the moment. We do classes online. But what's ultimately, and what I've ended up getting, is a set of stones very much like this. I'll turn them this way around. 220 and a 1000. 220 is the coarse one. This reshapes the knife. Gets rid of any chips. Does a lot of the heavy lifting of recreating the new angle. And then I use a 1000 grit stone. And that gives you the sharpness back. If you're sharpening a Victorinox or a Henkel or an IKEA knife and you finish it on a 1000 grit stone, it is going to be sharper than the day you bought it. This is a great place to stop with most knives. Now, when you do have really hard, awesome steel like these Japanese knives, you can go finer. The steel's a harder steel and it's a finer steel, so it can hold that edge. Moving to a 4000 grit stone, I think, is almost a necessity to get the most out of your Japanese knife. And there you can pretty much stop, except for if you're insane and want a super, super smooth, ridiculously fine edge, a knife you can shave with. Really, you're going to find the benefits if you're doing things like slicing raw fish or cutting raw meat. And that's to use an 8000 grit stone. This feels like a piece of glass, and it's going to really give your knife an amazing performance. There's an argument that says that because it's so fine, your knife won't hold its edge as long as something like a 4000. This may be true. I'm not a scientist. I haven't done a conclusive experiment. But I have found sometimes I'll sharpen to an 8000 grit, and it just kind of bounces on the skin of a tomato, and then I go back to my 4000, and then it just powers through everything. So I think there's a toothiness that changes how the knife feels when it cuts. So that's a great place to start. So that's 220, 1000, 4000, 8000. Those stones, you'll be able to do everything you need forever. And I do like having the individual stones now instead of the combination stone where the two pieces are glued together. That's because as you use your stone, it wears out unevenly because of the amount of pressure you put on it. And if you've got the two-sided stone and you're flipping it over, your stone's going to start rocking and it's not going to be as stable as you want it to be. So typically what we do is you get a stone like this, and then you get a stone like this, which is a truing stone. And the truing stone is a really aggressive stone that will flatten your sharpening stone. So you only put the knife on one side of the stone, and then you use this beast, and you put it on top of your sharpening stone. and that keeps it flat. Now, even though you're keeping it flat, it's never really going to be perfectly level again. That's why it's so good to keep one side of your stone you don't sharpen on. We have other things too. You have stone holders that clamp your stones down. We even have a thing called a sink bridge. It's very helpful because it's a stone holder that will rest, expands and sits inside of your kitchen sink. Helps contain the mess if you're doing it at home, and it keeps everything inside your sink. You need water as you're sharpening. You don't use oil on Japanese water stones. It'll actually plug them up and screw them up. So using the sink bridge, you can sharpen in your sink and you've got water right there. It makes it really easy. What else can I tell you? Height, weight. Okay, which is this guy? This is the Sakai Uo. So, at the heel, we're just about bang on 3 centimeters. Just at the curve, we're about 2. Thickness is at the spine, about just coming up to 2 millimeters. Thank you. We have this thing for a reason. Where's the scale? There's the scale.
So that's for details.
Awesome. And it's exactly 70 grams for that Sakai Uo. Yeah, 2.2 at the spine for its thickness. 1.75 up at the tip. And of course, it gets really thin to the edge. Nice deep bevel on this. You're going to find this knife will be very nice for doing fine work. Slicing a shallot or something, it'll turn into just like micro dots. It'll be amazing. And I got another one here for Federico. We've got this is the Kobayashi SG2, right? Kobayashi SG2. SG2 is a great steel. It's stainless, but it is hard and performs like carbon steel. It is 1.8 at the spine, gets to 1.2 at the tip. And yeah, 29, 30 millimeters tall. This is a beautiful knife. Really nice Damascus pattern to the outside. Get it out of the light there. It's hard to see. And it weighs 72 grams. That's super light. It's like a feather. Feels like you're cutting with a pencil. You'll be really nice finesse work with this. These types of petty knives are great for all sorts of stuff. You can make them do a lot of work. Nice to have that tip, that pointy tip, so you can also use them to do some lightweight butchery where you're going to be able to clean the sinew off of some meat. Things like that. Finger stones. Finger stones are cool. This is a little baggie of rocks, but it's an abrasive rock. I believe something like, was it 100 million years ago? There was like volcanoes spraying silica around or something. I don't know, that's the story I read one time. Anyway, silica is like an abrasive, and this is just smashed up stone. So you can actually take this and you could make it finer, and you can make a paste out of it, and you can apply it to the side of a knife with something like a cork. Or you can, in fact, use this on a stone and work it down until it's flat, and you can rub the stone right on the edge of your knife. By the edge, I mean the bevel of the knife. Do we have something that I could, you want to get something that you can actually demonstrate? Maybe just get some water and a knife and maybe actually like a piece of finger stone. I think we're going to actually give this a shot. I'm trying to describe it without a knife. Coincidentally, I'm surrounded by knives, and Naoto, who is really amazing at doing this type of work, is going to give you a quick demo here in a few minutes. He's going to go get some stuff, and we're actually going to show you how to do it. It's a lot easier than just talking about it. Yeah, I mean, there's still lots of great stuff left here. If you're looking for something new and unique, check out a single bevel if you haven't got a single bevel. They are quite cool. The Deba is a big knife, really used for cutting apart fish, something like this. It looks sort of like a chef's knife, but much, much thicker at the spine, right? And single bevel, so you can see it's got the angle is created only on one side, and the back of the knife is pretty much flat. In fact, concave. Let's sort of see if you look at it, it's almost like a C shape. It's got a curve. And actually, when you cut with it, it's going to curl, a bit like a wing. allows you to take apart a fish in the sort of Japanese method in a really incredible way. What else have we got here? Oh, this one is really cool. This is unagi. And an eel knife is something that's different in every region of Japan. Not that we have a lot of eel here, but this would be really amazing for taking apart or skinning any really small little fish. Now, this being an eel knife from Sakai, is it also comes with an eel spike, which might seem weird, and this is a little gruesome. But when you take apart an eel, you do it while it's still alive, so you jam this through its head and stick it to your cutting board, and then you cut the fillets off. Neat, huh, kids? Maybe that's why we don't eat that much eel. All right. What else have we got here? Something that I'm really keen on is this Hanasuki too. And this is a Hanasuki that's got this really, really cool custom handle on it. Look at that. If you would just, like Japanese knives have these really simple handles. I've heard some people say like, oh, this knife is great, but why do they put that broomstick of a handle on it? It's so dumb. Well, the blacksmiths aren't really interested in handles. They're interested in knives. They're interested in what the knife can do, and they don't need to dress their knife up with a fancy handle. That's typically the way they do it. They're just making a kitchen knife. But that's okay, because you can still get a really cool handle like this on a knife. We get these and we put them onto the blades ourselves. This is a sweet knife. This is a Kumo. Kumo is a series of knives that we carry all the time. It comes from Masakagi, made by Anru. And it's a nickel Damascus blade, so it's gorgeous. But this shape is called Hanasuki. And Hanasuki is designed for butchering a chicken, taking apart a bird. And it works incredibly well for that. And honestly, you'll often find Hanasuki that are much thicker blade than this. But what I find is great about the Kumo Hanasuki, and the fact that it's a little thinner than it's supposed to be for a typical Hanasuki, is that this is an incredible utility knife. You've got the fine tip, so you can do some butchery. You've got a bit of a heel, so you can chop. And this is nice and thin. You can blast through shallots or cut up a pepper, whatever. Slice up a chicken breast. It feels great, and it's super, super useful. So I really like this shape of knife. And if you're looking for something that you can do a bit of butchery with, but you want it to be a little bit more multi-purpose, then look at the Kumo Hanasuki. It's a fantastic knife. Now, this one with the custom handle is $425. I think the regular price Kumo Hanasuki is about $280 or somewhere around that price range, but worth every penny. They're fantastic. Any more questions at the moment there?
There's we'll ask Sajay Miyabi if it's still available.
The Sajay Miyabi Gyuto, I think they have them in a couple of spots, so I don't know. Check and see if it's still available. This is the knife that you're referring to. It looks cool. It looks like champagne bubbles on the side of the knife. Oh man, this feels great. Like, there's an art to balancing a knife out. You don't just make a knife and then pop a handle on it, because your balance point might be in all sorts of weird spots. And something you'll find with almost all Japanese knives is it's going to balance right about here. And if you watch a chef hold a knife, they do this thing we call the pinch grip. So instead of holding your knife and shoving it through food, you let it rest on your middle finger, then you gently pinch the face of the blade with your thumb and forefinger. And now the knife can just float around in your grip. You don't have to have some death grip on it. You're not shoving the knife. You can let it slide as you're chopping. And if you've ever cut, I can cut really quickly. I was a chef for a long time, and I often will be cutting food, and so I'll be like, oh, how can you cut so quickly? Well, it's because I'm not holding the knife like it's about to run away from me. I'm not trying to choke the life out of the knife. I have a gentle grip on it. And if you have a sharp knife, you don't need a lot of force. Often people will come into the store, and we have our cutting stations, and you watch them cut, and you can tell if they've suffered through their life with a really dull knife, because they address the cutting board, and it looks like they're trying to start a lawnmower. You know, they're trying to jam the knife all the way through the cutting board. And to me, that just says, I've got the solution for you. It's called a Japanese kitchen knife. You don't have to deal with your dull knife for the rest of your life.
What was the knife you're recommending for shallots?
For shallots?
Yeah.
Oh,
You were talking about some before.
that I was just saying that the Kumo Hanasuki would be just a beautiful, it's such a thin blade, but it's got a nice tall heel and then this fine little tip. So if you just wanted to do tiny little slices like that, this is going to be great. And as it hits the cutting board, pretend this box is a cutting board, you can see the curvature of the knife here. So if you're just cutting your shallot right at the top there, you got that nice little spot. And then as you went over them again, you could chop with that heel section. Now, lovely knife. And I like finding these knives that have that heel because when you're chopping with it, it's nice to not have to be, if you're trying to cut everything in your life with a paring knife, you have to like do this weird thing so you can get your fingers off so you're not nailing your knuckles against the cutting board as you chop. Makes it really awkward to cut. If it's awkward, it's not going to be safe and it's not going to be fun.
It was a petty you were talking about, apparently. You did have a few petties before.
Where did this guy go?
Remember what it looked like.
Well, I like a lot of petties. The 150 petty that I was also holding up was the. Oh wow. Okay. There was a 150 petty that I was holding up. You're right. And then I went into that one, and I have short memory. That Sakai wool is beautiful. Is it gone? Did someone come and take it already? Well, I think the last thing I was talking about with the shallot was that Kumo, from what I recall. Well, it's sort of a petty. It's a petty on steroids. I think if I wanted a knife that was going to blast through shallots, though, is this Sakai wool Ginsan. I do. I really like it. This guy's great. Look at how thin that tip is. It's amazing. Oh, Kevin's so good at playing the Beatles. I think they're his favorite band. Was there another petty that I had out here? Zibbidi-ba-doo. Are you trying to play Heart of Gold?
I think it was Wonderwall.
Ah, Wonderwall. Well, I'm sorry if I'm not finding exactly what you had thought about because I was... This is a thing that we talk about Musashis a lot. This is something I really appreciate about his design here is if you look, his petty knife doesn't come straight down at the heel. He's got a bit of a curve there. So you still get the same edge length, but where it balances is back behind there. But a lot of times when you're balancing the knife and you hold a petty knife, you're covering up a small section of the blade. Now, if you're looking at that kind of factor on a Gyuto, not that big because you still have another 8 inches of knife in front of your hand. But on a petty knife, you're taking up a fair percentage of your blade. And I think it's really sweet that he kind of pulls the heel of the knife forward. So when you're holding the balance point, you're not, interrupting the little bit of knife that you've got. Super smart guy, that Masashi. He actually came to visit us in Canada. And I think at some point we fed him some Saskatoons. I think it was a Saskatoon jam that we fed him. A year. That's what I was just gonna say. Kevin and I were in Japan last year, just about this time, and we were standing there outside of his shop, and we looked at these bushes he'd just planted and went, "Hey, what are those?" And he said, "Saskatoon." So he's planted Saskatoon bushes in Sanjo. No, Tsubame. Sanjo? Sanjo, please. I don't want to get it wrong. One thing I learned about this town is if there's a town called Sanjo Tsubame. That's what you call it if you're on the Sanjo side and if you're from Sanjo. If you're from Tsubame, you call it Tsubame Sanjo. And they have a bit of a rivalry. It'd be like if you put Edmonton and Calgary, except for it was the Bow River that separated Edmonton from Calgary. Kind of fun.
Meet on the bridge
but it's a really amazing area. Something I really like. So it's in this area called Niigata. It has a big steel industry, and their local government is really good at promoting their industry. So, for example, there's a lot of these older blacksmiths who never really took on apprentices, and to take on an apprentice takes on some time, and cost money. So the local government is funding these craftsmen to teach a next generation, and they're bringing people into the area. They're subsidizing their ability to learn and expand on the craft that already exists there. They're really fighting to keep this traditional craft alive in their region. I really appreciate that about the area. What else is there? There's some really neat stuff there. Thermos is from there.
Thermos, yeah.
Oh yeah, Global Knives come from that area.
Yeah, like for those who like the outdoor, Snow Peak.
Oh, Snow Peak, yeah. What about spoons?
Lucky
spoons? Did we get spoons?
Yeah, we do.
Do we have those here?
Do.
Are there any here?
We do.
If you're a chef and you work in a restaurant, a lot of times you start out learning how to cook using these big barbecue tongs, and sometimes you start to realize that there may be a little bit overkill. Sometimes you're watching a person make you a Caesar salad at a restaurant, and they're using barbecue tongs, and they're like half chewing the food for you in advance. Not ideal. Spoons, though, on the other hand, they're quite nice. Now, we had these spoons a couple years ago. Kevin and I both have them in our homes, and they're fantastic. It's a great spoon for cooking. It's like too small to be a serving spoon, but too big to be a spoon that you would eat with. And they're cool because they've got a nice, good-sized bowl to it, so you can use it for saucing a plate. But it's got kind of a flat front to it, so when you're cooking, it's like a bit of a shovel. And so, it's so reflective, it's hard to show you. How much are we selling these for now? So I really like this. I need another spoon. I have a collection of plating spoons. So it's really different. A lot of times when you're plating, you'll have a plating spoon that comes to a fine tip. So you're going to plate something, it's going to look the same as everybody. This is a little bit more like a palette. $21 for this guy. How much for this little fella? So this spoon is great for pulling anything you've blanched or poached out of water. It's like a little ladle with some tiny little holes. I believe these are often designed for tofu in Japan, aren't they? So a little tofu spoon, so you can pull it out of its little broth and then eat it. But fantastic for poached eggs, all sorts of other little things. If you do if anyone does any sort of jellification of things anymore, they might use these things. All kinds of good uses. Could be fun for plating with too. But really nicely made, all one solid piece of stainless steel, just quality stuff, right? So, Lucky Wood spoons. They're in the garage sale too, right?
I have to make them garage sale. They are available.
Oh, so we have these online already. So we're gonna add them to the garage sale products right now. Okay, listen. I'm gonna hand these headphones off to Naoto because he's set up. And we're going to try and figure out how to move this camera around so you can see what he's doing. Can you do it in the air?
Yeah.
So we were talking about those finger stones a few minutes ago. Finger stones, like it's a broken piece of a natural stone. And we use it for creating a really nice finish on a knife after we've sharpened it. So
it's really nice, but I'll show you how it changes.
Oh yeah, they can't hear me. Okay. So here.
You might want to fix that.
Yeah, that's okay as long as they can. Because I don't have to. Because they don't have to hear. Like I don't have to hear them. So here's the Masakage Yuki that I was sharpening. This came in at the whatchamacallit, the mailing sharpening. It looks pretty nice already. What I'm going to show you is to use one of those finger stones. I'm gonna do a little bit on here, a little bit of water with the finger stone, and just rub it basically. Some people actually do this way. I have to kind of be a little bit careful, right? But you can do several ways, but I've seen done this way with the thumb, and this way, again, careful, but just really rubs like this. Sorry, I'm pretty short. Okay. And what this does is that the blends this whole, it's really hard to see, but it blends the this part quite nice and takes off lots of small scratches. And if you work this on the edge part, also depends on how hard the part of the stone is. You get either really nice and shiny or a really nice so-called kasumi on this. But yeah, it's really simple, like this. Yeah, unknown guy. Holwood, the magnolia. Yeah. Alrighty. So yeah, it's like this, and it's pretty soft stone, so the rubbing it will cause the slurry to come up, and yeah, it blends the. Sorry, I have to see it and see where I'm working on. But this is great finishing stone. Yeah, so we managed to get the a couple chunks, and we managed to break down into the smaller pieces. So these are available in small pouches, 100 grams of each, assortment of sizes, and you will be able to get them like $25 each. Uchigumori, this stone here is from a mountain called the Ohira. Ohira Uchigumori is very well known for its quality and very used widely for the sword polishing and such. So if you're interested in that kind of advanced or the very nerdy sharpening, go for it. It's very interesting. That will give you very interesting effect to it. One thing that you have to be a little bit more careful though is this is a finishing stone. So when you're trying to create the finish that you like or you want, building up the base is also important as well, right? It's like, building a foundation and builds up from there, and this is the last finishing touch. You can't really jump on from the rough base all the way to here. This is not the magic stone. So something that you have to build up on. So that's something you have to be a little bit more careful about. But once you get all the fundamental done, you get a really, really nice edge for that. Any questions? Alrighty, I want to talk about some knives that we have. I personally love very, very thin knives. That's why I have been like talking about the oh wait, we have a non-knife stuff that we often, those two often do not want to talk about. So let's talk about the frying pans. So we get those the company called Prince Kogyo in Niigata. Again, also the place where the Masashi knives are made, and the spoon that the Mike was showing you, and those sorts. But they do still have the company that makes frying pans, hot and pans. This company is fantastic. It is made with the one. It's really got a nice style finish going. They've added it's an iron or the steel frying pan, so it's going to last a lot longer. There's no the Teflon or anything that like yucky to eat after. If it flakes off, there is no such coating on these. They do use a little bit of they said they use a little bit of hardening coating on the steel, so it's a little bit harder. But you can use metal tongs or metal things, and the coating doesn't go away. Also, so these steel frying pan is going to last you a lot longer. This rectangular frying pan is designed to do a omelet, Japanese style omelet. The Japanese style omelet, you pour a little bit, roll, move, pour a little bit, and roll it over. It's like a snowball, but by using the eggs, right? So those ones, this is what they're made out of. Really nice and thick, actually. This one feels heavier than this frying pan. Let me actually weigh it, because I have 925 grams, 830. So 920 grams and 830 for the size. This is so much thicker. So it retains the heat nicer, and it conducts heat really. Oh, conducts less, but it retains the heat very nice, so that all sides will get very nice and even heat when it's like very nice and thick piece. You don't have to treat them like, you still do have to treat them like cast iron, but it's not as difficult as the some of the really finicky carbon steel frying pans. So this one is pretty good. The handle is really nice. If you want to throw, it's not, the wood handle is not always safe, but you can actually take this handle off and do that stuff as well. So these ones are quite nice. If you want, it's a Prince Kogyo frying pans. Yeah.
We got even asking about what's the tapering thickness of the spine on the
Sakai?
Yeah.
Sakai VG10?
Apparently.
Sakai VG10. I don't know if you have Sakai VG10 here. Let's clarify. Hey, Jiven, let's just.
Can those pans be used on glass top stoves? Christopher Martin's wondering.
Yes, because, well, those ones can be used, if it's induction, you have to be a little bit careful, because induction works as the touches on the surface, right? The surface has to touch on that little spot to induct the heat. So induction stove, it still works, but if you start super high, what would happen is that it heats up just the coil part. That will create the different, like, significant difference in the heat from one to the other. Then that can cause the pan to warp. But if it's just a regular flat with the heat source inside, it's gonna work fine. Right? Makes sense. I think, yeah. I do. It's very bad. This Garasa is very bad for me because I've been very good in the last 3 garage sales. This garage sale, I may actually have to pull some triggers. This is my favorite so far for this garage sale. All Sakai, white #1 carbon steel, stainless clad, forged by the Yoshikazu Tanaka-san, very famous famed blacksmith out of that particular region. He was a carbon steel guy, but this company convinced Tanaka-san to forge stainless clad. Essentially, it's the same, but the stainless clad. It's something that it wasn't available in the Sakai region, but they were one of the newer companies, so they wanted to try something different from other companies. Now some actually companies in blacksmith started to use the white carbon stainless clad, but they're one of the first ones. And Maruyama-san, the resident sharpener of the All Sakai, his sharpening is fantastic. How this Shinogi, the line is like super nice and straight and clean. Bevel is very nice and thin. This, all in all, it's got a really nice thin and finish and super thin. This is probably my favorite knife out of this garage sale. Another one. Did Jiven figure out?
We don't have that knife in stock.
Oh, okay. Somewhere.
We have apparently.
All right.
33 later.
Huh.
I'm just gonna invite our man Owen in
Oh, awesome.
because he wants to tune in, tell us about his garage sale.
Awesome.
He'll be here.
All right. So we'll have the man Owen from our Vancouver store joining us to do a little bit of tell us what's going on in the city of Vancouver. Let's see if he's in. Not yet. So I'm just gonna keep talking about the one of the knives that we are carrying. Munetoshi. He is the blacksmith out of Sanjo. not particularly kitchen knife maker for the longest time, but his company's been making the sickles for a very long time. What makes sickle maker good for kitchen knife making is how they can forge thinner blades. There are two types of blacksmiths in especially the Sandro area. Thick guys who makes the axes and such, and also did I just kick him out? The other guys like making axes and stuff, and the other guys making thin blades. Hey Owen, I may just did something to kick you. Can you invite yourself again? I might have pressed something. If you're watching, please, yeah.
Did he try to join?
I saw the participants and they kind of pull them up, and I don't know what I did wrong. Participants, here you go. Admit. I must have pressed remove. Hey, Owen. Wait, I can't hear you. Is this how? Oh, here you go. Say something.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, now I can.
Hey, how's it going now?
Hey, good. How are you?
Oh, I'm living the dream, man. Is that Mike? I see. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, can't hear. Yeah. Should I turn? Yeah, I can hear.
They're not taping. Can we just put it on?
Is that?
Can we just put it on the normal microphone, Nathan?
Okay.
Can we hear you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Not only microphone, the
Hello.
speaker, the built output. Yeah, I think so. Here you go.
How about now?
I can hear you.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good.
I'm great. How you guys living today?
Oh, you're wearing my favorite shirt again.
It's a good one, buddy. That's for you. That's just for you. I'm Bootsy, baby. Welcome to the Knifewear garage sale, baby. That was the worst Bootsy Collin impersonation of all time.
Yeah, we laughed just so we didn't have to cry.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You
So
guys keeping busy over there?
Yeah, we've been trucking along here, showing off some knives. What do you got? How many people do you have show up at your show?
Oh, we had about, well, I mean, we can only fit 4, but we had a few more than that. We had to politely wait outside, and we thank you very much for doing so during these bizarre times.
Hopefully it wasn't too rainy this morning.
Nah, it was overcast, but no rain today.
That's good. Oh, Francie.
I'm going to show you some knives. I don't know what knives you guys have already shown off yet, but I mean, we might have some of this.
What are your favorites? We're mostly just talking about what our favorites are right now.
I was just showing that one.
You're just showing this? The Munetosha. Yeah, I really like this. Yeah, this is the 240 millimeters. Probably my favorite one. It's got a great balance to it. I love the blasted finish on it. This is my favorite type of steel, and it is $258 for one of these guys. Like it's really tough to argue with this knife. It's tapered really nicely. Even Francis approves of it. What's
Do you
that?
guys have any of these?
No, it
No.
came in very late. It came in.
Yeah, these
late.
just came here on Friday. You would lose your nuts about this, man.
What is that?
So thin. This is Sakai Ul. It's ginseng.
Cool. Okay.
So Bunka, Gyuto, Petty, and this 240, all with the same kind of tip. But dude, it is ground so thin. And like look at that, like curve to the tip there.
That's gorgeous.
They're like a kotetsu.
Yeah. How much is that guy?
A bit different geometry.
While you're talking about that, Sean on Facebook wants to know about the Kiritsuki Santoku.
Yeah, so this is Kiritsuki Santoku, or sometimes called a bunka. I had a question about this guy. They're kind of cool. It's a single piece handle. It doesn't have the ferrule on it. I believe this is cedar. And yeah, man, this is a great knife. You see it's Sakai, so it's got the little machi at the bottom there, showing you how thick the tang is going to the knife. But really nice fit and finish here on the choil or the backside of the blade, so it's not going to cut your fingers up. Basically, it's rounded and mirror polished on the spine. Super thin grind on it, but but it's a little
Can you
bit,
grab me the
bit
Kobayashi
wider
Damascus?
factor. So this is a pretty robust knife, man. I think this knife would be very sharp, but very nice to use, very comfortable, durable.
You said it was Ginsan steel, right?
Yeah, Ginsan. So it's a lot
Yeah,
like 10, right?
Big one.
Super nice.
It's a big
You know
one.
what my favorite is, Owen?
What's that?
From the Unknown Blacksmith.
The Unknown Blacksmith, huh?
Look
I
at
think
this
I know who
210,
that
man.
blacksmith is.
Look at this 210. No, like they don't know the name. They're not
Oh,
telling.
I think I know where he works though, right?
Oh yeah,
We're
yeah,
talking about the same one, right? Yeah.
yeah. Look how big that is for a Gyuto.
It's a monster.
Cicada.
Yeah, we got one of those here in Vancouver, and it sold within 10 minutes.
Right. Yeah. It's been
Yeah.
a busy day. It's been a busy day.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, those it's a Sakai Kikumori, those guys, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
They're making friends with all sorts of great stuff back there.
they are very, very, very good. We've still got a couple of the Sakai Kikumori Small Makers Month knives here in the shop. We just have a couple of petties left, and they're brilliant. Super nicely made.
Yeah. Well, that Naoto guy, he's got good taste. What do you got there?
Kobayashi-san.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, these Kobayashi Damascus are really calling out to me, man. I really hope someone comes in and buys this very soon, or else it's going to come home with me tonight.
Yeah, that's a nice handle too. Have you ever cut a tomato with one of those?
I have. Yeah, I used one of the red. He does the red handle, heptagon handle ones. I've played with those guys before. They feel like they're ground pretty much the same. These are just fancy handles and fancy finish. But he's a really, really young guy making super thin powder steel knives. This guy is $478. The red handled ones are about $40, $50 less. They're so good. Strong recommend.
What's been really popular in your shop today with customers?
The Sunahisa OS 10 guys have been selling pretty well, but I think the one of the bigger draws is it's the Moritaka stuff. Yeah, Moritaka Aogami Super.
They're such great knives. I always find that I like to give the Moritaka just a quick touch up on a natural stone. They're fantastic blacksmiths. I think just a quick touch on the edge brings it really shows you how good it can be when it's brand new. Just a quick.
What I like about them too, they cut really well and they're easy to sharpen, but they're also pretty robust. I don't really see a lot of bad things happen to these knives in general. I'm not saying go out there and try to hack apart a coconut with it, but they're pretty easy going.
Yeah, there's something funny I like about Moritakas, and it's not that it's got whatever Rockwells or whatever features or whatever something. I really like how it feels when I cut food with them.
That's sort of what they're meant to do. That's what I've read.
I like the way it feels, and it's.
I read that in the book once.
In a book skis.
Yeah, it was a book. It was written by a guy named Calvin Cant or something like that.
Bevan Bent.
Devin Bent
wrote.
Yeah.
The Knife Nerd's Guide to Japanese Knives. I've got a copy right here. He'll sign it for you on
Kevin Kent, of course.
Guide to the Galaxy.
The Knife Nerd's Guide to the Galaxy.
Japanese knives.
What else I got here?
You know what else I just learned, Owen? You know these Japanese frying pans?
Yeah, they're amazing. I got one for myself.
Okay, I just realized that the walls are thinner than the bottom.
That's a good point. Yeah, the bottom holds a little bit better heat and the walls are nice and light.
And they're nice and light, so you can get that distribution of heat, because that's always the problem, is the walls get a little cooler, or you got to like really let it warm up a lot.
Yeah.
But man, I don't know. I already have a lot of frying pans, but this is like hammered blue steel. So it's going to transmit heat very evenly.
Mike, just get it. Just take it home.
I can make
just
the shit in this pan.
Yeah. I got the tamago yaki pad, and I'm trying my best to make tamago yaki.
Oh, it's so difficult, isn't it?
It's going okay. Yeah, I'm getting better at it. I'm under the severe tutelage of Ayumi-san, so I'll get there eventually.
Severe tutelage? Does she beat you? You do it wrong?
I haven't done it wrong yet. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I always find with doing that, it's exactly the right amount of beating the knife and the amount of time that you put salt to the time it goes into the pan.
Yeah.
Like if you wait too long after you've mixed it up, it becomes too watery.
What's really important too is the amount of the dashi that you put in the eggs, because you have to get that perfect consistency, because you want it to be thin enough to get nice and flat, or it's like thin enough to get thin in the pan. You know what I mean? Yeah, but you don't want it to be too thin and watery, else you're never going to be able to get it rolled up. Yeah, it's That's Japanese food in general. It's all about execution. Like there's 4 ingredients in this recipe, but it's so precise and so difficult to do. It's all about the technique.
I like making it at home because I can make a really nice dashi. I've got my own katsuobushi slicer. It's a crazy difference when you have your own katsuobushi, but making your own dashi and then putting the eggs. I like to back off on how much sugar goes into it.
Yeah, I usually don't do a lot.
I've been able to pull off a couple of good omelets, but I've yet to even try making it with the chopsticks to roll it up. I think that's like, I got to go and beat a boss before I can move on to that level.
Yeah, I've just been using my Get It Right spoonula for that.
Yeah.
I mean, look at me. Look at me. I'm a big white guy. I'm going to use a spatula.
Yeah.
You know?
You don't have that much time. You got to eat soon, man.
Of course.
Right?
Yeah, I'm hungry. I have another knife here that I wanted to show everyone real quick before I take off because it's starting to get a little bit busy in here. Real quick, this is Makoto Kurosaki. I don't know if you nerds out there have heard the name Kurosaki in the blacksmithing word before. You've heard of him, but it's probably his brother. This is Makoto Kurosaki, brothers of Yu Kurosaki. I really like the way that he grinds his knives and tapers them down to the edge. They're very, very, very easy to sharpen. This is a VG10 with a rosewood octagon handle, Damascus steel. This guy's 367, and he does a few different sizes, and these are a killer deal.
Yeah, and it's an ebony handle.
Oh, this is ebony. Oh, of course it is. Yeah, look at that, ebony.
How often do you see an ebony handle?
You don't often see it. I mistook this for rosewood. Good eye, Mr. Rinch.
Well, I said rosewood too, and then a guy named Naoto who ordered them was the one who found them. You know that you might not know this, but we always go to Japan, and that's how we ended up with the garage sale. It's just like accidentally buying way too much stuff on a trip. And then it became like, well, we better sell this all. So we always priced it really nicely. Never done the thing of like, it's this much money, but it's 30% off, or you'll save $25. We just mark the prices really low. So we can sell it really quickly to get to pay for the flights, basically.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you know this, but Naoto and Kevin did Zoom meetings with every blacksmith over the last few months.
I'd heard a rumor something along those lines. Yeah, that's sweet, man.
Yeah, it was really cool. Got to show them our shop and walk them around.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. Yeah, I always liked having the blacksmiths over when like Masashi or Fujiwara, they'd poke around the store and look in the cases. I always thought that was a lot of fun.
Cool. So you're busy there today?
Yeah, it's picking up. Yeah, it's a busy day. It's not as busy it's been in the past on garage sale day. I mean, we don't want to have a garage sale super spreader event on our hands here, right? So we gotta make some limitations, but guys, keep shopping online. If you're in the Vancouver area and you want to come in and say hi, come on down. I'm more than happy to give you a social distance high five and hang out for a bit. It's a really fun day for everybody here.
That's going to be a new sport in the Olympics when we get to do the Olympics again. It'll be the long distance high five.
Have you ever seen Demolition Man?
I sure have.
You want to do one real quick?
I don't remember this part. Awesome.
There we go. All right, homie. I guess that's it for me. You got anything else for me? Anything else you want to see? Any questions?
Are you on your phone, your iPad? Can you give us a spin around the shop? And
for sure.
On in Vancouver?
Oh, you might be interested in seeing some cool stuff here. Hang on.
I like looking at you. You're handsome and all, but what about the rest of the people? You got a great crew. You got a great shop.
Yeah.
I really like the Vancouver store. It's in a great neighborhood. Oh, yeah.
There's some of our knives. We got knives. It's Francis. Say hi, Francis.
Hello, Francisco.
You see any of these guys?
Oh,
there
yeah.
You go. Yeah. Nona's Pasta Shop. This is a local guy in Coquitlam who's making us some really sweet, I can't really see if you can see, making us some really sweet pasta making tools. Yeah, nice rolling pins, gnocchi boards. These are really, really cool. Getting a great response out of them in the community.
Do you ever make yourself garganelli pasta?
I have in the past. Yeah, I used to make a lot of pasta at one of the restaurants I worked at, and having one of those probably would have made my life a lot easier.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Well, great, man. Well, thanks for showing us around.
No problem. Have an awesome day, guys.
We'll
Take
talk
care.
Today, I'm sure, or tomorrow. Have a good
For
one.
sure, buddy.
Good to see you.
Have a great day.
Everybody.
Will do, boss.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
And he's gone.
Just like that, as quickly as he arrived. So we're going to be joined by Mr. Armitage of Edmonton in about 10 minutes or so. But it looks like you got some Chukabocha to show off.
Okay, so this Chukabocho.
Actually, one sec. Thanks to everyone that stuck around. We still have 60 people watching on YouTube.
What?
So y'all rock. It's been a super fun day to hang out so far. We're not done yet. We'll go until all of you are gone probably. But yeah, we appreciate you guys showing up and hanging out and shopping with us.
This is one of the funnest days of the year to be at work. It's just, we started doing this video thing, I think in the spring when we weren't able to be open, and we didn't want to cancel the garage sale because, it was just a bummer. Too much stuff was getting canceled. So we sat down and we decided that there was a way we can do it, and it's not going to be the right way. We miss having all of the people come and crowd the store, the feeling that goes on as people are trying to hunt for bargains and grab that knife before somebody else. But this has been really fun for us to try and translate this into, it's a completely different thing. We're trying to keep the spirit alive. The 60 people who have been with us watching this video, you're helping us keep it alive too. We really appreciate that. We hope you find yourself some good deals today. Even if you don't, it's just great to have you around. We have such great customers, such cool people that like to be a part of our community here. So we really appreciate that. And I'm kind of wondering if Colin is on, Colin McGuire, because he's
a little busy. The Calgary shop's a little
busy, eh? Well, today. You know what? This guy Colin's been working with us for about a year or so now. He's one of the assistant managers in the store in Calgary. He's got a long history of working in Asia and in China and Hong Kong and stuff. And he has really leaned on us to get a few more of this knife called a Chukabocho. You might be familiar with this. It's a very common Chinese style cleaver. Now, Chukabocho literally means Chinese knife in Japan. And it's a style of knife that looks like a big cleaver. They often have different lengths and different shapes, different thicknesses. This one is a lot thicker, a little bit more robust. Some are better for bones, some are better for finely julienning stuff. They are tall, like a Nakiri, and have that almost straight edge. There is a bit of a curve to it, but it's got a nice big sort of scoop on the side. If you ever watch someone use this, a professional, I remember standing in Hong Kong watching a guy at a soup place just nail out bowls of soup, and he was in this amazing routine, and he would pull out a whole chicken and pop, 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 and then as he chop it, scoop it up, drop it into the bowl of soup, and he had this amazing rhythm. It was super fun to watch. But this, I think, is the knife that he used for everything, the whole time. I bet you he only has one knife. There are ones that are bigger, more for bones. Like this guy, the number 2, is a little bit thicker, a little heavier. And this one is a stainless steel blade, whereas this guy here is a carbon steel blade. Sorry, other way around. This is stainless. This is made in Japan from a company called Sugimoto. Really popular knife maker. This is $367. The carbon steel one is $600, but very, very cool. Very nice. I'm keen to try them. This guy, though, I think might be a really great option. It's $75. I don't know the name on it here. I don't know the secret code. This is a great knife to have around. Sometimes you want to really blast something apart, like you want to chop a big cabbage, you're going to make a bunch of sauerkraut. Something tall like this is great. Also really good if you're doing handmade noodles. You roll out all the noodles.
$73.
73, yeah.
Tojiro, I'm gonna screw that up.
It's Tojiro. If you look up Tojiro Chukabocho, you'll find it.
Yeah. Chinese cleaver is what it's under.
Chinese cleaver. Yeah, this thing would be super fun. And if you do boil a whole chicken, if you soften the bones as you cook it, and you know how you're going about it, how to butcher, you can chop through the bones with it. It's kind of cool.
All right, we got a few questions popping in again.
Okay,
so
hit me up.
Hamza wants you to show off that Kurochi Nakiri from Moritaka.
I have one of these Kurochi Nakiris. Nice thing, super blue carbon steel. So wicked edge retention. Super nice and easy to sharpen. And what else can I tell you about it? First, let me hold it up so you can see it. Octagonal handle, which I find gives you a nice sort of grip feeling. stainless steel tang welded on here. And it's an iron cladding on the outside. What they do is they take a piece of iron and they drive a wedge into it, split it open like a hot dog bun, and then they drop a little piece of steel in the middle, like the hot dog, and then they hammer it back together. So they forge weld it back together. So that is how they get the core steel in between the two blades. It's a really traditional method. Straight, just like super straight edge, no curve whatsoever, and almost a 90-degree corner at the tip here. So you still get to use the tip and you're doing this kind of job with it. They have knocked off the little fine corner. That's such a delicate spot. They do that so that if you were to just lightly tap it, you would break it off. So by grinding it off, it makes it not a problem. I don't know, man. Shoot us more questions, but like I said earlier about Moritakas, there's arguably things that are better, faster, sharper, harder, longer, whatever. I just like cutting food with them. They feel great. They work well. They're fun. And I really like the Moritaka people. I've met them twice now. They feed you raw chicken and they feed you raw horse, which is delicious and amazing. What else? Compare VG10 to SG2. Okay, VG10 is a stainless steel in the older tradition of making stainless steel. So first they made steel, or what is often referred to as carbon steel. All steel has carbon in it. Then there's a stainless steel where they added some things, and in this case for the kitchen knives they're adding chromium to it, and the chromium oxidizes instantaneously, creating a protective layer. That doesn't happen with the carbon steel. Nice to have stainless steel, it's not rusting, but for a long time the stainless steel could never quite get as sharp as the carbon steel. Not that big of a deal in a kitchen knife and a carbon steel. It's easy to wipe off, it's easy to handle if it's just rusting. You work in the medical industry and say that the things that you're cutting are still alive and you would like them to stay that way, you have a bit more of a concern. You want that stainless factor, plus you still really need that sharpness. So that's part of how they ended up making, or one of the first uses of using, powdered stainless steel. There's a lot of science that goes on. I can really only understand it. I don't know it well enough to explain it to you, but they've sintered the steel, they've turned it into a powder, they put it in a something that they superheat it so it's just below its molten temperature, and then they compress it, which makes these tiny little bonds all the way across the steel. Nerd, science. Someone will give you a better explanation. I've probably said something incorrect. But what it does do is give you a ridiculously sharp knife that can hold its edge a ridiculously long time. What are the downsides? Kind of brittle, and it's quite expensive. Also, quite difficult to forge. So that makes it a little more expensive. But you're gonna buy it, you're gonna own it forever. In fact, these two knives are practically the same price, $395, $392. So I have VG10 here, I have powdered stainless here. This one is a little bit tougher. This one is a little bit sharper and will stay that way a little bit longer. My suggestion is it's not just about the tool, it's about the person using it. If you chop with some speed, if you chop like you're hammering it a little bit, if you like to move a little bit more around your kitchen, you cook with a little bit of passion, as they might say, then I would err on the side of the more robust steel like the VG10. Now, if you're really precise and you're gentle and you're not using too much force, then I would err on the side of the SG2 for sure. Both of them are really quite great. Again, SG2, sharper, a little bit longer, a little more brittle. VG10 won't hold it, like a little bit tougher, won't hold its edge quite as long. There you go. Hope that helped.
Yeah, that was great. We got another little knife comparison here. Somebody's looking to compare those three knives: the Kumo 240, the Kobayashi 240, and the Yoshimi Kato. This is Lee. We don't have the Kobayashi in 240, so that's a 210.
Okay, I got it. And then this Yoshimi Kato SG2.
Yeah.
Okay, what can I say about these knives? They have they all pretty much have the same sort of geometry, right? If you were to stencil this knife around the outside, They're about the same height for each blade. Let's see. The Kobayashis are a little bit thicker, and they've got a bit more of a convex grind to it. That means the edge is a little bit more curved. The side of the knife, if you were to cut it in half and look at a profile, it's going to look more like a bullet, where these will look more like straight lines coming down and then a straight V shape. So that Kobayashi is going to be a little bit stronger and will push food off the side of the blade a little bit more. Sometimes you'll find on something dense like a sweet potato that it cracks it a little bit, especially if the potato is really cold. Now Kumos are fantastic. It's a VG10 stainless steel blade. Now the one thing I have to say about a Kumo in particular, it's very, very thin. It outperforms a lot of other VG10 in my experience. I also find from being someone who sharpens these knives a lot that this VG10 from this blacksmith just works better. I love sharpening this. It's an absolute breeze to get the edge on it. And it's got, similar to this, they've all kind of got this nice sort of gap here where your finger's gonna sit on the spine of the knife and you're not covering up too much of the blade. Now, this is the SG2. Wow, this is light as a feather. It's incredible how light this is. It's even lighter than the Kumo, which means it's even thinner. You know what, honestly, where's the scale? This knife is bigger. Thank you, Nathan. I didn't mean to just bark. Where's the scale?
Oh man, I got you.
I want pictures of Spider-Man.
I worked in a restaurant before.
So the SG2 is 139 grams for the 240. And is this a 210? That's a 210. 150 grams. What did we say? 140. There you go. Smaller and 10 grams heavier. That's amazing. This knife is beautiful. What do we got next, Nathan?
Somebody asked about beginner sharpening stones.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was Will G on YouTube.
Will, I don't know how beginner you are, and if you're a cook and you're going to move around with your sharpening stones, you can start here. This is very adequate. So this is 220 grit on this side, 1000 on this side. Start with the coarse side, raise a burr. I don't know if anyone knows what burr means, but it's that hook of steel, that rough bit of steel. You start on one side, do that to the second side of the knife, and then you move to the 1000 grit. Now, for most knives on a 1000 grit, you're going to be as sharp as the day you bought it. If it's a German knife, it's going to be sharper than the day you bought it. This is a great place to start. And, you know, the downside of a double-sided stone is as you sharpen, you wear away the stone. You're not always going to wear it away evenly. And so your stone will start to rock as you're sharpening, and that'll start to make it a little bit harder. Getting a truing stone is really helpful for that, though. The truing stone's going to, it's almost like you really need a truing stone. I cheaped out and didn't get a truing stone. And then finally my stone was super dished out and I bought a truing stone and I stood there for an hour flattening it, thinking of all the other fun stuff I could be doing. Much better just to do this every time you sharpen. When you finish, you just flatten the stone, you bevel off the edges, your stone edges won't chip, and away you go. Right? So that's a really great place to start, right there. Now, if you wanted to start sharpening and not have to, like if you do this, you'll be fine for a while, but eventually you're going to buy another set of stones. If you just wanted to buy it once, buy once, cry once, I guess, as they say, buy it once and not have to repurchase it, you're going to spend a little bit more money, but in the long term, it turns out to be less. You can get a 220 grit stone to start with, and then a 1000 grit stone. Same thing, they're individual stones. You write on one side of the stone, do not use this side. That's always the side that sits on the table. You always sharpen on the other side. You still get the truing stone to keep it flat. They're bigger, so it's like 210 millimeters by 70 millimeters. So 210 long, 70 wide. And this is great. These two are great. You can go a little bit finer as well, especially with the Japanese knives. You can go to a 4000 grit stone. And I think with a Japanese knife, you almost need to go to a 4,000 grit stone to get the most out of it. If you're working in a prep kitchen and you're cutting cases and cases of stuff, Japanese knives are awesome. Right? You're going to hold your edge a lot longer, but you might only need a 1,000 grit edge. It's going to be really quite toothy.
So Will says thank you, and he's probably going to go for that 220 1000 combo. But Chicken Wings has a follow-up question.
Right.
How often have you heard home cooks need to touch their knives up?
Oh, wow, that's a great question. You know, those who use the honing rods like this, like I've seen a lot of customers that have 2 knives or 3 knives. Say they spread the use out over those 3 knives. And they use the honing rod every single time they cut with the knife. They don't come back for years, 3 years, sometimes 5 years to get their knife sharpened. That's just using the honing rod. Now, it depends on how much they cook. Also depends on the type of cutting board you're using and how hard you chop. So if you're using just enough amount of force and you're cutting on an edge or an end grain wood cutting board, you're going to get the best results. Stay away from bamboo. Stay away from all that hard stuff. If you cut on a cutting board and you can hear the edge of your knife clap on the board, it's too hard of a board is kind of my thinking. Nothing wrong with touching up your knives at home. You can get a 4,000 grit stone, use this every day, and then once a month, pass it on the 4,000 grit stone. You'd likely never have to come back. We'd be sad. We wouldn't get to see you. But say you don't live in a city where we have a store and it's not that easy for you to get your knife to us to get sharpened. Yeah, I would incorporate something like a 3 or a 4,000 grit stone into my routine. Keep honing your knife. Not a bad idea. One thing to be aware of, and something that we don't talk about that much with a Japanese knife, we always talk about how it's got 3 layers of steel. Let me find one that's got a really good visual here. Something like this guy. You can see where the core steel, actually this knife might be better. You can see at the bottom here where the wavy line stops, and then there's polished steel down towards the edge. That's the exposed core steel. Now, if you were just simply sharpen the knife like how you would normally, just along the edge, what can happen is you'll actually wear away that core steel after a few sharpenings, maybe 8 or 10, and you run into the cladding. So the cladding's not sharp. It's not steel that's meant to be sharp. Also, as you move up the edge of the knife, it's a triangle, so it becomes wider and wider. So you'll find if you sharpened it just on the edge, you'll be cutting with it and it feels thick. Now, what we do to remove that, to make it back to being new again, is we actually put it flat on the bevel. So we'll sharpen this whole section of the knife here between my fingers by putting it flat on the stone. We work it, and it takes a little bit longer. You can do it yourself. You can do it every time you sharpen. That's honestly the best way to do it. It takes the least amount of time if you do it every time, and you retain that that original sort of geometry of the blade, keeping exposing that core steel. Sharpening is a whole rabbit hole to go into. Sharpening stones is a complete rabbit hole. You can always join us for our sharpening classes. You'll see them on YouTube. We do some live as well. I think on Friday we're doing an advanced sharpening class with Naoto Fujimoto. He's one of our sharpening experts and knife experts here. Yeah. Any more questions about sharpening? Please, we can go down this hole if you'd like.
We do have a question about that Sakai Takayuki.
Oh yeah.
Knife right there. Who wanted to see that?
RD?
Yeah, RD wanted to look at that. Also wanted to know how it compares to other knives in the similar price point.
Couple interesting ones in a similar price point. So spin them around here. So the one we're talking about here with this green handle, Sakai Takayuki, I believe is VG1 steel, isn't it? This is that's kind of cool, man. Like, it's got a really cool handle with this little copper bit on the ferrule. You can see if you look closely, if I can get it to focus. The blade comes to about that copper collar, and it's welded in there. It's 165. Now this Tojiro Oboro, this has probably got a tang that runs in through the center here. This is a much heavier feel, much more solid. Is this VG1 now, Tom?
No, it's the blue number 2.
Oh, Jesus, sorry.
It's the
Blue number
same
2.
manufacturer than we had before, but
Oh, we've had these in the past and they were VG1, but now this is blue steel number 2.
and it's stainless clad on the
With
outside.
stainless cladding. Okay, well,
Sorry, it's the I know
that
how
changes
it
the story. This knife is, yeah, much better than what I was thinking it was. So having that blue number 2 core is going to give you wicked edge retention. However,
I guess it's
VG10 steel polished blade, $150. This is one of the things we've got in the sale right now. That's just ridiculously good value. As well as this guy, VG1 with the Paca wood handle. VG1 is not quite as robust as VG10, but it's a similar hardness. Got about a 3/4 length tang there. But nice how the tang doesn't come out on the bottom where your hands are. So if the wood does shrink a bit, you're not going to get that rough bit in your grip. What do I say about this? A little heavier, about the same weight. A little thicker. Yeah, it's got to be about 150 millimeters. Oh, nope, 165. Oh, this one's a 180. So this guy's a little bit longer at 180 millimeters.
Once you're done with those, I'm going to swap you out with Nato because we got a sharpening question.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, get in here.
Yeah. Where are we?
That one I was just showing you that had the 3/4 inch tang is a Matsutani VG1. And it's a great knife. But yeah, this is super cool. Really cool, really unique looking. Put me in cover.
You back?
I can be back if you like.
Look at,
I was gonna.
you got a hat. Oh, oh wow. You've worn that hat quite a bit.
Fully rolled it.
I wore it out.
I heard there was a question about sharpening.
Oh, where was?
Yeah, so they're wondering about sharpening angles.
Yeah.
Louis is wondering, is 15 degrees the go-to angle, or do you have to look at the angle of the blade before sharpening it?
15 degrees is my go-to. The when I try to sharpen, say, for example, Yuki like this, I'll lift up about 15 degrees and do this. It really depends, though. The when knife comes in with the lots of damages or chips, I assume the user or the customer may abuse them again. So in that case, I will actually going to sharpen them a little much more higher angle to give it a little bit more strength and durability. So that's like really depends. But 15 degrees is my standard whenever finishing at the last level. That's my my angle. All right. So, yeah.
Okay, we got some questions here now, Tom.
Awesome.
Well, here's a comment
Yep.
from Hamza in Denmark. He says, guys, thanks for the fast replies. Outstanding work. All the best from Denmark.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in.
And Steven says, how can we append additional items to another order to avoid duplicate shipping costs?
We have been trying. We've been actually trying to put in those two orders together. The multiple orders. If you make 2 orders, we'll try our best to get those combined. Sometimes it get missed, but if we do, we try our best to get the say if you have to pay shipping twice and stuff, we try our best to get that get the refund you or on the shipping and stuff like that. Sometimes the items are shipped from 2 different locations. In that case, we do have to charge the shipping as well, right? Because what you see here, it's not all the items that we have. We are having this a garage sale simultaneously at the shops. It's a smaller scale, but we are doing that the shop, doing it at the simultaneously all across the stores. So when we have one item and when we have another item in the stores, we have to be shipped. Those have to be shipped separate. So there are some occasions, but we try our best to combine the all orders together. Okay. But we are like scrambling. We actually have one of the fastest shipping team right now. So we are packing it so fast. So say if you place an order and try to add them like 2 hours later. Sometimes we have to ship them separate because one's already been packed and been picked up, right? So. Alrighty, so let's talk about something that's super cool. I don't know. Sorry, I was away.
Go away. We could talk about Masashi single bevels. They're also ridiculously nice.
Yeah. The Doy's already gone, I believe.
I'm talking about these Masashi single
yeah.
bevels. For what they're worth, they're so nicely made.
Masashi-san, he's fantastic. He has been. He's one of my favorite blacksmiths in terms of the fin and finish, how he sharpens. He also teaches me how to sharpen knives as well. When I went to Japan last January, I get to actually spend a whole day together with Masashi-san doing all the sharpening with him. So it was fantastic. But it's not only great at making the double bevel knives, he's actually really great at the making single bevel knives as well. So single bevel knives are, as you can see, it's flat on the back side, it's a little bit concave, and this side here. So his beveling job super clean. As well as we have the Kiritsuke here. It's got a super cool tip to it. Very nice contrast. Like look at how you can see that the difference in the color and how it polishes. That's 240. And see how straight here. It's like fantastic. These are really well made. This Deba white carbon steel. The size is 135 mil, but it actually looks a little bit bigger than 135 mil. Deba is the 275. The 340 for the bigger Deba. If you're gonna do any bigger fish, these knife will work fantastic. Another thing that excites me. Haruki? No, that's Miyazaki-san. Miyazaki-san, Haruki Miyazaki-san, from the island of Goto Islands in the Nagasaki. He is relatively young blacksmith. He's around 34 years of age. He started blacksmithing right after he graduated from high school. He's apprenticed under this knife maker called Oba-san. Oba-san is from the Kyushu, the Hakata, or the Fukuoka region. And this shape is called Hakata Bocho. Very typical multi-purpose shaped knife from that particular region. It looks like a bunka, slightly a little bit taller right here, but it's essentially the same thing. But this particular knife, though, it has got the wrought iron on the outside, and it's got the core steel blue carbon steel. So, wrought iron, it's the here. You may be able to see a little bit of, so it's got really natural Damascus layer looking blade right here. He forge welds the steel in-house. All the knives that he forge welds in-house, he puts a little bit of paper of sort of certification that's made by him. So it's like when it's been forged and when it's made, like this kind of handwritten thing. It's super actually cool. And it all comes with the box like this.
You know, the confusion's not so concerning. We've packed already 400 boxes of knives today.
Naoto.
Yes.
Steven is wondering about what's your favorite overall Gyuto, Bunka, Santoku, and Teddy?
Actually, you know what? I think I gotta say something. We're talking about the Mortaka Agami Super Hanasukis, right? And I see on the comments, is that the knife we were talking about there?
The Ishime Hanasuki.
Yeah. I caused a lot of concern right here. I thought we only had one of the Mortaka Ishime Hanasuki because we only had one at the warehouse. I didn't realize that we had shipped some to all the other stores. Naoto, which handles did those Mortaka Ishime Hanasukis have?
Walnut.
All of them have walnut? Okay, so they all had the walnut handle, like the one I was holding up here. So all the construction, I know I saw there's some confusion in the comments and a few people saying, I thought I got that knife. I thought I got that knife. It turns out many people could have got that knife. I think we had 8 or 10 of them. So sorry about that. I thought we just had one.
It's that walnut octagon handle. That's a great handle.
It's a great handle. Yeah. So now just running around to check some things, but I think the biggest problem here started with me because I said there was only one and it turned out I was totally wrong. Not the first time I've been wrong. Wow. You should hear me play guitar. I'm mostly wrong at that. Anyway, sorry now, Nathan. There was other questions. I just thought I'd pop in and answer some of that.
Yeah.
Did that answer anybody's question? Is there follow-up questions to that?
No. Hey, in the meantime, did you see what we got this year? Remember, we haven't had these for years.
Oh, we got these again?
But dude, it feels so much nicer.
Yeah, I use these every day. So,
And that little tofu fella, poached egg fella.
look at that little fella. So, where do we find these on the website? Or are they on the website yet?
They are on the website. I think you need to look up Lucky Web or Lucky Wood.
Lucky Wood. So these are spoons, little serving spoons from Lucky Wood. Look at that. Okay, so this one here is a perforated spoon for just like little like poached quail's eggs. My goodness, little poached eggs. I used something similar to this today, but it had a straight handle to scoop some olives out. Right? So I love these little handles. So look at the little perforations. So that's really cool. And then these, I've been using these serving spoons at my house to make pretty designs on plates, but also just to scoop things out of bowls and put it on plates. Looks like the prices are $37 and $21.
I like that other plating.
So if you,
it's like a mini shovel.
Oh, it's like a totally, yeah, Mike says it's like a mini shovel, and it totally is, right? Look at that. And I like that it's got like squarish ends, so it's easier to get into the corners of bowls and pots. These are really cool. I like these. We bought a bunch a few years ago, sold them all at the garage sale, and then we couldn't get them again. But now we finally got the contact again with Lucky Wood. So if you go on the website and just like search Lucky Wood, I don't know if it's one word or two. One word, Lucky Wood, you should be able to find these cool spoons. They just came back in today or yesterday. Hold on, I just want to make sure if we answered, have we got to the problem, to the end of the Mortaka Hanasuki problems there, Nathan?
For sure. Okay. Well, while we're waiting to figure that out.
By the way, I just want to also say something too. I just want to apologize if we've made a few mistakes there. We've tried not to, but garage sale's a big day, or the garage sale Monday's a big day. We're live. We've got everything online and in the shops, and it's just a lot of moving parts. And for one of a kind knives or just small numbers of knives, sometimes there can be some confusion. Generally, it's my fault, so I apologize about that. Nathan, what are you looking at?
I am going to send Chris Armitage.
Oh, good. We're going to invite Chris Armitage from Edmonton to come and hang out. Was there other questions? Mike was trying to pass me a knife.
Well, I was going to say this. I was going to say.
Well, here. Come over and say that.
No. We got to do this. We got to.
Oh, hold that. Yeah. I know this knife. So, did we just get this in today or something?
No,
was this here?
We had that in the cupboard.
I remember the first time I held these knives from Saji. I love the shape of this handle. I love how it feels in my hand. It's SRS 13. It was very similar to SRS 15, to be honest. And Anyway, these are from Saji. It's a 210 millimeter Buto. And I don't know the price of this one. Because the price is not on. So anyway, maybe we can figure out the price of this, Nathan. Pardon? Saji. But yeah, Mike's a huge fan of this guy.
It's gonna be $700. It is SRS 15.
13.
13, SRS 13.
Okay,
Man, just it's so sleek. That white handle,
But it feels good. I like that. Like,
it feels.
I love the feel of that. It's not one of those over contoured handles. It just feels like a substantial
Okay, I have a game.
heftiness.
I have a game.
Game.
You have $1,000 and you need to buy 3 knives. What 3 you're gonna buy?
Can buy this one and 3 plastic paring knives.
Yeah, that's good.
So Mike said I have $1,000 to spend. So I'm buying this knife, which it's hard to see.
Hey, guess what? I'm gonna make this guy show up. Hey,
I know him.
Hello.
a stagecoach robber.
I do?
I guess I do too.
You do. You do. I was just saying that your mask is almost big enough.
Mine? Yeah, I would say so.
How's it going? You guys look like you're having fun in the few minutes I've been able to tune in.
Can you see my face? I'm wearing camo.
I like it better now.
Oh,
You're so mean, Chris. So everybody's watching. This is Chris Armitage in the Edmonton Knifewear store.
Hello, everyone.
He's obnoxious, and that's
Very.
why we like him. Look at my new hat, Chris.
Oh,
Mortaka sent me a new Mortaka hat today.
you've got one of these too, I think.
Yeah, I have the same flames-colored Acme hat, which was really kind of Corey because he made Oilers colors, blue and orange, and then he made a couple of red and yellow ones for you and I, except some turd in the United States ruined red ball caps for me, man.
I know. I'm really glad it's huge yellow letters. Like, huge.
I just can't have a red ball cap.
I make new friends. We have heated discussions about things.
Hey,
well, something I can tell you about Corey up there at Acme Meats is he is making meat great again.
It was always great. It was always great.
He does
He's a
it
good guy that way.
greater. What's going on? How's your day up there? How's your store?
It was bonkers this morning.
Oh, great.
It was bonkers. We saw a whole bunch of old friends that we haven't seen in a bit, so that was good. Lots of chefs and cooks that wanted to come in and get some new toys and drool over things. We didn't let them drool over things, but they did end up going home with a bunch of fun stuff. We've got some stuff left, so if people want to come to the Edmonton shop, they should. I'm trying to figure out how to turn my camera around because I want to show you my favorite knives that are in the store right now.
Press the camera spinny aroundy button.
listen, I'd love if you gave us your top 6. Because we've been talking about what I want a lot. But the top
Well, I
6
picked 4, but I can pick 2 more because that's pretty easy for me. But I'm in love with these guys. I was just thinking that I don't have.
Chris, can you tell us what it is before you pick it up, or when you
I
pick
can. That is a Makoto Kurosaki VG10 Santoku with an ebony handle. That handle is ridiculous. And I don't own a proper Santoku.
Do you guys know something about ebony? That's sustainable ebony. Problem with ebony, a lot of guitar companies used it as fretboards. And everybody thought that ebony was only pitch black. But there's a sustainable way of dealing with ebony now. It's ebony that looks like that. That's like a natural grain of ebony.
Oh.
So yeah, you can see.
I may have accidentally bought another Taylor guitar that has an ebony fretboard. Maybe. I think you saw it, Mike. And yeah, so it's got the sustainable ebony on it. So it still sounds good, still feels good, but it's just got a different look to it.
Well, this one definitely feels good. I think like for a first knife, that's over the top. If you want to win Christmas, that's what Christmas is about, right?
That's a win. That's a win Christmas. Gift giving shouldn't be competitive, but it is.
It is, exactly. So that's one. I love this guy too. This one, it's so rustic looking. It's the Sakai Kikomiri. Gigantic. I think it's a Santoku. I don't know. It's huge.
Is it this
like
one?
it's so tall.
210 Yuto apparently, but it's super tall.
It looks like an overweight Santoku, and I love it.
Yeah. You know what? You, me, and Mike all love this knife.
Who's sharpening right now, she also loves this knife, and we kind of agreed that it's kind of like the ugly puppy that is more lovable than all the rest because it's so rustic looking, but it's just there's something about it.
Listen, I like how it feels. I like how tall it is too.
Yeah.
Like it's a
like
ridiculous
there's
shape.
all of that.
I think it's great. Like I'm a fan. Like that's on my list of knives that I'm going to take home tomorrow if it's still around.
Yeah, that might be on my list too. Although this is on my list.
Oh, tell us
this
about
is. Oh, I'm trying to remember who this is. Is this a Makoto Kurosaki? Yes, it is.
Show me the box.
I know. But it's Aogami Super and stainless clad. It's basically a shined up, not dimpled Koishi for $60 less. Like that's a lot of knife for $248.
Dude, that's a good price.
The only problem with buying a knife like that, if you're going to use it at home, is you're probably not going to see us for more than a year because it's going to stay sharp for a ridiculously long time.
And that's that cherry and red handle. I love that handle.
No, it looks fast.
But it's so like it's just clean looking, right?
Yeah, exactly. Sleek.
And it's built the right way, so you can sharpen it a billion times. It'll always feel the same as day one.
Yeah. Same with this guy. I am a huge Kobunka fan. I think when
that hasn't been sold yet.
I can't believe it hasn't. I think we might have two. And the handle on it
we had a few
has these like rings.
Oh, that's not really. Is that what they call flame? I think that's like a flame wood.
Something like that. And it's
cars and I'll brag about how exciting it is.
It's got a beautiful thin grind on it. Plus it's Enryu-sen. And if you don't have an Enryu-sen knife, you should get one. I have a
well, and he's too, right? Like he's passing the flame on.
Yeah.
I wrote a book a couple years ago called The Knifewear Guide to Japanese Knives. And we're going to do a second printing. We're going to add about 6 or 10 new blacksmiths.
Awesome.
The Hariyuki factory. And she was writing an intro. But I also want to, I'm going to ask Andrew-san if he can write a piece about retiring and passing over, like handing over the torch.
I think that would be amazing.
Because, well, he's quite eloquent, right? And
yeah.
And I know he thinks about these things. Because there's a number of the blacksmiths who do kind of in the same boat.
That's
Ada-san, Aji, they're all like stepping back and retiring.
Yeah. Well, and I think it would be really neat to hear his perspective on it because he's kind of the reason they started Takafu Knife Village, right? He was there at the very beginning, and it was to train the next generation. So he's literally fulfilling what the goal of Takafu Knife Village was.
And he was the president of the co-op for years there too. So I'm very interested to see what he has to say because, like you said, he's fulfilled his plan, right? Which was to make sure that knife making continued on in Texas.
Well, yeah, and the garage sale is a great example of that because there's a couple of different Katos, a couple of different Kurosakis, and they all come out of that school of blacksmithing. So I think that would be super cool to put in the next. That would just mean that I'd have 2 copies of your book.
One of them for me too. Listen, I've got an idea because I was talking to Mason. I said, why don't we put like 4 or 5 of my old knives, like some old, very loved and abused knives.
Oh.
What do you think? Or do you think
yeah,
something shiny and brand new on the cover?
Well, you want to see old and abused knives?
Sorry?
I think I missed what you said there.
I said, do we want to put my old abused knives on, or do we want to put?
Well, I want to show off my absolutely favorite knife in the garage sale first.
That the Ishime one?
No, that is the Aogami Super, Moritaka Hanasuki.
Good. We've been
And
talking about this one online. There's been a lot of discussions about that.
I love it. That was the one that I got when I got my first Hanasuki. Yes, I said first Hanasuki. And you can have more than one. And
that's a completely reasonable thing, is to have more than one.
well, you need a stainless steel one too, right? I have a carbon steel one and a stainless steel one because
Ask a steel one.
yeah, it would be rude not to.
You need one from someone else.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Do you want to see? I have 2 Hanasukis in my hand that you've never seen.
Yes, I want to see them, please. Please.
Both of my runners are busy right now. Can you go get me those 2 more? What's that? They're just right at the front where I left them. I didn't put them away. Sorry. Now it's just running. So they're 2 Hanasukis from Masashi.
Oh.
2 different shapes. So he wanted to know what shape we wanted. So one's a Shiro shoe and one's a koi.
Oh. Koi Hanasuki would be awesome.
Shiro shoe Hanasuki would be awesome.
That would be, that's like next level awesome. That's
like too awesome, right?
Yeah.
Too much.
I just have a soft spot for the koi. I'm sneaking up on Isan right now to watch her sharpen.
Hi, Yamamoto.
She can't hear you because you're in my ears, but she's bringing someone's Zero Kobunka back to life. Oh man.
So this one's a bit smaller. This one's a bit bigger. I've picked this one. I like that it's got more pointy tip and it's got a fatter heel.
Yeah, I like a pointy tip. Makes it dexterous.
So there you go. So these are coming to the shop sometime next year. And that's the shape and size we've chosen right there. And I'm excited. This one might come home with me right now.
Yeah, okay, cool. So,
Now I might have.
I'll tell you what, if anybody out there wants to buy these 2, we could. If you're interested, just shoot a message right now and we'll come up with a price.
There you go. Exclusive offer.
Ellie,
You're going to have a bidding war.
you're scaring me.
Jason P is wondering what Edmonton has for Gyutos for the garage sale.
Jason P wants to know what Edmonton has for Gyutos in the garage sale.
I got all sorts of Gyutos
I
left.
also saw that you have all of the whale knives out, so I want to see all of the whale knives.
Okay, well, this would be the Gyuto that I would choose. Just to start off, Kobayashi, Damascus, SG2, $478. Just
Dude,
get
you know
that
I've
one.
got that one, right?
I know you have that one.
I love that knife.
I want that one. And there's a couple of them. So you don't have to run, but when you get here, I'll sell you one. And all of the whale knives are out.
Oh man, they're cool. I like the sperm whale one in the back. It's got the most.
That's the fin whale. This guy.
That's the sperm whale there, yeah. Look at that.
I feel like you could use it as a spreader and slice your veggies for your sandwich. Cream cheese and cucumbers. That's what that knife was made for.
I could eat that right now.
Although you could use all of these and you hang them on a magnet and it's your set of steak knives in your house. You get one of each. Then everyone knows whose steak knife is whose.
Steak knives? Come on, that's crazy. That's crazy fun. Oh my
I
God.
know. And they're adorable. I like the fin one.
And they're what, $65, $67?
$67. Yeah. Like that's great.
Hey, look at who just texted me. Shibata-san just texted me.
Oh, hello, Shibata-san.
He's in that knife magazine in Japan that's so famous. He's got like a page spread in it. He just texted me a picture of it. Him.
Cool.
That's Shibata, who owns Tinker, Kotetsu, and Muskagi knives. And easily the best knife sharpener in Japan. Like Wayne Gretzky knife sharpening.
The Wayne Gretzky of knife sharpeners.
Kevin Lewis has a question. How many knives do you own?
Lewis has a question. How many knives do I own? I've got 3 in my pocket right now. So I have at least 3.
But anyway, so there's
I have if you didn't know what I had, Lewis, at no point did you think it was unreasonable. You would think it's unreasonable, and that's about where I'm going to leave it. About 3 years ago, it was 120 something. That was just stuff and whatnot. It's got much worse. I went on a scare the last year and bought up it's fun.
How many knives do I have? I stopped counting at 20 because I didn't want to have to lie to my wife.
Yeah, I did that for years. Now she just shakes her head.
I have a new theory that she often in the summer will take the kids and go to her mom's for a weekend, and I have to stay at work, and so I tend to buy a knife on those weekends, and then you just put them on the magnet and use them the whole weekend, and then she doesn't notice that there's a new one. You're just like, no, that one hasn't been in rotation for a while.
Yeah. Okay. Do you do that too? Because I can't pull them out, right? So I've got them in rotation. It's like an art gallery, right? It's like a museum. I got the majority of the stuff is in boxes, hidden away.
I have a couple of rolls full, and then I have a drawer full of boxes, and then I have a magnet that usually has 5 or 6 on it. And then about every 3 months, I rotate in the new 5 or 6.
Okay. If anybody wants this, it's not on the website. It doesn't really exist. This is the Koi Konosuke 230. Boom.
They have to send us a message.
And the Masashi Konosuke Shiroshu, which is 485. You have to send us a message either on, probably just send it to here, to the, whether you're watching it YouTube or Facebook, send it here. And
yeah, and if you don't send him a message soon at 601, if we're allowed to buy those, I know a guy that might want one.
Well, I want that one. That koi, I want that shape. So that's the shape we're going to be making our Hanasukis in. This very standard Hanazuki shape, this will be the only one. Of this.
Man.
One of these.
Adam, look. Shiroshu Hanasuki.
Oh, come on now.
You probably could you hear him groan?
Yes. He has 17 axes.
Do you have 17 axes, or do you have more than 17 axes?
Still 17.
Still 17, he says.
He has 17 axes.
That's almost enough.
Shop, I think.
No, I need 5 more.
He says he needs 5 more.
Well, clearly he needs 5 more because that's a reasonable number of axes because he's insane. And insane in the way I understand. Like my new hat. Like my new hat.
I love your new hat.
Taka.
I want a Moritaka hat.
Well, I begged. You know when we were there and I begged? And they said,
I do.
Because I beg every time I'm there. Last time I got one in October. But I've worn it out, so I begged again.
We have the gentleman that was asking about Gyutos. Look at this. Speaking of Moritakas. Moritaka, Ogami Super, $322. I like the flatness of their belly. It makes for great slicing. And they just feel right. These guys are very light. They're not as heavy as the Ishime ones.
No.
And they just...
They start with a slightly thinner piece of steel because they don't have to put the cold forging and put that extra texture in. So they're a bit lighter.
Yeah. And they feel great. I had a young chef. I showed them the Nikiri this morning, and he said a lot of 4-letter words to me because he was in love. I also had someone get the Gyuto of this. I can't believe that the Santoku is left, because this Saji R2 with the quince handle is just insane.
Yeah. Did you know that is $6 cheaper than the Miyabi Birchwood?
Yeah, and better.
Same steel, but it's hand-hammered, handmade by the master Saji, not
plus
tree in Seki.
It's got that cool magnetic box, which makes you feel like you're pulling out a sniper rifle or something when you take it out.
I've never had a sniper rifle.
I haven't either, but I've watched a movie.
Oh yes. Yes, I don't have a sniper. Well, I guess I do. My rifle's a sniper if you're a grouse.
If you've got aim.
Let's be honest. I need a shotgun for grouse. If I use my 22 on grouse, like I shoot people too, like Jeff and Kevin.
Right.
I miss them with shotgun, so I'm basically a vegetarian when it comes to my hunting skills.
You just got to find the dumb ones and stomp on them.
You know what? The ones that have seen me often, they're like, "Oh, it's him again." Don't worry about it, guys. Just what is that?
That I'm trying to figure it out. I couldn't find the label on it, but I believe
Takiyuki.
it is Sakai Taku, but I think it is the Shirogami version, if I remember correctly. Yeah. 300 mil. No price tag on it.
300 mil Yanagibas, man. There's something special about them.
Oh, huge.
Like a 270 doesn't feel like a huge weapon, but a 300, it's a little bit longer, but it just feels massive.
Oh, it's just like that's a lot of knife.
I know.
That's a lot of knife.
300 mil Yanagibas feel like, haha.
Although this is haha too. We've got some cool.
What is it?
Sakimaru Takubiki.
Yeah, show us the tip. Show us the tip. Yeah, so that's sword tip.
Yes.
Sakimaru. That's what Sakimaru means.
And it's got this super light handle. It's quite small too, which makes it very blade heavy. So when you're slicing, it's got that. It's like the Harry Potter's wand moment where you pick it up and you're like, "Oh yes, I can do magic with this."
Yeah. I like Yanagibas and Tsukuhiki's a small handle. I think they're more agile with a small handle.
Yes. What else do we got?
Some do, but not everyone. Hey,
what else have we? I'm trying to see what else we have that's fun. Oh, this.
The other Kobayashi.
Yes, I think those are slick. I love that red handle.
You know, my
it's so shiny.
15-year-old nephew saved his money up. He works at a farm in Vancouver Island. He saved his money up for 150 petty of these.
Yeah.
I love that handle.
This guy. Yeah, look, we have matching knives. Like, look at the handle sparkle though.
That's what my nephew has. Yeah, he loved it.
This. Yes. Just 20% off, so it's
15.
5 something. I think 15 is out. 577. 577.
Amazing.
The first time I ever used one of these, I was cooking at Range Road here in Edmonton with you. And we were caramelizing a ridiculous amount of onions because we were making pierogies. And I started slicing onions, and you said, "Go into my knife kit. I have a new knife that you need to try." And I believe it was one of those, and I did not want to give it back.
I since gave that knife away.
Oh, it's so great. Like,
it was, yeah.
They feel hefty, right? But they're
not.
so thin on the edge, and they just fly through onions.
You remember that day we made a bunch of braised deer? We had a deer shoulder. We braised the deer shoulder.
It was neck. It was deer neck.
It was deer neck. That's what it was. We made a bunch of deer neck pierogies, and then fried them up. It was good. It served with sour cream. It was really good.
That was delicious.
Teaching all those pierogies, and every 10 minutes you leaned over because you knew I'm a businessman. I was a chef for a long time, but it kind of burnt me out.
Yeah.
And every 20 minutes or every 15 minutes, you leaned over and whispered in my ear, "You don't have to do this tomorrow." It's the only thing that kept me going. That was, I think that was the last time I cooked in a public setting.
Kevin, Jean-Luc Martin asked
I don't know. Jean-Luc Martin's your neck pierogies. Oh, it was part of the deal, wasn't it? It was like 7 courses for 7 different chefs that night.
It was a fundraiser for Slow Food Edmonton, and it was all wild game stuff.
That's right.
No, but you and I did cook together one more time after that. We went to visit my buddies at Local Omnivore because they challenged us to a cooking competition.
That's right. We did pierogies there too, didn't we?
We did do pierogies there.
It's the best way.
And we might have won, I think.
Yeah, we weren't supposed to win. I felt bad about that.
No,
trying not to be embarrassed, really.
I know. Look, it's our trophy.
Oh, I remember when I picked the trophy up and then I dropped it immediately and broke it.
Yes, these are broken. They don't stick to the trophy anymore.
Yeah,
but this is my favorite trophy that we have in the shop. Have you seen that one, Kevin?
Oh, you won an award for having the best meat?
I did win an award for having the best meat. We competed in the Ritchie Community League Chili Cook-Off last year.
Did you beat Corey?
He didn't participate, so yes, I did. He took the year off and we won.
Bira in it?
Sorry?
Was Bira?
No, who were the other professional competitors? There was a few. No, there wasn't any top-end chefs, though. But we still won. And that's all that matters. It doesn't matter who we beat. It's that we beat them.
You know what? It's important to know that you and I, when we enter things, we always win.
Well, yeah, because winning is more fun.
Oh, I've tried losing. I didn't like it.
Oh, it's awful. It's awful.
Less fun.
I live in Edmonton surrounded by Oilers fans. They know.
Oh, they understand losing. Yes.
They do. They do.
Yeah. Almost as much as Toronto.
Almost. That's a whole different style of losing.
Yeah. But Edmonton gets the first overall draft pick every year.
And sometimes they're good. Sometimes they're Nail Yakupov.
But Edmonton sucks. They're so good on paper. They should be a good hockey team, but the Oilers are not a good hockey team.
No.
Are there any other custom handles left in the sale?
Go to the website, Nathan, and you can. You just go to the website. You can see what's still in stock. There was 3 left custom handles. There's still 3. That was an hour ago, so they might not be around anymore.
Yeah.
His face disappeared.
Oh, there it is. Whew. I got a text message from Mike, and it screwed everything up on my phone. So go over and punch him in the arm and tell him to stop texting me.
Far away. I'll throw something next time.
Okay.
All right. Somebody's asking us, what do we have for? What do we have for funky knives or funky handles?
No, I want to see.
Oh, this is the Hadayuki Shiso 210. 240. It is a 240.
It's still in stock.
And it's got that handle.
That's my favorite new line that we've started carrying. How long have we had them for? I feel like it hasn't even been a year.
It's been about a year.
Yeah.
But I really like these handles that Dustin's making. And I like the details where he puts these little bevel right off. And
yeah.
It can just that's cool. Look at these. There we go. That's what we've got for custom handles. So this is a Kobayashi Santoku with this brown custom handle. And I like this. Over the top. These red spaces there. I just think that's a cool handle. And I don't know how much it is. I can't.
Nice.
And no, it can't be that much.
That seems.
Oh, that says SG2. I don't know how much that is. This is 527. So this is the Makakagi Kumo, 210 millimeter Kumo with that custom handle still. I like that handle. That reminds me of like one of those cigar boats in Venice.
Yes.
I like that.
I like that one a lot.
Classy weird handle.
Oh no, it is here.
The thing that just says blue steel, but the sticker says white.
Yeah, the sticker might be wrong.
Okay.
Put it in there for now.
Connected now.
Connected. Awesome.
Can you hear me, Chris?
I can hear you. I don't think you went away. I just heard you muttering to yourself.
I mutter. That's what I do. My headphones are apparently connected to this call, but they're not.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we're having technical issues.
Hey, James, wondering if you could show off your knife collection.
210, do we?
Yeah, James has asked me if I can do my knife collection in the future. Now there is a portion of it here in the book.
Oh yeah, get the book.
So that portion of my knife collection there, page 284 and 285 of the Knifewear kitchen knives. But
Sorry?
You know on TV over there?
That's me on the TV over there.
boxes are still full of knives. We spread them out too much, so we couldn't get them all in the picture. So that's a portion of them. And there's more now. There was more then. There's more now too. That's a good start.
Let's think this way. I don't know if you've seen Kevin, but we have an adorable little TV at the front of our shop.
Have you got an adorable TV at the front of your shop?
Right here.
Look at that.
And I was just standing behind the line, and the gentleman walked up and he's like, "Are you the guy that's on the TV?" So I'm famous. So thank you for that.
Dude, so fast. So
Well, I tell people all the time that if you read Kevin's book about knives, that all of the information is in order of importance. Because if you open it to the inside of the front cover, the very first photo in the book is me.
Oh, wow.
Like, look at that.
Oh,
He's so handsome.
You're such a nerd.
I don't know how that got snuck in there. You should have had better editors.
Do you remember?
Oh, no, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
You are going through that thing. Do you remember the first time, well, actually the only time you've been to see the Moritakas?
I do.
What happened?
I do.
That was a fun day.
That was a fun day. If you look over my shoulder here, this hammer right here, they let me play with that thing. And it is slightly terrifying because, let me flip this around here. Metal that looks like that is very hot. And this thing bangs it a lot harder than you imagine it does. And it throws you around and you're nervous. You definitely have to summon your inner Julia Child and have the courage of your convictions.
And look in the background here, you get to see some of the knives going out today that we packaged up.
Oh, shipping like crazy.
Yeah, it was a really crazy morning, actually. Something to talk about through this garage sale. We are getting more orders than today. So some of the knives are going today, but some are going to take. So we are focusing on making sure the knife is perfect and making sure the right knife is in the right box and it's going to the right people. So we're just taking our time and making sure it's perfect. So we hopefully don't make any mistakes because nobody wants to get the wrong knife. We're taking our time to make sure we just can.
We in store only do a small fraction of what the warehouse does, but if you look, that box is everything that we've collected this morning. And so later today, when things quiet down a little bit, we will inspect all of the knives and check all of the edges and start getting them into boxes to send out to people. So
take your time, though, Chris. Like, make sure it's right. We don't want to make mistakes. That's the worst.
We have our assistant manager, Adam Zaricki, coming in early tomorrow morning, and he's going to go through that box and go each knife one at a time and make sure that they are perfect before they leave the store. So
perfect. Anything to talk about over Christmas this year?
Well, I'm excited for Christmas this year. Usually I'm a bit of a Scrooge, but I've let my family start decorating early. We've started decorating our store. I'm not going to show you yet because I've heard that there is a inter-store competition. And our front window is almost done, and it is looking spectacular. So if you're in Edmonton, come see it. Kevin doesn't get to see it till we're done.
You got to give me a sneak preview.
You want a sneak preview?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want the other stores to see.
I challenged the teams this year, each shop, this year to make the craziest window decoration. Because I just think that we need some laughs in school. We just need to have some laughs. So I thought if we could make the front of our stores as over the top as possible, well, look at that. That's fantastic. Are those
There's
all
a Grinch in. Oh yeah, those are all lights. Those are hand cut. Look at these.
I know who hand cuts those snowflakes. That's
Yeah.
Jillian. Oh, leave it is. She makes beautiful snowflakes.
This one has a turkey on it.
Of course it does. And she makes those designs herself, just freehand. She's like, oh, I'll make a turkey.
And there will be more. Exactly.
That's awesome.
There's also this.
That's going to be brilliant, man.
We have not one, but 2 Grinch in store. Yeah, I called Adam a Grinch, and now he's making faces at me.
That Grinch
So
is
yes,
one of those Grinches won't steal your roast beast, though.
That's true. One of them won't steal the roast beast. He's the he just said he'd feed it to his dog. That's very Grinchy.
No, my dog would get sick of veggie.
What a Grinch.
Beyond that, people have started Christmas shopping already, and I think that that's a great idea.
It's smart this year, you know.
It's weird this year, but you know, we're encouraging people to if they want to come by the shop, but they don't necessarily want to come in and linger around, do some curbside pickup. We'll get it all ready and packaged up for you. Send us a note. We'll even gift wrap it for you. We've got a bunch of gift wrap in the shop, and we can wrap things up if you'd like. And if you want to come spend some time with us, we'll just get all of your Christmas shopping done in one go.
You see what's rolling in behind me here?
What is that?
That's another pallet of knives going up today.
My goodness.
Let me just say that Tiffany, Brenda, and Ellie have been packaging knives like mad people.
I had a lovely conversation with Brenda on the phone this morning, and it sounded like she was working very hard, so that's good.
That's garage sale day. Right? It's the fun. It's like fun. Tomorrow, we're going to do more of this tomorrow, so you can ask questions. We can show you stuff. We can talk about knives. Chris and I are going to do this sort of thing again for the show we call Japanese Knives 101.
I love that show.
It starts at 4 p.m. on 4 p.m. Mountain Time, and we're going to have that tomorrow. So it'll be from here. We've got garage sale, special order, overstock knives.
You should just get that.
Chris.
The reason why I got this one,
I'm going to show you a knife, and you're going to tell me about it.
Okay. That sounds like a test. Oh, it's so small I can't see. Oh, is that a
Musashi?
With the is the white carbon?
White with stainless.
With stainless?
And it's $290. And
That's a ridiculously good price. Is that a 210 or a 240? It's hard to tell.
This is the 210.
Perfect.
So
I love it.
This is awesome.
Why is it awesome? Well, one, Musashi is you're not supposed to pick favorite kids, but he might be one of my favorite blacksmiths. Probably because he's more fun. The picture of him in the book where he's smoking a cigarette is my favorite picture in the book. And I love how tall his knives are. There's a ton of knuckle clearance. So when you're slicing like big onions, they don't get frightening. Sometimes a skinnier gyuto can feel a little bit unwieldy when you're chopping something big, but his aren't. And they're nice and flat. I tell people often that it's like you're getting 2 knives in one, because the back, the heel, the first like 4 inches is basically like having a Nakiri, and then the rest of it is like having a gyuto.
It's almost, it's actually, man, they're so flat. One thing I wanted to say about Musashi, maybe you don't know this, but he told me recently that he makes knives with professional cooks in mind.
I did know that, and I think that that's awesome. But I don't think it precludes home cooks from getting them, because it just means that they're getting professional level tools.
Well, that's it. You're getting a professional level crazy knife for $290 for that guy. So that's pretty cool. And listen here, this is. So there's fingerprints. I don't know what you're talking about. These fingerprints are all over it. But this is one of those mirrored, although it's been used. This is a retired sample shop, but it's a mirrored.
Nice.
I have the 270 millimeter gyuto of this, and I've recently just pulled it back out of my collection and back onto the wall. So it's in my current usage, and I used it this morning for. I made a tomato sandwich. I know it's the wrong season, but I got really great tomatoes from Roxburgh Farm, and had tomato sandwich this morning. And I used my 270 Utah. So this is the Nikiri. It's half price, dude. It's $185.
Look what I've got here.
And this is the retired Nikiri. Amazing price.
I've got the yes. I've got one of the Gyutos in the shop if anybody wants one.
Everybody wants one. Here, Chris, tell us about these things and how and why you should use them and how to use them. And what's the difference between the two?
So, honing rods, they're the essential tool. If you buy a knife from us, they're half price because we think you need to have one. The white one is slightly coarser. The black one is a little bit finer. I often tell people that you should have both, but it depends on how fussy you are. What they're going to do is they're going to keep a sharp knife sharper longer. The black one's just going to give you a slightly smoother edge than the white one. I often use both on my knives. I tell people that if you use the white one, it's like turning your knives up to an 8. If you use the black one, it's a 9. If you really, really want to gild the lily, I highly suggest getting yourself a paddle strap. That's turning your knife up to 11. If you have all 3 of those in your kit, then you're just going to have the sharpest knives of anybody. But having a ceramic as opposed to a steel rod is going to make your knives a lot happier. They're not going to put little microchips in it. They're not going to be rough. And please don't use it like Gordon Ramsay. I know he's very entertaining on the television, but if you scream at people and call them donkeys, they won't want to be your friend. And if you use your knife like you're some kind of like ninja, they're not going to like you either. So that would be my advice on a honing rod.
Got a gentleman that bought that guy, but you were mentioning it was a bit bigger than some 135s, so you want to see an extra 165.
Oh, okay. So apparently we have somebody that bought this next year. This is the 135 mil Deba.
Oh, nice.
James Martin. And someone's saying it feels a bit bigger than the 35. Well, this is it next to a 165 left-handed. So does that give you the information?
So this one is your.
Chris, anything else you want to say?
I don't have much else to tell you. I've got a store filling up with humans again. I think we're hitting the second afternoon push here, which is nice.
Might have to go see those humans.
I might have to go talk to some customers.
You should do that.
All right. Thanks for having me on.
We liked it. Hey, thanks for being rad and joining us.
It was fun.
And say hi to Tori. I love that hat of yours.
I will. Look at that hat.
Oh, we've got a question for you, Chris.
Okay.
Jason P was wondering how much the mirror.
Jason P wants the price of the mirrored.
The mirrored Gyuto. It doesn't have a sale price on it yet, but I don't know if there's something we can do about that. It's listed at $400 right now.
That's smokin sale price already.
Yeah, I was thinking that was a pretty good deal.
But
well, he could probably email you, hey Chris.
Yeah, if he emails me, Chris@knifewear.com, or if he swings by the shop this week, he might be able to strong margin me into $399.
Chris with a K.
Chris with a K. Although Lordy usually forwards my mail when it gets to him anyway. So
if you send it to Chris with a CH, it will go to the Ottawa manager. So there you go. Did you see earlier today we got all these auto, these medium stones, natural stone?
Oh, nice.
Did you see that the first one we sold, Naoto was holding up to show somebody, then threw it on the ground and turned it into two half-size stones?
Oh, that happens sometimes with stones.
Yeah. He's like, this is the one. It's perfect. Like the two pieces were almost identical.
There you go.
You get two stones for the price of one.
Beautiful.
They're just smaller.
Yeah, just a little smaller.
Half size exactly, pretty much.
Those small stones, though, sometimes are super handy. I have a little chunk of natural stone from Takeda-san that I keep in my kitchen for quick little touch-ups on things.
Yep.
And I love it. My kids are like, why are you rubbing a knife on that rock? Well, They're very young. They need more things explained to them. What is that? Oh, is that a Takeda? Yeah, it is. Oh, and it's pink.
You know how I am about pink handles.
Yes.
There's about 4 of these in the sale. And if there's one of these left tomorrow, because you and I are not allowed to buy knives until Tuesday or 6:01 today.
Yep.
But if there's any of these left tomorrow,
And
I'm
that's the
having
first
one of
one,
these
right?
pink guys for sure. 100% for sure.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
They're so rad. I love these pink handles. Look at this one.
Yeah, let's say 2.
Oh, that is awesome.
Awesome. Okay, take care.
All right. You have humans to go talk to. Say hi for me.
I will. Have an excellent afternoon.
Thanks, man.
I'll
Ciao.
talk to you later.
No.
All right. Well, that was Chris Armitage from Edmonton. So you're watching Knifewear's Garage Sale Live. So Knifewear, we have 5 stores in Canada. We've got a store in Vancouver, Edmonton, 2 in Calgary, and 1 in Ottawa. Toronto's coming soon. We've got an online store. And every year I go to Japan 2 or 3 times a year, and I buy one-of-a-kind knives. I buy blacksmith experiments. I buy overstock stuff. I buy stuff from new blacksmiths or new people we didn't know before, or new lines they have. And we even have some old retired knives that we've used as sample knives in the shop that we've refurbished, and we're selling on at usually 35 or 50% off. Oh, excuse me. Early. And today is our big garage sale. It's day 1 of the garage sale. Because we can't have the crowds in the shops like we used to, what we're doing is we've gone live on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram. So if you're watching on Instagram, come to YouTube and Facebook. It's way better. And you can ask questions. If you're shopping for a certain knife, you can ask us about it. We'll show you. We can tell you the weight and the measurements if you want. I can hold it in my hand. You can see what it looks like. We're just going to try to help you find the right knife, because it's hard sometimes trying to buy a knife and you can't hold it, right? So we want to give you the experience of holding it so you kind of understand what you're buying, right? To help you out. So we're on here today for another couple hours, I think, maybe another hour, something like that. So hit us up with some questions.
We're going to be joined by Colin pretty soon at the Calgary store.
Perfect.
And then we've got somebody on YouTube basically just said, talk to me about this Agami Super Kurochi Nakiri from Mortaka.
All right. Someone is saying, talk to me about this knife. Listen, this hat I'm wearing, brand new hat, came with the Mortaka delivery that came yesterday, just in time for the...
Fix your hat?
Yeah, you got to fix that. So you got to actually kind of color this in with your black Sharpie, like I did on my last one. That's the important thing to do with these hats. The Mortakas have been making knives down in Kyushu, which is like the southern island of Japan. And they've been making knives down there since the year 1293. So for over 720 years, they've been making knives and swords. Can you imagine can you imagine tracing your family history 28 generations? Could you imagine tracing them 28 generations in one career? They've all been blacksmiths, right? Outstanding, just crazy. So the Mortakas make these knives for us. This is a standard product of theirs. This is Agami Super, which is super blue steel. They've left the Kurochi finish. It's really smooth Kurochi. Like there's no bumps or scaling like you see with some. It's because on their final pass with the hammer, under the spring arms, they have a hammer that comes down, bum, 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 bum. So they put the knife in there, hammer comes down, and there's a little jet of water, and the jet of water just cools the surface enough so that when you hit it with the hammer, it just flattens out that whole surface and makes that finish look beautiful. And that's the result there. What I love about their Nakiris is they're dead flat. So if you want that Nakiri experience where you're push cutting or pull cutting, but your knife will strike the cutting board flat, right? Like that. You're not going to be doing rocking like that. You're going to be doing boom, boom, boom. if that's the experience you're looking for, this is the one. It's dead flat. Almost nobody makes them this flat. Everybody puts a bit of a rocker in the blade, just so it's a bit easier to handle. I think it's fun like this. It's cool. Like I said, they've been making knives for 720 years plus. So this is $275. Usually the knives that Moritaka makes for us, he puts a texture on the blade that's hammered in after called ishime, which means rock face. So that texturing he adds changes the knife a bit. It makes the knives stay sharp a bit longer, and it keeps the knives from bending as easily as this one can. This is their top grade steel, Aogami Super. Usually the knives they make for us is Aogami 2. Mike's holding something up. I don't know what he's...
I'm communicating with somebody on TV.
Oh, he's communicating with somebody
in space.
Live in space.
Iggy said, "What's that knife in the black box behind Kevin?"
All right. So anyway, I hope if you have any more questions about that, let me know. Big fan of the Mortac as always. Like I said, leave more in their hat. Someone asked me what type of steel is in this knife, and it's Sandvik 19. What is it? 19. Yeah, it's one of those names that really rolls off the tongue. Sandvik.
R2D2.
It's not R2D2, Nathan. Sandvik.
19C27.
19C27. My God, I can't remember that anymore. We used to carry a lot of those knives. We don't anymore. But this one, it's still got that steel. What I like about it is it's a Swedish steel that's really fine grained, and it's stainless, so there's no rusting issues.
Yeah.
And it's super fine grained, so you can get a really nice cut. Basically, it feels like carbon steel when you're cutting, but it's stainless. So that's a fun thing with that. And Iggy
wants to know what's up with that. That's
Iggy wants to know. These here is the box they come in. There's the guy that makes the knives, and they're a couple of young guys in Tosa, so on Shikoku Island, and they call themselves Zakuri. And that is the knife they make. They make a Aogami 2, Aogami 2 blade, clad with carbon steel. So similar to the Masakagi Mizu in a lot of ways. And this little petty, which is 150 millimeter petty, is $109.
Such a good price.
Right. Do we have any of their Tsujihikis left? Because their Tsujihikis are really great
I know
value.
there was only a couple.
Yeah.
In the morning, but I think there's one sitting here in a box.
I don't know if this is still available. I hope it is. But here is their Tsujihiki, and it's $154. And I have this knife from years ago. I bought this knife. Mine's probably about 8 or 9 years old.
I'm just going to introduce that. That's such a good deal too.
Big fan of this blade. So there you go. That's the black boxes that were behind me. Iggy? Mike, you were going to introduce that, you said.
I was just going to say, when we're talking about knives that are a really good deal, you got your headphones there.
Headphones up. Here you go.
Am I taking over?
Hi, guys.
I'm putting these headphones on makes me feel like I should be like a pilot, like I should be flying. These are fantastic. I was just like that. He was showing that the Zakuris, which I think is just a really nicely made knife. No fluff, no like major fine details. They're just making a really great knife. So at $109 or $150 is great. This is $109. This fits in that category. I used to work in restaurants. I think a knife like this would stand up to the abuse that you put a knife through and still be sharp. This is the Pro M. This knife is a molybdenum steel, which is stainless, totally stainless, a little bit softer. It's a single piece of steel. It's not the 3 layers of steel. It's really nice and easy to sharpen, but it's also a great knife for deboning poultry. So this shape is called Honosuke. This is a real kick-ass knife. And you can see it's got a bit of a bevel on this side here, curving down, then it's flat on the back. So it's a bit right-hand dominant, but it really does allow you to thinly slice stuff. And the handle is really nice and large too. I mean, it's tall, but it's skinny. Like, I don't know. This is a great knife. In and amongst all the other great things we've got here today. I was trying to show people this knife. I didn't plan on getting thrust in here. What else we got here? We talked all about this stuff. What else we got? What do you guys want to see? What do you want to know? What are we missing today? What for those of you who've been shopping with us today, what didn't we have that you were hoping to find today on the garage sale? We're going to do this again in the spring and again in the fall. Every 6 months we do a garage sale.
We got some questions about some of your faves. Holden Lay is wondering, can I have more info on the Full Sky?
Wow, yeah, these knives are beautiful. I know we can get you a lot more story-like information if we had Naoto, but I'm not sure if that's the information you're looking for. But I can definitely give you some specs, right? I can get the scale over here. These Ulsakai are incredibly well made, really nice fit and finish. Like you can even look down here at the choil, how that's nicely smoothed out. You know, you'll find often when you get these knives, they haven't really addressed that, and that part can be kind of rough. It's nice mirror polish on the spine. Fit and finish is just lovely. Really nice deep bevel. So from the edge to the bevel gives you a really, that long steep bevel gives you a nice smooth transition as you're cutting, especially I find into something like a squash or a big potato. I think big and dense, the knife will just confidently glide through the food. Really nice to cut with a knife like that. Tons of core steel sticking out here at the bottom. Now this is the white carbon, and I don't know if you've ever sharpened white carbon. It's the sharpest thing ever. It's so easy to sharpen. You get a beautiful, beautiful edge. A little more brittle, oxidizes really quickly. So expect this knife to change. Expect it to patina. Expect it to break in like your leather jacket. It's not going to stay bright and shiny every day. If you do like bright and shiny, they have their Ginsan. Ginsan steel is very similar to the VG10 steel that you hear a lot of about kitchen knives. I think VG10 is a great steel. It's not going to hold its edge quite as long as something like blue carbon steel or SG2. But you know what? It's such a dependable steel. Great. Beautiful. Again, like the bevels on these are nice and tall, so we've got super, super thin blades. Okay. Difference here also with the Ginsan, it's a single piece handle, right? It doesn't have the Paca ferrule on it like that. What does that mean to you? Not much. I mean, it's a bit of a different aesthetic. There's a bit of a difference when you're actually putting a knife handle in, but it's already on, so you don't have to worry about it. Was there any other questions? I hope I answered those questions adequately.
Yeah, absolutely. So Chris Casper said, looking for a nice starter set of knives, 2 to 3 for my teenager who loves to cook.
Oh, fantastic.
Which I think is super cool. Also, Chris Casper, I missed that question earlier. Any Sujihiki carbon knives from Kojiro? I'm going to take a look around when you talk about those.
You know what? We've got the Flash and the Senko. They're just on the shelf back there. I think if you're looking for 2 to 3 knives for a set for a beginner cook, I started working with an 8-inch chef's knife when I was about 12, 13 years old. I had a Sabatier that was in the block that no one used. Happened to also be the sharpest one there. This is an 8-inch chef's knife from Tojiro. This is a really durable handle. It's micarta. So it's linen and resin pressed together. I find even when this material gets a little bit wet, it retains a grippiness to it. It almost becomes grippier when it's wet. I find it on a lot of hunting knives, actually. Nothing flashy about the blade. I mean, it's just polished steel, but it's VG10, great solid steel. I mean, if this is the kind of knife that we would say never put in the dishwasher, but if it took a turn in there accidentally, not the end of the world. Now, they do have a set. Let's see if I can hold them all up here. Oh God, falling apart. So 210 Gyuto and about a 120 or 135 petty. That and a Santoku, you got your knives sorted. I mean, that'll last you for 20 or so years. Depending on what kind of stuff you're into cooking, if you're into making bread, which I hear some people have gotten into this year, a VG10 bread knife is a game changer. Also, something that's a game changer with a bread knife is getting one that's rigid. You see a lot of bread knives and they're real flimsy. When you go to push through a strong crust, like on a really nice loaf of sourdough, the crust is stronger than your knife and it's all aware and you can never get it straight. And you start squishing your loaf of bread and this beautiful loaf of bread you just slaved over is now squished
Sorry,
and
what sound
crappy.
does it make when you're trying to cut it?
Wow. No. I really, honestly, I really like all the stuff that Tojiro makes. Sometimes they get a little bit crazy with their designs, but I think these ones are really fantastic.
That's also for Chris Casper.
Chris Casper, this is the Tojiro Flash bread knife, or sorry, Tsujihiki. Bit of more of a carving knife with the almost like a Santoku with sort of a tip on it. Perfect length. It's a 240 for carving. Really solid handle. It's actually, I remember this, I think was die cast in the handle, and again with the micarta. Sort of this ergonomic kind of a grip. It's kind of neat. But that transition here with this what you call that, bevel, wide triangular shape, really comfortable to hold on to. And it's flashy, which is what you want in a carving knife, right? What else would I think of if I wanted to just get somebody started? I think something like this would be great too. I don't think this would also be fantastic. Now, if you wanted something a little bit more in the handmade, Santoku Petty, there you go. You can do all your little stuff. You can peel things with this, like if you're wanting to get into cutting citrus fruit into segments, cleaning sinew off of meat, finely slicing shallots and garlic, stuff like that. Great. Even slicing up some cooked meat. And then for chopping onions and vegetables and all kinds of stuff, your Santoku. Santoku is the three-purpose or all-purpose knife. This thing will do all kinds of stuff. So these ones are 156 on the Petty and 213. These are made by Kato, I believe. Sorry, I lied. Anru, VG10 Damascus. That'd be amazing. Who starts out their cooking career with two handmade Damascus VG10 knives? That'd be amazing. Right.
Mike, somebody wants to know about this knife.
Was that the Tojiro Oboro?
First was the Oboro, yeah. Okay. We're back to one of my favorites, the Sakai Uhl.
And comes with that guy. Well, doesn't come with it, but it could be an awesome set.
This looks like some Star Wars kind of a crest or something. Right, so this is the Petty. This is the Santoku or Bunka with that angular tip. Really nice fine grind on these guys. They're so thin. Right down here where the core steel starts to be exposed. Super, super thin right behind the edge there. Man, this thing would be so nice to use. So much finesse. A little bit wider at the top here. So I think when you're cutting through it, it's going to do that thing where it's going to get the knife in nice and deep into whatever you're cutting. Say you're cutting something bigger like a sweet potato or a rutabaga, and it's going to really just drift through it very easily and confidently. This would be a very nice knife. I'm really into these ones. They're so sweet. Just that when you feel the more I get into knives, whenever I pick up a new knife, I'm always grabbing it here and just pulling down towards the edge to feel it. Looks like we got Colin here.
Yeah. Is he
I see he's in the waiting room.
Oh. Yeah, so we just gotta let him in there.
Dr. P. McGee.
The only Knifewear employee with a PhD, I think.
Dr. P. McGee, is that you? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Good. You can hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Oh, God. You're a worse singer than I am.
Oh, no one wants to hear me sing. This is not why you called, I'm sure.
Okay. Hi, how are you?
Oh, good, man. It's been a busy day and lots of excitement with all these cool knives.
Yeah, man. What's your favorite?
Oh, I'd have to say the best deal going on here has got to be the Masashi Shiroshu 240 millimeter Kiritsuke.
Right?
Like,
Dude,
That is
hot sex is what that
the
knife is.
polish on it is outstanding.
Family show.
Like, and it's 15% off, right? Which we don't always do at garage sale. Like,
Hey, look, I
you
have
know,
one too.
hey, twinsies. So, like, this is a knife that I've used a bunch. I borrowed one of these from one of my coworkers.
Oh, really?
So it's not just like theoretical to say this is a great knife. It is amazing. The food separation, it's so sharp. Like the way that Masashi does his grind, it's you know, like the edge, you can't see it just looking at it, but it's really nicely convex. It's got this hamaguri clamshell kind of grind. It just it separates food amazing. And like the way he does his choil, I mean, like super thin, right? But like this part here, the choil, he rounds that out. So, you know, when you choke up on it the way you do, it feels amazing in the hand. I can't get enough of this knife.
Okay.
So yeah, everyone should get one of those for sure.
For sure, right. I'll expect mine for Christmas. Thank you. I appreciate it. Very generous of you.
Yeah.
No,
you know, but there's
I was going to ask you some other questions, but do you have more stuff that you're all up about?
I'm pretty fired up about this knife too. The Moritaka Aogami Super Hanasuki with the Ishime cladding on it.
You're not the only one, buddy.
Ooh, I have this knife in the regular Ishime line with the Aogami 2, and I have one of their other knives. I have this one that I got at the last garage sale, the Aogami Super Santoku from the Moritakas. So the idea of getting this knife with that upgraded Aogami Super steel and that cool exclusive Ishime finish, like I'm sure you've been telling people all day, but you can't get that finish from anyone except Knifewear when it comes to kitchen knives.
That's true.
That is gorgeous.
Because Kevin was their first customer outside of Japan.
That's cool.
700 years of being in business. He's their first non-Japanese customer.
Good job, Kevin.
Yeah, do you have anything?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
you bet we do.
One or two.
So sorry, we just have a UPS guy here, and just
Oh,
trying
that's
to make
okay.
sure he takes the stacks of stuff we've got for him.
Nice.
Yeah, you should back up to the door.
This one, right?
Yeah, that would be the best one. There's only one to back up to. So listen, I've got you on the phone.
Yeah.
I have 3 knives in front of me that I know you can teach me something about.
Oh yeah.
And they're pretty beautiful. Like, so I was talking about you earlier when I was showing these off. Colin is our resident Chukabocho expert.
Nice.
So we got these 2 Sugimotos. I got one here stainless and one here carbon. This is the number 2.
Yep.
And then I got this little guy from Tojiro.
Right.
Definitely
The
a
one who
later
take.
pickle.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if you could tell me the differences about them. Like, what's the number 2 mean?
Number 2 is a reference to the size. So it's a little bit longer, and the length to height ratio gives it kind of a more rectangular rather than square look.
Okay.
The Japanese numbering system is a little bit different than the Chinese numbering system, but the number 2 is not like their super thin cleaver. It's like got a little bit more weight behind it. So like it's not a bone cleaver at all, right? Like that's a Chinese chef's knife that you can use for meat, fish, veggies. You can kind of use it for everything. But the number 1 is a little bit thinner than the number 2. So number 2 is more like their workhorse chef's knife. That's like a professional size, super hard. I think it's white carbon steel. They're a little bit cagey about revealing that, but Sugimoto is one of the first Japanese companies to start making the Chukabocho, or the Chinese style cleaver in Japan.
Yep.
They started doing that in the 1930s, and they still forge them by hand. It's warikomi inserted edge construction.
So they just started
Sorry?
They just started it recently, hey? Back in 19...
Oh yeah, just recently in the 1930s. So that's a true professional grade. Like they make some of the best Chinese style cleavers in the world for sure.
I really like the little logo they have.
Yeah.
Little Sugimoto.
It's cool. And is that engraved in there?
It is.
Or like lasered in, yeah?
I'd say it's probably stamped in. Or no.
Stamped in?
In. Yeah.
I definitely prefer, where you get like it inlaid into the metal rather than like a painted on logo.
Yeah,
And
the Sugimoto with the stainless, it's got that kind of
Yeah.
effect to it.
right, yeah.
So
And the
can you tell
handles,
the handles are a little shorter.
yeah, a little stubby. Because like with such a big blade, right, you're always going to need to choke up on that in order to really get control of it. And in fact, you know, like a lot of Chinese chefs will use the 2-finger grip. So like if you can't quite reach the balance, you use 2 fingers on the blade. Depends on how big your hands are and how big the knife is, but you get a lot of control of it that way.
Oh, that's
You feel that?
feels a lot. Oh wow,
It makes a difference, right?
sort of like that sort of feel to it. You feel a lot more control.
Yep.
Learning something, learning something. Well, and we got this great little Tojiro guy. I might pick this one up, you know? It's
Yeah.
a price. It's $75 or something like that. 73.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that guy. I was looking it up, and there seems to be some confusion about exactly what type of stainless steel it is. But basically, like good stainless steel. I think that's a smaller one. It's like 175 millimeters.
Yeah.
And I think it's also meant to be like pretty thin, right? With more of like a traditional Chinese handle on it. That one would be great for anyone who's kind of not sure if they want to try out a Chukabocho and they just want, you know, kind of like a workhorse knife that's not going to break the bank, right? Great for people who like a tall knife, who like a knife that you can scoop up everything all in one go. I mean, with a knife that size, you can always tell what the pitch is. You never sort of like end on a weird angle.
Okay.
You always have knuckle clearance. Great for doing like big things like cabbage and stuff. But, you know, like I love using that for garlic because you can do horizontal cuts really easy with it. So so I'll put the knife flat on the counter and just press on the spine and it lifts up the edge a little bit and super thin slices of garlic so that when you go to mince it, you get it super fine. But it's a bit of a different technique, right? Like just that height, the size of it allows you to do those horizontal cuts a lot easier, I find, than with, say, a Gyuto or a Santoku.
Well, you know what I want to try with it is actually chopping meat. Because I know there's a very different sort of texture to a piece of meat that you've run through a grinder versus one that you've chopped by hand. I know definitely that makes a big difference for something like steak tartare. But I know if you're making like a dumpling filling to actually work the meat a bit, the protein, as you're working it, will become a little bit stickier and bind meat together. So you get a little bit more of that cohesive kind of like texture.
Nice.
As opposed to like a bunch of ground meat packed together like a burger. It becomes a bit more emulsified and gives you a bit more like toothy boinginess.
You know how to get that either way?
What's that?
I do this with kafta, and you stir salt in, and then you let it set for a while.
Oh yeah.
And that denatures the proteins that it fuses together, sort of like how you make pate.
For sure, yeah. Nathan's saying another way to help that process, if you want your meat to bind together, is to salt it first before you chop it up.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Hey, I got a couple questions for you guys. You guys got a moment?
Yeah, you got a couple more minutes, or are you slammed there in the store?
Well, like we got a few people in the shop.
Well, Mike,
I can totally talk to you. What's going on?
Well, we got a customer wondering, Classic Rock All Day wants to know, can you talk about the Shiroshu Kiritsuki compared to the Kuroshu Gyuto? Or Shiroshu Kiritsuki versus Kuroshu Gyuto. They tend not to rock their knives too much, so they're thinking that maybe a Kiritsuki might be better for them.
What do you think? Guys like trying to put together the Kuroshu versus the Shiroshu.
Kuroshu versus Shiroshu.
Versus Kiritsuki.
I think it's sold out. Sorry, I'm just telling a customer that he's looking for a knife that's sold out. It's sold out fast, my friend. Sorry about that. I'm going to grab a Kuroshu.
Yeah, okay. I don't have one here.
I have one right in the drawer here. I'm reaching over the counter to grab it.
Something that I would say about his Shiroshu and his Kiritsuki is if you just didn't look at the tip of it, you're looking very much at a Gyuto.
Yeah.
He's just more or less made a Gyuto and then cut the tip off, cut the curved off at the top. Unlike a lot of the really traditional Kiritsukis that have this really straight edge. Well, this one even has a bit of a curve. Of course, it's made by Masashi as well.
Yeah. I tell you what, like Masashi's Gyuto and his Kiritsuke, they have the same edge profile. It's a sort of an oversized Santoku in a way. So as compared to like some of the Masakage Gyuto that have a lot more of a curve to them, Masashi's Gyuto and his Kiritsuke, they've got a much flatter sweet spot in the end. Yeah, it's like a giant bunka. The one you're holding, the one I have is more like a giant santoku. So
yeah, this one's got that really straight edge. And like our guy on who was asking the question has mentioned, he doesn't rock chop the knife as much, which I find if you've got a blade with a really straight edge, when you do that rock chop, you're bound to dig your tip into your cutting board one day.
Yeah, with the Masashi,
it's straight. I think you're. Oh man.
Yeah, it's like sort of from there back, it's pretty much like a chopping flat edge. And there's enough of a curve at the tip that you can do some nice slicing. You know, if you did need to do a little bit of a rock chop for like herbs or something, you could.
Yeah.
But yeah, these are fantastic for more like that kind of push-pull kind of chop.
You know what? My advice is going to be that functionally, I think these two knives will be very much the same.
Yeah.
The Kuroshu has a bit more of a texture on the black part of it. Like it's not polished the same way the Shiroshu is, so there's a little bit of a smoother surface. You might get a little bit more blade stick with the Shiroshu versus the Kuroshu.
Yeah,
I know
a little bit of texture.
The Kuroshu, and the more you use it, the more that texture comes out. Functionally, they're going to work almost the same. I would pick based on which one makes you happier to look at. They feel very similar.
They're very similar.
I would say it's an aesthetic. So go with what you can choose things by which one makes what you like looks best, right? They all work and perform really well. You can pick by looks, it's fine.
Yeah. No, they're both gorgeous. Edge profile super similar and same steel as well. They're both SLD.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'll let you go. Thanks for the quick little talk about our Chuka Bochos. I'm gonna give one of these a try.
You got it. Actually, you know what, Mike? You need to get two, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, okay. Because you're a salesman. I know this. I know what's happening right now.
Well, you were talking about chopping up meat, right?
Right.
And so the classic Chinese style, like if you see like chefs in a restaurant, if they're mincing meat for dumplings and stuff, 2 cleavers at the same time.
Oh.
One in each hand. That's how it's done. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I like watching Flavorful Origins. I can't wait for the next season to come out. It looks
awesome.
The food they make looks so cool. Have you watched that show?
I have not, but now I need to.
Flavorful Origins on Netflix. Beautiful cinematography for food.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm into it.
Okay, bud. Listen, I'll probably see you tomorrow. I'm gonna drop by the shop. So.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. Nice chatting with you.
Okay. Thanks, man. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. All right, everybody. What's going on?
I think we got a couple of questions for folks still hanging out on YouTube's. Louis just says, I'm going to use a picture of the Shiroshu on my wall as a motivational poster to save up more money.
Vision boards, buddy. Make yourself a knife vision board.
Can you talk about why Yu Kurosaki has knives under both his name and the Masakage line?
Because
or what the difference might be.
Sure. So Yu Kurosaki, I believe, apprenticed under Hiroshi Kato. Is that? Yeah, the first Kato.
Yeah.
Now it's Yoshimi Kato, his son.
Yeah.
But Hiroshi Kato apprenticed apprenticed Yu Kurosaki, and so he was making some of the knives for Masakage. Masakage is a company owned by a man that we know and love named Shibata. Shibata has a hand in the design, so essentially it's his design of a knife, and he has contracted these blacksmiths to make those products for him, as a lot of industries do. So Kurosaki is a phenomenal blacksmith, so he continues to make those ones that he's contracted to make under the Masakage brand, but he has also started his own brand. He started his own company. And in fact, if you go to Takefu Knife Village where he started, there's this little plot of land and it's got this really funky building on it. You can go to their website, and I think it's called Takefu TKV.com. It might be their website. Yeah. Anyway, Kurosaki did not go very far. He literally is over the fence on some farmer's field, and he's built this really cool knife forge. It's very clean, and it's just him. He's got a few employees, and he just hammers out his own knives. So I guess he started making stuff for Masakagi and branched out on his own, but has maintained his commitment to Masakagi as well.
Let's see what else we got. So Classic Rock All Day, who was wondering about that Shiroshu Kiritsuke?
Yeah.
Has a follow-up question.
Okay.
How does the kind of like pole cutting with it feel? And how does that tip work? Like if you're doing fine work with the tip that night?
Oh man, I think the pole cut's gonna be great. It is a little tip heavy, right? Like it's balanced right about here, right? So that means if you're holding it back here, it's going to be really easy just to drop and pull it back, right? So a pull cut's going to be wonderful with this knife. And, it's got a slight curve to it. So I'll see if I can put it on a flat surface here to show you. It's hard to see because it's mirrored.
But I think
so if you're pulling back,
he'll want to know.
It's going to be pretty good. So it was the pull cut was the question. And then what was the other question that he was asking? Pull cut?
How's the tip work for you? Like when you're doing fine work?
Great. I mean, it's super thin. If you're just sort of doing tip work, to me is just sort of julietting a shallot or something. Dude, this guy makes some of the best knives in the whole world. And they work well for absolutely everything except for bones. You have one of these, don't you, Kevin? The Shiroshu 240?
I have that exact knife.
This knife is
super.
Let me tell you a story about the knives that we sell. Everybody at our company has tons of knives. There's only a few that a lot of us all have. This is one of them, as well as the Koishi Nikiri. They are store employee favorites. And that's for a reason, because we get to pick up and hold and see and try all these knives all day long. Okay.
So we got somebody who's wondering, I believe it was Mr. Broham Sandwich again, was wondering about the comparison between that guy.
Sounds like an English name.
That's Masashi Billy 2. And if we have it, a Yoshimi Kato.
Can I take these headphones off now?
Sure, do whatever you like. Yeah, I don't think we have anything else we wanted to look at.
So
how are you like for this?
Kato AS Nishiji
Yeah.
and Masashi. The Masashi's back there, for sure.
Yeah, Mike's got it. Mike's got it.
Yoshimi Kato AS Nishiji right here.
And that one there.
This is what we're talking about. This knife's beautiful. This is like a Koishi, just nude. Look at that. Polished, beautiful, light. It feels good. Okay, what's the difference between these two? This is balanced right in the center here, kind of where you're normally going to balance. Masashi's balanced a little bit further forward. Again, you can drop and pull the knife backwards. You've got a bit more weight at the tip. Depends on what you prefer, what you like. Taller blade on the Masashi.
Yes.
And he kind of has, the curve is all at the front, and then the knife blade runs pretty straight. Whereas the Kato has a bit more of a continuous curve to the edge. Bevel depth is about the same. Thinner blade and a little shorter, making it lighter overall. You've got a little bit more space here behind the choil, between the choil and the handle on the Kato, which is nice. You can kind of tuck a whole finger in there. It's kind of comfortable that way. Versus the Masashi, where your finger is kind of set onto the, depends on how big your hands are. That's a minor thing. D-shaped handle here on the Masashi, and the octagon-shaped handle on the Kato. Octagon handle just seems to give you a bit more of a grip feel for any sort of torsion. Again, that's really splitting hairs.
I just wanted to mention, thanks to everybody that's still watching. I know some of you, like Mr. Don Penny, if you're still listening, have been watching since 10 to 8 this morning, which means you've been watching for 8 hours.
You know what?
Don Penny's been
Mr.
watching
J,
since April.
Mr. J. Rowe's been watching for 8 hours, and I think Chad Abraham says that I could watch this all day.
Yeah,
I believe he's also watched it all day too.
So there you go.
You guys are incredible. Thank you.
Kevin, do you have an 8-hour celebratory song you'd like to play?
Oh yeah, what would you like to hear?
Green Day?
Yeah,
I think we've heard
that's
the
all I know
Beatles.
how to do is Green Day. I used to have a pick.
I ate it.
I got a pick again. Don't worry. Purple one this time. Okay. What do we want to
Come
hear?
over here.
Come to me, yeah, again.
Come over here.
How does that song go? Hey, yeah. I really don't know how to play this thing. I just abuse people with it. There we go. That's the end of your afternoon celebratory song.
Can I get workman's
Fizzled.
comp for that?
And Mike, you didn't sing a song. You didn't sing a lick like you
I
promised. you
did.
were gonna.
I totally did.
You did not. You sang
It
nothing.
was so loud you just
You
didn't hear
sang
me.
nothing.
Just because you're deaf.
I'm eating a carrot.
What's up with that 345 millimeter Tojiro Mikiri? One in the turquoise box.
I believe this is called a watermelon knife. Or a fruit ninja.
Or
Hey, how are you?
Sorry, Varia. I've got 11 pieces for you guys. Or sorry, 10 for you.
Dropping off?
And
Yeah.
cool.
Seven.
So this is just one big long blade. Stuck a little handle, sandwiched in there. Nice bevel. You know what? It's a little bit softer. You could abuse this knife. I think this pizza knife all day. That's what a big pizza knife looks like in a restaurant. I would cut pizza with this thing. What else could you do with this thing? Noodles? What else could you do with this, Nathan?
Savor champagne.
Savor champagne. Right?
Sorry, 10 actually.
Paddle. All right. So what else do we want to talk about?
Well, we got sale runs all week.
Yeah,
We're running
this
for 8
is
hours.
just day one, and day one's always the most popular day. But stuff, I believe everything that we had bound for us has arrived. There has been years in past where things arrive in the middle of the week.
Mike, we just got 11 boxes of stuff.
We just got 11 boxes of stuff. Hey, there might be new stuff tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow doing this again. We're going to take Wednesday off of the video train. Back again Thursday in the evening. And we'll probably do it again on Friday afternoon. Sale runs right until the end of day on Sunday. Knifewear.com. You probably got that part already.
Something not knives in there.
And you know, if you don't know this already, knives, orders over $200 in North America. Shipping is free. And don't forget to pick up a honing rod with your knife or a blade guard if you need it. If you do get a honing rod, it'll automatically calculate the price to half price in the checkout when you buy a knife, because we just want you to have the right tool to take care of your knife with. And I can even give you a quick demo on how to use one of those if you don't know.
Oh, Matt's a 10.
So
there's more stuff in your mic.
These honing rods have this oval guard on the top here. I use this oval guide here. You see it's skinny on this side and wide on that side. So I put it on the skinny side. I put the knife underneath there and I tip it out just till it comes to the skinny side. That's right bang on 15 degrees. And then I just go down like that. Right? I don't know if you've ever seen some old guy do this job, but they kind of swing it around like a crazy maniac, like they're trying to conduct an orchestra or something. You're not going to get very good results with that. But it is a great way to keep the edge of your knife in good shape. I often find that I don't use it all the time. I get to cut a tomato or a pepper and my knife will kind of skid a little bit, not quite drifting into the food the way I want it to. So I'll give it a quick hone, back to the races. When that's not working for you, that's when you want to get your knife sharpened up with a sharpening stone. If you're not around our cities, you can get a finer grit stone, 1,000, 3,000, 4,000. Gently touch up the edge of the knife yourself every few months, and then get it professionally sharpened every year or so. Depends on how much you use it.
I was just going to say, we had Mr. Ramjohn said he didn't add a honing rod to his order. Looks like his order hasn't shipped yet, so we could just add a honing rod on there. and send them an invoice for half price honing rod. And if anybody else has an order that hasn't shipped yet, we can add stuff to it for you.
We can totally try. We can just ship it to you. We'd love to put it back in the same box so we don't have to, do another shipment, but we can get those to you, no problem. And, we've recently just sent out whole buckets of stuff. So what else can we talk about? You know what? If you are a person who likes to celebrate Christmas, you might know this already. Now is the time. Now is the year that you get your Christmas shopping done early. You know why? Because it's going to be mayhem. And it's really hard to get as many people into a store as you once were allowed to. For all the sort of good reasons we know that you can't have too many people together in one room, we also, in our stores, have limits. We will be open, I believe starting the 16th of December, we're going to be open for 10 hours a day. So come and join us between 6 and 8. It's not normally when we're open. We'll be there. You can come and do some shopping and maybe be a little bit calmer. You can also go to our website. We've got gift guides and stuff on our website. If you're looking for help in determining what you want to buy, you can also contact us through the website on our little speech bubble in the corner at our help desk, or you can email us directly to hello@knifewear.com. We have people on there every day who will answer your questions, and we can help guide you through your purchasing decisions. Often what we do is we help people narrow down the decisions of what they're looking for down to 2 or 3 selections. You can go to the store locally and try those knives. You can either just hold them and see which one feels better to you, or you can test them out on our cutting board with one of the sample versions of that knife. Then you can make your final decision. But it's just going to allow you to do it a little bit faster, move you in and out of the store quickly, and then we'll make sure in the store you know everything you need to know about it, or what else you might want to get to go along with it. I've been handed a book here.
Mike.
It's a good thing I don't have a lighter.
Mike, listening to the jokes is hard. Reading them is funnier. Read one. You're going to love it.
Why do seagulls fly over the sea? Because if they flew over the bay, they'd be bagels.
That's a funny one.
Do you mean if they flew over New York? They'd be bagels.
They'd be New York goals. See, it's not funny.
No. Bagels. Get it? Bagels? They make bagels in New York?
Get out.
Right?
It's time for you to go home, Mike.
If they flew over...
It's time for you to go home, drink your Horlicks, go to bed.
You care, old man.
You're gonna hurt his feelings.
Mike,
what can I tell you?
I'm gonna interview you. Michael Wrench.
Oh dear Lord.
How long have you been a customer at Knifewear?
I've been a customer at Knifewear. How long have you been in business?
13 and a half years.
I've been for probably 13 and a half years. I've been a customer of Knifewear. I remember the first thing I bought from you, you sold to me when we were at work online at the
You're
cafe.
number 5 in the first receipt book.
Yeah, yeah. I think the first thing I bought from you was a t-shirt before you even had knives for sale.
Probably.
Which is why Knifewear is called Knifewear, not Knifewear. You know, the other way of spelling Knifewear?
Or Knifewear.
That would make more sense.
Knifewear?
Knifewear? Knife when?
What people Google to find us.
Is that your entire interview? You're
no,
a great interviewer.
I'm not really. Mike, why are those cutting boards back there a good idea?
Because they're great.
Paulina.
Because they're great.
Why?
No, Mike, microplanes are great.
You know why they're great?
Microplanes are greater.
You know why microplanes are great? Because they're named after me. Look at this, Tojiro. You know what? I'm gonna weigh this cutting board.
I like that.
That cutting board is 500 grams. That's like a pound of butter. Why they're great is because they're super light and they're super soft, and so it's really knife friendly. Paulina wood's also really good at being antibacterial.
Yep.
This is actually, I'm leaving with one of these today. Because I have a giant, like 2.5 inch thick maple cutting board that's 2 feet by 2 feet. It's a pain to move, but sometimes you just want a little board. Make a nice little charcuterie board.
Yo,
too.
Kevin,
And we got 2 sizes.
Greg's got a dad joke for you to read out. And I think you're gonna like it. You want to read it, or can I do the honors?
I think you could probably read it. I don't know if there's anyone watching because I'm pretty sure this feed is dead anyway.
I wouldn't watch us, especially you.
Greg says, "Did you hear about the baguette in jail?" Did you?
I didn't.
He was bred in captivity.
Oh my God. That's fantastic. Thank
He
you.
also says, "Thanks. I'll be here all week. Try the veal." Would you use a suji or a yanagiba for slicing prime rib, Mike?
I would use a suji.
I would use a yanagiba if it had no bones.
I like a really crusty crust on my roast beef.
Fair enough.
Prime rib or just roast beef?
Prime rib.
Prime rib. See, prime rib can kind of get that little bit of sinew that curls up along the edge of the calf. That can be kind of tough.
Yeah, not when you butcher properly. Maybe you should just take a butcher class.
The abuse. The abuse. I'm the one standing here sharpening a knife, all right?
What do vegan zombies eat?
Hey?
Vegan zombies?
Grains.
Jesus.
That's a good one,
If
Mike.
you have a dead guitar and a piece of bridle leather, you too can glue it with Gorilla Glue spray, and you can make yourself a guitar neck leather strap.
Hey, Mike.
Because you're really committed to your image of rock and roller.
Hey, Mike. Why should you never trust atoms?
Atoms?
Yeah, because they make up everything.
Oh, Jesus.
Did you hear about the fire at the circus?
Oh, God. No.
It was intense.
Oh, Jesus.
The wedding I went to was so touching. Even the cake was in tears. That's such a good one.
You can tell we got nothing better to talk about.
Please ask questions.
No, don't ask any. I've got more things here.
Have you pointed out yet today that he stitched a woman onto the back of the sheath of the Kagura hunting knife?
Yeah, and his wife pointed it out to me, but then she said, "It's not me."
Look
Oh
at
my
that.
goodness.
That's
Mike.
like Game of Thrones kind of stuff, eh?
Mike, what do you call a blind deer? No idea. I have no idea.
Oh, good God.
How did they get the confession out of the hamburger patty? They grilled them.
I would have beat it at him.
What's the loudest pet there is?
Of course.
Trumpet.
Oh my God.
Fucking so good. Oh, every page a winner. Every page a winner. Every page. I don't know my mouse.
Right. What? I have a question for you. How? Like, I know you have a couple of knives.
I do. I have a couple on me right now.
And I know that you don't just like buy a knife because you like it or something or because it's new. Like, what? You hold off on buying knives because you have a big collection and it's unreasonable for you to ever buy another one.
Yes.
So what pushes you over the edge to buying another knife? What's the moment where you're like, God damn it, I gotta have it? Is it because you like the person who's made it? Do you like the way it looks or the way it feels?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
good.
For example, I'm a big fan of Takeda-san's knives, especially his folding knives. And I'm a big fan of knives with pink handles. So I clearly want that one.
Yeah.
And I'm a fan of Takeda as a human. So that's that.
Well, he did also just feed us pounds and pounds of Wagyu.
We were hungover from eating too much Wagyu.
That was a year ago, and I think I've just recovered.
This knife is from an outstanding maker, Kagura-san, who has a Damascus technique nobody else has. And he's retired, but he still makes the odd knife. So there's that, which is why I want one of these. How else to decide
I
on
think
knives?
you like really unique, one-of-a-kind things.
I like this knife.
Yeah, I haven't seen that before.
Oh, you don't know about this, man. So
I knew about the
Masashi-san, we asked him to make some Hanazuki, so we made two shapes, bigger one and a smaller one. This is like a standard Hanazuki size, and this one's a bit more interesting.
I'll just take that now.
Yeah, so these are coming to be, they'll be in the shop next year. There's two currently. This one's $485, that one's $230.
Nathan, can you just ring me through
this
now?
one
Yeah.
is the
What you're doing on
only
my phone.
one This
Give
one
me
the
the
only,
credit card.
is the only Shiro shoe that's going to be like this because we've chosen that
Yeah.
other shape. So
If-
this is the only one like
If
this,
these are
Mike.
still around at 6, I don't know, man.
I don't even think those are for sale. I think those are like
No, they're for
samples.
sale.
Oh yeah, just
Yeah,
bring me.
but they have to email us. So if you email Nathan at 94.com.
Nathan at knifewear.com can get you this knife. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Look at the shape of that.
I got a pretty good one from Greg Stevenson. I actually think this is a genuinely good joke.
Oh God!
Did you hear they discovered a new pharaoh in Egypt? He was his sarcophagi was adorned in nuts and chocolate. I think his name was Pharaoh Rocher.
Oh, good
Yeah.
Lord!
Do you know the name of the fattest knight? Circumference. Okay, other reasons I want to buy a knife, Mike. This is other reasons I want to buy a knife.
Yeah.
I want to buy this knife because why do I want to buy this knife? So on the website you can find it under Kisuke.
Kisuke, yeah. Manaka.
But it's Manaka-san makes this knife. Kisuke is like his
He's the only guy.
stage name.
He's the only guy who clads his own steel. Well, one of the few.
Yeah. No, one of the reasons is because it goes to the spine and then it goes out like this and then down like this. He forges, if you look at the cross section of the blade,
Oh, it's like a diamond.
like
shape.
a diamond shape.
Yeah.
Very unusual, very strong way to make a knife. So that's the reason I just bought his knife.
Well,
And now I want his other knife because I bought the ATS 30, the stainless steel, and now I want one of the petties because I actually love this shape. I think it's how narrow it gets on the tip. I'm such a fan.
I want the ATS 34, and this is stupid because I don't have a knife made out of ATS 34.
I want this knife because I know it's going to be rad. I like how tall it is at the heel. I like the shape of it. I like the feel of it. I like the look of it. If this was a 240, I'd even want it more. It's a 210 millimeter knife from.
Could you imagine if that was a 240?
Kikuichi. Oh no! I've been talking for 8 hours, man. My brain's broken.
Tsunehisa.
It's not Tsunehisa.
Oh, that's the only one.
Nathan, quick! What's the name of this? Kikuichi.
Oh, Sakai Kukumori?
Sakai Kukumori. That's Sakai Kukumori.
My brain still works, shockingly.
Sakai Kikumori is who that is. Holy, we've been doing this for over 8 hours now.
Can you still feel your left arm?
I haven't drunk enough coffee yet.
Are you about ready to drink beer yet?
Yeah, that's what I
Something
was
we
thinking.
haven't actually.
I
talked
special ordered this knife recently. Well, it was a couple years ago from Kurosaki-san, or no, sorry, from Kato-san, because I really like the pattern and I wanted to support him when he started making this pattern, and I love R2 steel knives. So I special ordered one of these right when he first showed them to me because I wanted to support him. So there's a lot of reasons why I buy a knife. Who stopped listening to me?
I got a couple of questions if you guys got a minute.
No, we're pretty busy talking amongst ourselves.
No, we're good.
Sultan wants to say, can you show us the coolest slicing knife you have? Just like the biggest show off. And do we still have that? Oh, yeah.
This is Saji. The one I'm holding is Saji-san. This is a 300 mil.
This is
with an
Masashi.
ironwood handle. And this is, well, it's not bronze, but it's got a mosaic pin right there. Look at the shape of this handle. Look at the contour where it gets skinnier here. That is a beauty. As a slicer, I love that.
Masashi, we've been talking about this guy lots. We're big fans of our friend Masashi. This knife feels amazing. I actually don't feel like I should hold it very much. The longer I hold on to something, the more I want it. But this, again, Masashi is just an excellent craftsman. And this knife is beautifully balanced and sexy. Look at that mirror polish with the Damascus.
Almost like he knows what he's doing. Nathan,
Sure
hit
does.
us up with some questions, man.
Yeah, so we got another one sort of about Damascus steel. They're wondering how many kind of different ways there are to make Damascus. Like, I know there's a million different ways you can fold it, but we carry kind of 2 or 3 main types, right?
Well, the most popular, pick up any knife,
the most common Damascus steel. The blacksmiths actually buy bars of pre-laminated layered steel, and then they start manipulating it to make these crazy patterns, right? And most of them have patterns that you can identify. You look at that and I go, that's Kato, right? And I look at this and I go, that's Kobayashi, because like they manipulate it. Oh, can I get that shine in there? They manipulate it in different ways so that we can see what their pattern looks like, right? So that's the most common way these days to make Damascus steel. The second most common way to make Damascus steel is, well, the second most common way. Okay, the old-fashioned way is to layer steels up, hammer it flat, fold it over, hammer it, right? And that's the way Kagura-san does it. And that's this dude right here. He's retired, but he's made a couple of hunting blades for us. And you can just start to see the Damascus pattern there. It's two types of steel alternating layers. So as you use this knife and it oxidizes, that pattern will appear, right? So you'll see it better. And then probably the third common type that we carry is from Hinura-san, where he makes a piece of layered steel and then forge welds it like equal sizes onto a piece of blank steel and then twists it. And you get this Damascus pattern that kind of runs around the blade with a gap in between. So he makes a torsion Damascus that way. And that is kind of the third big way. You know, and if you're making Damascus steel from layered steel, it's a lot more expensive because there's less work involved. But when you're looking at the steels like from Kagura and Hinura, we're talking $1,200, $1,300, $1,500 more at times. And so that's one of the big differences, right? This one's $460, and if this was from Hinura, it would be $1,300. It'd be $900 more. It'd be 3 times the price.
And it wouldn't be available because it would have sold it.
And it wouldn't be available. They all went. We had one Hinura, and it went at 8 o'clock this morning.
Mike H wants to see those Masashi Hanasukis again. Mostly wants to know how much they cost. It might be worth telling him how he can buy them too.
Mike H, these Masashi Hanasukis don't exist on the website. If you want one, put a message in the comments right now, and Nathan will make sure you get one.
These are essentially the only two, aren't they?
These are the only two in the world right now. This is the Masashi Koi. It's $230. That goes with his Koi line. And this is the Masakagi Shiro shoe. And this shape will be the only one like this ever, because we're going to get all of these Hanasukis from him made in the other shape that we just showed you. And this one's $485. So Koi, $230, and Shiroshu, $485. If you want either of these, those are the only two in the world right now. If you want either of these, put a message in the comment. We'll send you an invoice.
We'll be very grateful, because then I can't buy one at $6.
Yeah, we can get these to you. Like I said, this shape is the shape that's going to continue. This shape was a trial that we didn't like so much. So that's the shape of knife that all of his will be like. So this one will only be one of a kind. There'll be others that look like it, but they'll be this shape, slightly different.
And then Classic Rock All Day, who's been watching for a while too. Do you have a Murata 150 watt petty to share looks and info?
They're on the shelf right there. If there is any,
I think that's that guy right there.
Oh, they're also right in my front of my hand here. So you're asking about the Wa Petty, which is the Japanese handled version of Murata-san 150 Petty. I think something interesting about Murata-san is that my first Japanese knife was a Haruyuki Yokuma. My first handmade Japanese knife was a 180 Gyuto from Murata-san. So Murata-san's knives brought us to where we are today. So that's kind of fun. What were the questions about this knife that he wanted to know?
He just wanted to take a look at it, know a little more info. You know, maybe hear the story of Murata or...
Murata-san works in Shikoku Island near Tosa, and he is retiring. A lot of the blacksmiths we deal with are on the verge or are actually retiring.
So guys like Kato-san, Anu-san, Murata-san, Kagura-san, Henry-san, there was another one. Who else is retired? Oh, Takeda-san's on the verge of retiring. So a lot of guys that are kind of like, they're done, right? They're like, it's time for me to retire. Murata-san's one of them. So this is the last of the Murata-san.
Well, and blacksmithing's not an easy job on
your No, it's a hard job.
Hot,
right?
You're hammering steel. You're dealing with a lot of times coal fires. There's lots of bad stuff to breathe in. That's a tough job, man. And to see how some of these guys have lasted into their 70s is really incredible. And still going at it, right? It's just incredible.
What does that look like?
Tell us about the first time. I like your story of the first time that you used a Japanese knife. You were in London or something, right?
First time I used a Japanese knife. Well, it's not entirely true. I had a global before that.
Oh.
But
you slightly better than a Victorinox as a global.
Yeah, they're
okay.
They're fine. First time I used a real Japanese knife, I was living in London, England. I was at a chef's convention, like a trade show, and there was a guy there, Japanese guy there with some knives on the table, saying, "Hey, why don't you try one of these knives?" And I looked at his knives and I said, "Man, those are bloody expensive." And then I said the smartest thing ever. I said, "I'm a chef, man. I keep my knives razor sharp." And he chuckled to himself. Sure, he must have been laughing. And he went, "Oh yeah, tell me how I'm doing then." And he let me cut with the Haruyuki Yokuma, and I did. You know that maneuver, Mike, when you have to grab your knife and you have to like really give it a good wind up.
You gotta wind up.
You gotta wind up to cut through a tomato, right? So I did that, and this knife just sailed through the tomato and sunk into the board. One of those cheap plastic boards, and it literally stuck in. I had to get out of the board. Cutting a tomato. That's how much force I used to use cutting a tomato. And I just bragged how I kept my knives razor sharp, which
that would have been slightly embarrassing, I'm sure.
I'm still embarrassed.
Oh yeah, that's.
And then I cut everything on the table, and I said, "Okay, I want this knife. This knife exactly. Sell me this knife."
Well,
and he said, "Well, I'm not going to sell you this one because this one's a sample. You've been using it all week. I'm going to sell you a sharp one." I'm like, "Think it's sharper."
When I worked with you was when I first tried that Murata. That was the first Japanese knife I tried that wasn't a global, and it was mind bending to think it. Like at first, when I was cutting whatever it was, I almost thought it was like some weird magic trick that was happening because there was no resistance as the knife was cutting through the food. And there was no as it went through the skin of whatever I was cutting. I was just like, what the fuck is happening?
Classic Rock All Day is just saying, can you show kind of where that blade balances? And then
Classic Rock All Day
on the blade weight generally. What do you think of the weight of the knife?
This one balances.
Oh, look at that. That's the perfect spot.
Right where you would grab a petty with your hand, like right there. Right. Overall, it's a super light knife. It's slightly blade forward bounce, but not much. And the handle's quite small. Here.
Yeah, that's got a nice delicate feel. Something I like about Muratas,
it feels delicate, doesn't it?
They feel like delicate, and they're relatively thin. But when you cut with them, they're not hypersensitive like some Japanese knives. Like I'm not super like hesitant when I use it. I'm not too concerned. Like I'll still cut with it like I got a job to do, and I'm not going to stress about it. They seem to be pretty resilient that way. But Jesus, this is sharp. It's nice and skinny. Some petties can be like a mini chef's knife, where this is really like a mini slicer.
Yeah.
I think if you're slicing up a little chicken breast, if you're trying to chop something fine, if you're going to chop with this knife, your knuckles are going to stick out. So it's not great for like chopping on a cutting board particularly.
So look at this, right? So this here is a Masakage Mizu, and it's a lot taller, like a lot wider this way than that knife. That's what Mike is saying. This one's like a mini chef's knife, and that one's more like a mini slicer.
Yeah. More petite.
Oh, I'm so sad this is gone. Really wanted this knife.
Oh, that's a steak knife.
I really wanted this knife.
That's like the steak knife that they should serve you with at like Noma or something.
They just use tacowares.
I just want to say that I've been going through our help desk, and we have our first customer-made Knifewear meme, I think.
Oh, no way.
Oh, no.
So Don Penny is a well-known customer, very active on Facebook.
Don Penny, if you follow us on Japanese Knives 101,
yeah,
that Chris and I do on Tuesdays, you'll know all about Don Penny. Don Penny was a captain of a warring rowboat at one point. Don Penny wrestled a bear once.
No
He's
shit.
Yeah. Don Penny's been bit by a shark. And Don Penny was in the French Foreign Legion.
So Jesus, Don, when I'm in Ottawa the next time I can get on an airplane, I'd visit the shop there. We're going out, man. We're gonna go out. We're gonna hang out, bud.
Don Penny uses $100 bills US to light his cigars.
So
is that true?
None of those were true.
No.
Don's been lusting after a lot of knives, and they had a Facebook comment thread going. And so,
One of
anyways,
that thing was true.
that's the
So
comment,
was
or that's the
Don
meme that
Penny-
Paul made.
How I feel when I buy up all the knives Don wants.
Can we
should
show that?
probably turn this
Can
around.
we do a very
Can we
low
do
tech?
this?
What happens when
Screen
computers look at computers? Will it go into infinity?
Will they talk to each other?
Oh my God, they will take over.
Anybody can see that, or if the
And what it says how I feel when I buy up all the knives Don wants.
I just thought that was amazing.
Don Penny,
So
starting
thank you.
last Tuesday, well, no, starting the Tuesday before,
Don
had
gets what Don wants.
told Chris Lord and I, that he wasn't going to buy any knives this garage sale.
This is
That's
the
what he
Don who
told me.
wrestled a bear, right?
This is the Don that wrestled a bear, has a shark bite, was in the French Foreign Legion, and has skydived. Actually held the world record, but not for long, only for one weekend, for the highest, for the furthest free fall.
Oh wow, that's the same Don that didn't buy any knives.
He didn't buy any knives
That guy
except
did.
a lot of them.
Oh, except for the one Don who didn't do those things. He bought all the knives.
Yeah. Don Penny's famous.
No, he was definitely here.
What else we want to talk about?
If you have questions,
you know what we
now's the
don't have
time.
here? We don't
Beer?
have a
We don't
Magura
have
Bocho.
beer. We don't have beer here.
We don't have beer.
Do you want to have a beer here?
Yes. Do we have a Megura Bocho in the house?
Yeah.
Nato.
Here, the sports.
Oh, okay, but we don't have one here.
No.
This house is the one I want to talk
Because,
about.
I mean, it's warehouse.
I know, but I want one.
Yeah, have you seen the purple?
Tell you what, you guys should ask us some questions because Mike and I are just going to start talking. We're just going to start talking about the best way to make Hasselback potatoes
We did like a
or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see if we got any more. A lot of talk about globals being gateway knives and then ending up with a really fancy blue carbon steel knife.
That's what happened to me, man.
Jedi Master wants to know, any chance are you guys getting any more custom handles on this garage sale?
No. We've got 30 more custom handles en route. Well, not en route yet. So we don't have any more custom handles for this garage sale.
No, we don't have any more blades.
We,
without handles either.
Yeah. But we're going to continue doing that. So we're
I
gonna
would say to
continue
check
doing that all
back
the time.
in early next year, January, February. I would suspect we'd probably have a few more to go. It's a slow moving thing.
Craig Stevenson says, I don't know if it's a dad joke or not. Have you thought about expanding into forks?
Oh, good Lord.
Forkware.
And then
Fork you.
Fork you, buddy.
Mr. Ramjon asked a question earlier that I missed. Are all Japanese knives 17 to 20 degrees, or are there 25-degree angles? Can you kind of talk about
It'll
knife
be
angles?
whatever you sharpen it at, and it depends on the purpose you're going to use it for, but they often come at 15, so you got a 30 degree, whereas a German knife's 22 and a half, you got a 45. So Japanese, a little bit finer, a little bit sharper. Are they always that way? Most of the time.
Except when they're not.
Except for when they're not. Now, most of the time pertaining to a knife being a standard double bevel, so it's ground equally on both sides. And to make a knife like that, it's either a single piece of steel that comes out of the forge kind of like this, and they grind it down to that.
Yep.
Some guys will actually forge that bevel into the knife, like the Moritakas, and then they have less grinding to do. Then
And some knives like this are much fatter angle than 30 degrees.
Totally.
Because it's meant to be a round bone and meant to be a tougher knife.
And then there's some knives like this that are single bevels, so they're only really angled on one side. This is a much more complex object than you could imagine. There's two pieces of steel kind of hammered together. One side's hard, one side's soft.
One side's concave.
One side's concave, one's flat. There's a bevel, and then there's often a micro bevel. But what I've done this, I've messed around with the different angles before on knives, and I've done a German knife. I took an old yellow-handled Henkel, and I put basically like a 70-30 on it. And what I found is that it allowed me to cut very thinly because it was the center point was drifted over, and it was like using a chisel. So I was able to make really fine cuts if I was trying to do juliennes. Other than that, it was a bit annoying because being off-centered, it's unequal. So it's actually a little bit harder to cut straight with. And if you're really trying to chop quickly on something, your knife will pull, especially if you're cutting something dense like a potato. So I abandoned that project, and I just learned how to use my double beveled knife and just kind of hold it a little bit over to the side to get a nice fine cut.
Mike, we got a bunch of questions here. Let's go to a bonus round.
Bonus round, let's do it. Speed round.
Speed round. Classic Rock All Day says, I'm going to pull the trigger on that Murata penny.
Do it.
I need to spend another $20 Canadian to get it shipped. Any small or fun, helpful kitchen gadgets that are off the beaten path?
Food scoop. I love my food scoop.
How much are these things? I bought one of these. I think it's probably around this. This is a super fun thing. It's a grater. It's good for grating things like daikon. In Japan, they use it. They grate daikon, which is a radish that's kind of spicy. And then they just sort of soften this wad of daikon with some soy sauce, and you eat it with grilled fish. And that is 3 ingredients that is super delicious. But if you want to make ginger into a super fine paste, if you want to grate ginger and get rid of all those fuzzy hairs, how much is this? 28 bucks?
Okay, the price on those.
TSUBOE. That's a mid-size.
Can't find them on. Oh, there they are. They're 12 to 28.
Right. So the big guy's 28. Super cool. And these ones are really interesting because they've. Well, this one looks equal. It's the big one, isn't it, Naoto?
No, any of those ones. If you actually look.
The points are random. They're not in a line, so you're always running into a clean piece. It's one of those stupid things Japanese makers do. They just like go into these like crazy details that make the thing just better. And you can use both sides on the big one. I got the big one because it's not that large of an object, and I don't know, it's going to be easier to have more to use. Higos. This is a great little toy. Naoto's just got and ran away, so he's going to come back with something cool.
Greg with the dad jokes is saying, for 20 bucks, get a microplane or a Higo folder.
This is what I got in my hands, a Higo. This Higo is a really traditional knife in Japan. It's 2 pieces of steel with a rivet. This thing, I've seen someone get sharp enough you could shave with it. But it's just a fun little folding knife. It's got no lock. Put a little thumb on it. Or you get this one, the Fuji Higo.
Real quick, Mike H. I got your email. I'll send you an invoice for this guy. Anybody else wants a Masashi Hanasuki? This is the last one left in the world.
Until he makes more.
Until he makes more, which he's going to.
This is another Higo. I believe this is more like $70.
You can use mine. It's 80. You can use mine to open a bottle of beer.
I did it.
Michael, you don't drink beer.
This is cool. This one's broken in. Look. Oh, what? As it's broken in, the Kurochi has worn off on the top of the Mount Fuji.
That one too.
Oh, see? Mount Fuji is on the top of this. Isn't that cool? And it's brass, and it's a bottle opener. There you go.
Super cool. I love that knife, man. And look at the leather sheath that it. You can buy a little leather sheath extra, and look at how good and broken in it is.
That's amazing. How come you still have that? You've had that for like more than a year.
I don't lose all my pocket knives, just one. I only lost one. It was because I had it for a whole day.
Oh. I know that there's been several pocket knives that have arrived in the mail to the store.
Well, I didn't lose those, did I? I have mailed my pocket knife home from the airport more than once. That's a fact.
Yeah, let's drop this up for you. This Mirage is beautiful. I'm gonna do it on the guitar paddle.
Somebody has been asking. I can't see the computer right now. It's asking what. It's where is it now?
We went into lightning round there, but it was a very short lightning round.
Well, no, it's still going.
Okay.
Do you think you guys will get any more Anwar Algami Super Gyutos before Christmas? Just wondering. No, sorry. Oh, unless they arrived in that Shiba box. So we had some box arrive today. I don't know.
We'll ask Naoto. Naoto. Andrew, Blue Steel Gyutos. Nope, sorry. Check back in April.
Actually bought the beautiful Fuji Higo on Kevin's recommendation last sale. Well, classic rock all day. You're a smart man.
You rock longer than all day, bud.
Favorite pocket knife he's ever owned. Anyone know when Anderson is supposed to retire? Here's the word about Anderson. He's been retiring for years. He's been pulling back.
Yeah.
Ikeda-san does most of the work now.
Yeah.
And when we redo the book, so next year I'm going to start rewriting the book. I think I'm going to go and re-edit every chapter. I'm going to get both spelling mistakes on page 311 or 312. There's 2 spelling mistakes people have pointed out endlessly to me. I'm going to get both of those fixed.
You should put those spelling mistakes on 315.
Yeah, I'm just going to move them.
Put them 1 page down.
Someone returned the book because it had 2 spelling mistakes on the same page. They read the whole book and then returned it. They were very upset.
That's amazing.
And I love that. I was more than happy to give them their money back. I think we even paid for shipping for return after they read the whole thing. Talk about interesting. But I'm going to get Anderson to write a story, write a chapter about passing the torch to the next level, or to the next generation.
You know, if you want to spend an extra $20 and don't have this book, get the book, man. This is awesome. There's so much stuff. This started out with like Kevin doing a staff training manual, and it just turned into a book.
It got bigger.
So he has a great friend named Visti who's a phenomenal photographer. Don't tell Kevin this, but I think the best part of the book is the pictures.
Well, the words are shit. We know that.
Well, there's spelling mistakes all over the place. Like 2 of them on 1 page even.
2 of them on 1 page and 1 on a 3rd page.
It's fun. It talks about the different knife shapes. It profiles the blacksmiths who are really, truly amazing craftsmen. There's a really great section to nerd out on steel if you wanted to. One of my favorite parts is actually they spent a whole day with one of the blacksmiths. So it starts at like 7:30, gets to work, checks emails for incoming orders, has a cup of coffee. So they kind of just like creep on this guy for the whole day and give you the play-by-play of what it's like for a blacksmith in a day, which is really neat.
And we took his picture so many times, he was very unhappy. So you see when we go for lunch, he's walking down the street, we're taking his picture, and his face is just pissed off.
Oh, yeah?
He's just like, stop taking my picture.
Kato?
Yeah.
Nice.
Great. And that was only lunch. We took his picture till 5 o'clock. Yeah, he was unhappy.
Time for a reread of this one. I look forward to your edit.
Me too.
I think you'll become a better writer too.
Somebody asked earlier, said, oh, here it is. If someone, me, so Tyler is asking.
That's the kind of thing that you get when you're training at Knifewear, is someone takes a piece of cardboard and a Sharpie and rips the box apart and draws out the steels.
That's a little box lid is one of my favorite cutting board. My favorite.
Oh, a clipboard.
Clipboard.
A piece of cardboard. You can either write on it or you can use one of those binder tabs and add paper and you have another clipboard.
All right, Mike. Tyler's asking if someone, me, wanted to buy their first Japanese knife. What is the perfect starter? Balancing quality, usability, and price.
Do you take care of things really well? Or are you a little bit rough on things? All right. Would someone check the YouTube comment?
This is
he's answered.
Remarkable
value.
That's remarkable value.
And are you tied to a particular type of handle? Like, are you tied to a Western style handle, or do you want to venture into the new lightweight world of the Japanese handle? Wow, this is, look at that. His name was Tyler?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, Tyler. This
is super value for handmade.
Holy, yeah. So $292. This is a Yu Kurosaki. This knife is made. This guy. So some of his knives are the most sought after things. They're the hardest thing to keep in stock. This is a new one called the Senko, which means flash. So real flashy. All those little things are a little hammer dents. It looks like he has like some sort of conical or triangular shaped hammer to do that.
Okay, so Tyler says he's no preference, but he has a family that's definitely less careful than he is.
So
Okay, so we're gonna go stainless.
Stainless and Western handle.
Stainless and Western handle.
So that
This
this
is from Sunahisa. This is a steel called ZA18, which is slightly newer, and I think it's similar to VG10. I don't honestly know a ton about it, but it's definitely stainless, but Damascus, so really sexy, nice and thin, and you know, a Santoku is what we're pulling out here because it's a great place to start. An 8-inch, I'd say a Santoku or a 210 miller Gyuto. 210 mil Gyuto is like that traditional chef's knife shape.
$1 per millimeter on that one.
Oh yeah, this is $1 a millimeter. $210, 210 millimeters. So let's talk shape here. Santoku, Gyuto. Chef's knife. Japanese chef's knife. Well, home chef's knife. It's almost always 165 millimeters. Some of them are 180, but about 6 inches, 5-6 inches. This does everything you need it to. Plus it's got the depth of the knife so you can chop with it. Nice and thin blade. You're gonna be comfortable using this knife for everything you do. So I got a number of the Santokus here, but this is the Sunahisa ZA18, which I think would be a fantastic place to start, 218 bucks. Now for the Gyutos, this one's a winner. Same steel, VG10, $210 for an 8-inch chef's knife. A little bigger, and the benefit of the bigger knife is when you get into cutting a lot of stuff or cutting anything bigger, it makes it easier. You have more length of your edge to slide to cut through something smoothly. You can cut steaks with a knife like that. This one, you're probably just gonna be cutting chicken breast or a cooked steak or something like that. Pretty much every vegetable you could buy at a grocery store in North America, you can cut with this. Pretty much anything you buy at a normal grocery store, you could cut with this. Once you start stepping into more adventurous types of ingredients, you might want a bigger knife. Super good value. This is the Matsutani VG10. So again, this great type of steel. You've heard us say VG10 a lot, and it's because it's great. It's designed to be a sharp steel. It's a knife-making steel. It's got a lot of cobalt in it, makes it a little bit tougher than some things at the same hardness level, so it's not as brittle, and it is stainless. And this has a nice slender handle. So if you got small people, like you're mentioning the rest of your family, I don't know if the rest of the family might be smaller, younger humans, a little bit smaller grip around the handle. What else do we got?
I was just going to mention quickly, a lot of folks are asking about new stock for the garage sale. If we get new stock for anything really, we'll make sure to include it in a mail out. So get on our mailing list, sign up on the website if you haven't already, and we will announce it there if we do get more stock. We actually, for once, had mostly everything show up on time this year.
So another thing that's a great place to start and can be subbed out for a Santoku is this guy. This is a Nakiri. It's a very light, thin knife. It's the same, basically the same dimensions in a lot of ways as a Santoku, except for they leave that piece of steel up there. They don't curve that tip off. I like that. I like chopping the knife by picking it up and kind of doing this motion, dropping it down on the cutting board like this. If you do that, you've got some more momentum up at the top here. So chopping through an onion or a cabbage, you just kind of pick up the knife and drop it down. Give it a quick little chop. Round it at the tip here so you can do that forward chopping motion as well. Taller blade like this, the benefit, one, is it tracks straight as you're cutting, so you'll get nice straight cuts, which is important, especially if you charge people for their food. It's got to be perfect. Or if you went to French cooking school and were beaten by old German chefs for cutting things straight or not straight. The other thing that's kind of dumb about it, but I like, is it's actually kind of a scoop when you go to pick up stuff and put it in a bowl. And it doesn't have that pointy tip. So some people, quite honestly, find this less intimidating because it's not that scary pointy knife. So I hope that answered some questions there about like your first knife kind of idea.
Somebody's got some question about US dollars.
We take them at par.
Yeah.
You got to try it, right?
Yeah. No. So you can everything we're saying right now is Canadian dollars.
That's right.
We have US dollars on the website. Just go to the very top of the site, change your currency. If you're having trouble, let me know and I can walk you through it.
Yeah, I actually just found out the other day looking on my cell phone. I figured out how to change the currency because on the cell phone it's a little different. There's a little hamburger menu on the top corner, and in the drop-down menu you scroll to the bottom and you can hit the thing that says CAD or USD wherever your IP address is located, and then you can expand that, scroll down more, and find whatever currency. There's about a dozen currencies you can check a price out in. Now those are going to be really, really close to what you end up paying. Sometimes they can be a couple of cents difference because it changes it officially at the bank. Pretty close though. We're all in Canadian dollars because we're located here in Canada. But you don't have to worry about it. You can pay with a US credit card. It will pay your US dollars. It's a very smart machine and it will figure it all out on our behalf. What else?
Well, Don Petty says he hasn't been bitten by a shark yet, but he has jumped out of an airplane willingly and climbed some mountains.
But have you been attacked by a cougar?
Which kind?
Your mom.
Louis is having trouble. Okay. Yeah, we got no questions at the moment. If anybody has questions,
Is anybody still watching?
Yeah, there's 46 people on YouTube and one who I'm guessing is Don Petty on Facebook.
Anybody want to know anything about sharpening? Does anybody want to know? Anybody have any questions about cooking?
Small paring knife recommendations.
Small paring knife recommendations. Here we go. Now, are we talking about small paring knife like you just want a little knife that you can chop some stuff quickly? Or do you want to do fine finesse shaving thin garlic? Because I'm going to chop something on a cutting board.
For hand work.
For hand?
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, sorry. You know what? I'm going to jump ahead of them. Sultan asked a question several minutes ago that I forgot about. He wants an affordable Deba, and that is a great refurbished.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This is super great. So this is the old Sasauka.
Oh, right. You don't eat chips anymore.
I love chips. Sasauka, Deba. This is $212. White carbon steel, Kurochi finish. Just super nice, thick spine. I don't know. This is a lovely Deba, 165 millimeters. This has been refurbished. This was an old sample knife, I believe. But it's got a lovely rosewood handle. It's in really great condition. Holy Jesus. There you go, Sultan. It's a carbon steel blade. It's a very traditional Deba. You'd be hard pressed to find anything really much better. If you also want, there's also a Tojiro. We've got some Tojiro Debas that are stainless steel, VG10, single piece of steel, thick, beastly knives. If you wanted to plow through all kinds of fish, say you're working at a restaurant or fish processing, never wanted to worry about the edge chipping, I would check out those Tojiro DP Debas as well on our website. Not part of the garage sale.
Okay, did you get 2 small paring knife recommendations for Graham Flossie?
This is a great small paring knife.
Oh, I love the shape. Look at how pointy it is.
I love the shape. I love how pointy it is. But I love how much handle you've got. You can really kind of come up on it if you're doing stuff like this, right? Or if you were cutting on a cutting board, you can kind of pull back on the handle. Really durable handle. It's all 100% Paco wood, which is that wood resin kind of combo. So that is the Camo, K-A-M-O. This is just not gonna. Camo VG10. This is the Sakai Takayuki Damascus VG10 steel. Again, Paco wood handle. A little bit more of a traditional sort of shape and size, but I think a little bit bigger blade makes it a little bit more multi-purpose. Still be able to do stuff in your hand. And where was that? I think that there was. I don't know how
sorry.
many.
It's for handwork, so he added that.
Yeah, we got that.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
You were getting us chips, and now I'm mad at you because I don't eat chips anymore.
I'm sorry,
fat asshole.
Also got his beer. Sorry. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll be fat enough for both of us.
Thank you. Fat enough for 3 of us. Jesus.
You want me to be fat enough for 3 of us?
You are.
That's sad.
Oh, I know.
You're just me because I'm drinking a beer.
I am, and I'm sour. That That's an 80 millimeter carbon steel, blue #1 carbon steel petty knife. This guy's knives, Murata, we talked about him earlier today. Phenomenal knife maker. But this knife is a nice, tiny little blade. You've got that little hook on the butt end of the Western handle, which is nice for control, especially if you're doing it in your hand. But it's not stainless steel, so you can face a bit of oxidizing, which sometimes, if you don't know, can actually transfer to the food. Cutting a bunch of potatoes or a bunch of onions, they won't stay nice and bright and white. They'll actually kind of get a gray, kind of cloudy color to them too.
Did you do a Deborah recommendation for Sultan yet?
We did, yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, if you want a really nice sort of intro Deba, good price, kind of unique, I'd go with this guy. This is the one that's got the dragon carved in it by an artist. It's well, it's $1,000, but I think that's a good place to start. I mean, I don't want to impose my type of budgets on somebody, but I mean, why wouldn't you start with something that's got a dragon carved onto it? Coolest knife ever. You know a tattooist who needs a knife? Get him this thing for Christmas.
I want to say something real quick about beer. If anybody watching is in the Calgary area, we sponsor 2 beehives every year through ABCBs.
This is cool.
They're a local company that promotes urban beekeeping. They're all about obviously sustainable beekeeping and upkeeping the local population because bees are important. They make food. And they also make food that food eats. And so we sponsor these hives. We get a bunch of honey at the end of the year. And this year we're making a beer with it, or rather Highline Brewing in Inglewood is making a beer with it. So the honey sour it's done fermenting. It's settling out in some kegs right now. We're gonna have some bottles that we definitely won't be giving away in stores during Christmas because you can't do that. So we won't be doing that.
We certainly wouldn't advertise it.
And Highline will also have it for sale in their brewery. So we'll announce that on our mailing list.
Go check out Highline Brewing. It's right next door to us. They're super cool guys. They've just put a stage in the back. Not that you can use a stage right now. They're fun though. Support your local beer guys.
James, it says, I'm watching while sharpening my Hanyaki Yanagiba.
You son of a.
And Louis says, well, I'm watching sharpening my hunting knife. And then they both decided to meet behind the 7-Eleven for a knife fight, which is really good. Graham Flossie says, thank you for the
You're welcome.
thing. Then we have looking for a Kirtsuki is one question, and then somebody else says a tall Gyuto recommendation. And I know you're ready, Mike.
You do the tall Gyuto.
Tall Gyuto, right here, man. This is the tallest Gyuto next to a Takeda that I've ever seen. It's 66 centimeters. I should do it on the other side. Look at that. 6 centimeters tall. That's a beast. Look at this is another 210 millimeter Gyuto. Not that tall. Not that tall at all.
Okay,
Is that a guy
Dr.
named
Seuss.
Paul? Dude, this knife, it's $419. Algami steel. It's got this incredible hammering on the face of the blade here. Going to give you a lot of friction release, so your food's not going to stick. I just can't talk enough about this knife. It feels phenomenal. Nice, sort of thin. Give you a spine shot there. Give you a choil shot. Now, is this clad in stainless or is this straight carbon?
That's
No,
clad in stainless, I think.
Oh my God, that makes it even better.
Yeah.
You know why stainless cladding is better? Less rust. You got stainless on the outside, but the important part, the edge, is carbon steel. It's fantastic. It's so much better that way. Also, carbon steel is easier to bend. Stainless steel, harder to bend. So it gives
Chad
you a
wants
bit
to know
more
who makes
rigid
that.
knife.
He wants to know who makes that.
I can't tell you. Nobody can. They told us they can't tell us.
Yeah, but how are you going to find it?
Oh.
Sakai Kikumori.
Sakai Kikumori. K-U-K-I-M-O-R-I.
K-I-K-U.
K-I-K-U-M-O-R-I. Sakai Kikumori. And I believe it's Nishiji is how you find it?
Yeah. I'm just going to put the link in there right now.
Oh, thank you. Do you know what we haven't talked about? Also, they have 150 mil petty. That's like a mini chef's knife. I think this thing would be useless. have endless uses. It is about 8 hours of talking, isn't it? Super useful knife. It's a mini chef's knife, man, to go with your monster chef's knife.
We've got some old babies and laugh out louds and whatever.
For me,
what does Kevin mean by stabilized wood? You're the woodworker here. You know what that means.
There's this. It's sort of like diamond shaped, and it's like blue.
What are you talking about?
To stabilize your wood?
Oh, stop it, Michael.
Stabilized wood. Tell us more about stabilized wood. How do they stabilize it? They do something to like drain the natural stuff out of the cellulose, right?
Yeah, then they somehow inject silicone into it.
Yeah, I think they dip the wood in some sort of a chemical that pulls the stuff out of the cellulose. So you have like an empty sponge, and then they fill the empty sponge with some phenolic resin to create this like half man, half plastic kind of wood.
Yeah, because a lot of these burrows and stuff are really unstable.
Sure.
Because if you make something small out of it, they'll just crumble. So this makes
that makes sense.
Rugged, so they can actually make something out of it. Alex Dufour is asking the size of a Takeda natural maple folder. I believe it's sold already, Alex. I can't find it on the website.
The natural maple is sold. Yep. Ellie just grabbed it.
So maybe you can tell Alex that.
Maybe Alex needs to know the answer for the
Kiritsukis a little while ago.
Who's bought it.
Yes.
Okay, we got some Kiritsukis and some kind of Kiritsukis.
Yeah, Kiritsuki is an interesting knife. My understanding is that if you were to be working in a sushi restaurant and you wanted to buy one knife that would be like a Yusuba and a Yanagiba, you then get a Kiritsuki. So a lot of the times it's based off of those single bevel styles, Yanagiba being long, Yusuba being rectangular. That's a Yusuba. But all single bevel. So you squish those two together and you get a bit more multi-purpose when you've got a Kiritsuki. So Kiritsuki really starts out as a single bevel shape. But you know what? They look great. A lot of the times the thing is a Kiritsuki has a very, very straight edge like a Yusuba. The reason is because one of the ways of using a Yusuba is to hold it in your hand and you turn something like a root vegetable, like a carrot or a daikon, and you can, I don't know if you've ever seen videos on YouTube or something. Do you remember what that's called? The rolling cut?
Rotary peeling?
Yeah.
There's a Japanese word. Anyway, it's an amazing way to use a knife. So, combo. Now enter people making Kiritsukis, or sometimes you'll find in the Japanese knife jargony world, it'll be referred to as a K-tip, because who uses whole words anymore, right? So this Kiritsuki tip, really what it does, I find, is it removes some steel from the top here and gives you a really, really fine tip. If you really want to just like surgically make little incisions, you've got the skinniest tip in the world. Also, the most delicate tip in the world. This sucker, oh man.
Okay, Mike, so this actually blends into this.
Okay.
Sultan, who keeps asking, keeps coming to our live things and was asking about inexpensive Jabba. He says, I'm from Puerto Rico. And thank you for your info and hard work. Let us know your best knife. And I know that your favorite knives today are that one and this one.
Yeah, this has got to be one of my favorites. And for some reason, I'm not usually attracted to things that are like stark white like this, but for some reason, I'm really into this knife. I really like the way it feels. It's a type of steel called SRS 13. It's a powdered stainless steel. It's also a high-speed tool steel.
Facebook Live ended.
So it can withstand a lot of heat. It's very stable. This is Corian, which is a synthetic material that's often used to make countertops. If you're somewhere very humid, somewhere tropical, this wouldn't rust. The handle would never change. You wouldn't have to worry about things drying out, tarnishing, oxidizing. Super long life to this knife. This type of steel also, I find just incredible how well it holds an edge. You do need to get it to a really fine edge. I finish mine on a 10,000 grit stone all the time. That's how you get it sharp. And when I touch it, it's like sticky. It's so sharp. It's scary how sharp it is. Now, this is the Saji SRS 13, 210 millimeter Gyuto. We seem to have lost the price tag on it. I think it's probably in the.
Let me get that for you, Mike.
I'm gonna say it's $643. Now, if you wanted something very similar, but maybe not $600, this Zuyin is just outstanding.
Mike, that knife has been sold already today, and it's $609, but it's been sold.
Goodbye.
Which is a bummer.
Boom air. Fine then, get the Zuyin then. It's got stabilized wood. I don't know what type of wood, but it's stabilized. It's very cool. I think it's been all
Paca wood, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Paca for sure. Cool little. I think it was shaped with a CNC machine. Cool little touch on the butt end of the handle there. I've cut with a couple of these. Bonkers. The edge on them is amazing. SG2 powder stainless steel. Again, powder stainless. Really good at being stainless. Very good at being sharp. Requires a finesse sharpening job to get it really up to the level that it deserves to be. And have we gone over the questions that have been asked? The Kiritsuki versus Yanagiba? Was that the question? Yanagibas have more curve. Just Kiritsuki.
Got any more questions, Kevin?
It seems our questions are done. You know, we've been at this for 8 hours, guys. Maybe it's time.
8 hours. Yeah.
Classic Rock All Day says pulled the trigger on the Murata and the guidebook. Thanks for the push,
good,
guys.
great. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Do you want Kevin to autograph it for you?
Classic Rock All Day. If you want me to autograph it, just send a little message here about and tell me what to write in it.
Here you go, you jerk. That's usually what he writes in the books. I've seen it. I think it's inappropriate.
Don Penny says you guys deserve a break. By the way, Don Penny said he did jump out of an airplane. He used to be a pirate, but he doesn't have a shark bite, but he's been a shark once.
I've been a shark once, and it was delicious.
Oh, stop it. Garrett says, anyway, I can see the Yoshida Kato AS Nishiji Gyuto against a ruler.
We have a Yoshimi Kato.
Yeah, but Yoshida and
Kato are different people.
Yeah.
But this is AS Nishiji.
Jason Hannibal said, just came back to see if you guys are still going, and I can't believe it. I've added these words to him. We haven't watched this much live TV since the Jerry Lewis telethon. Thanks, Trev.
It's hard with the different backgrounds here, so is that better?
Oh, that's a yes to a signing.
So we're just coming up.
Rock All Day. Tell me what your name is, Classic Rock All Day, and I'll even put that.
215 millimeters is what we're going to land on here for the length. I'll give you a spine. I always try and measure the thickness just sort of at the engraving. So 2.75. Oh, sorry. Well, it came apart. So well, it's not really working for you there.
Hey, Mike, when I stand back here, we're the same height.
Yeah, that's
it's
great.
Like Lord of the Rings.
At about 1.8 near the tip. So it's got a nice little bit of a distal taper to it. Flares ever so slightly right at the handle. And that little flare is nice for a grip. And we've got a nicely polished choil too. So that'll be comfortable on your hand.
Classic Rock All Day is named Ian. Yeah, I saw that.
Hopefully that's giving you the choil shot, the requisite choil shot that everyone needs.
So dirty.
The choil shot?
It sounds dirty, man.
Send choil pics.
And we've got really even looking amounts of core. I mean, the line's always really wavy, but I always try and look to see what it's like on either side, and it's pretty good. Okay, that's the Yoshimi Kato AS 210 Gyuto, $300. Algami Super Core, stainless steel cladding, Nishiji finish. please, I hope you enjoy it. It's a lovely knife.
There you go, Ian. One signed book for Classic Rock all day.
What else have we got, everybody?
Jason says, I guess the good black coffee worked. Yes, it did.
Oh yeah, turbo coffee. Well, today is the first day of the garage sale. It will run for 7 days, so we'll be doing this until Sunday. At the end of the day, we'll turn the sale off, which is sort of true, sort of not. We'll tidy up the inventory, and we'll always seem to turn it back on, and you know, it sits here so people can pick up stuff throughout the year. Today's definitely the day to get what you need, so I hope you're successful, and I hope you're able to find all the stuff you hoped and wanted. Again, if you ever feel like there's something that was missing that you really hoped for, I know we always disappoint people. We never have enough of some of the certain things, but that's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of handmade knives. We can't always get what we want. But it does make us appreciate them just that much more. So we're live today, and we're just about to wrap up. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon. What time are you doing this tomorrow with Chris? 4 o'clock?
4 p.m. Mountain Time, which is
so 4 p.m. Mountain Standard.
6 p.m. Eastern.
6 p.m. Eastern. Kevin and Chris Lord always do a thing on that day at that time called Knife 101. Which usually starts with talking about something like, what's a Kiritsuki? And then it just sort of goes in whatever direction it goes. So there'll be a couple hours of those guys talking about knives tomorrow. Wednesday, we'll be taking a day off of videos. Thursday, we'll be back in the evening. I believe we're doing from 6 till 9. We'll be doing the same thing here again in the warehouse.
5 till 9. 5 till
9. Friday evening, sort of 4 till 7. We'll be back again doing some talking. And in the meantime, you can always get a hold of us. Again, go to knifewear.com. At the bottom right corner, there's a little speech bubble. You can hit us up there, or you can email us to hello@knifewear.com. Ask all the questions you want. We'll do our very best to find you what you need, what you want.
Don Petty says, I can't afford for you guys to be doing this all day for the next 7 days.
See you tomorrow, Don.
Yeah, Kevin's coming over. He's just going to sit in your living room, just like a Tupperware salesman. Yeah. Great time to get yourself a knife, but also consider that it's Christmas time. You might want to pick up something for Christmas too. We are your one-stop shop, as they call it.
Yeah. Thank you for your support.
Have a knife Christmas.
Where did this guy go?
I ate it.
Oh, okay.
I'm hungry.
All right. Ciao for now.
That's it for us. Thanks, everybody.
Everyone.
Thank you so much for watching.
You guys rock. 8 hours and 15 minutes.